Welcome back, guys, to the penultimate day of the Mediterranean Poker Party 2024. And today we have live action of the 10K High Roller that has a $1 million guaranteed. And Jay, I believe that event has smashed all expectations.
Exactly right, Andrew. 1.5 milli in the prize pool for this one. 159 entries. We're going to pick up with the final table. 9 left, $34,400 locked up for everyone, and all playing for that first place prize of $365,000.
Wow, fantastic stuff. And of course, alongside that 10K, we have day 3 of the main event. That, of course, Jay, is the 5K, 5 million guaranteed, getting down to the nitty-gritty late stages. And Jay, that one also absolutely crushed it.
It's just been the feature of the week, Andrew. All guarantees getting smashed out the park, and this one for the main creating a first place prize of $1 million. But we will be picking up with main event action tomorrow. Right now, it's time to get over to the High Roller.
And a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful aerial shot of myself and Jay's hotel rooms there for you. Private pools, Jay, the lot. Unfortunately not, guys. That is for the creme de la creme, the elite visitors here to Merit. What a beautiful location it is. Another look at our fabulous ballroom. And we're looking forward to this one, Jay, about to get underway. You said on the intro, we're going to join the final table. Well, there were so many runners that we're joining it on the FT bubble. And there is the lineup, Jay, if you want to take us through it.
Yeah, so chip lead up for our feature is Jovan Kenjic. Saw a lot of him yesterday, impressed me thoroughly. 10 million for him. Marcin Zubella with 36 BBs, 9 million. Michael Molenaar, one to look out for with 31 BB, 7.9 milli. Anatoly Nikitin with 27 BBs, just shy of 7 milli. And Timo Kemphaus, the man that's going to need a spin with just 6 big blinds and 1.5 million chips.
Yeah, interesting to see Nikitin there. He was pretty short when we bagged up for the night. Had a nice little spin of his own, so 11 left. Very good work there, Jay, on the pronunciation. One of those names, I look forward to my attempt. He's allergic to consonants, the lad.
The trick is, Andrew, just do it with confidence, and then no one second guesses you.
That's basically what I do every day in the booth. Just pretend I know exactly what I'm on about. So here we go, guys. 5-handed here on the feature table. Of course, means 6 players on the outer.
Yeah, everyone locked up. 29K. 11th would receive that, but $365,000 up top. Huge first place prize. Great turnout, as we mentioned on the intro, for this 10K High Roller.
Yeah, very nice. Blinds, guys, 100, 250K, so pretty steep 250K ante. And we are still on a 40-minute clock, Jay, so do expect this one. It's, you know, it's not going to be short, but it's also, there's going to be pressure put on these stacks pretty quickly. So we see Michel looking to apply pressure. Ace-5 off here on the button. Min-raising off a shade over 30 blinds.
Yeah, and straight away decision for Kenjic here with the Queen-Jack in the small blind.
Yeah, could go for a 3-bet fold, Jay.
Yeah, could do. Obviously, we'll be aware Molenaar, very good opponent, will be opening a fair amount from the button, and looks like Kenjic going to take the spot right off the bat.
Very nice. Yeah, Michel with one of those unappetizing ones to continue. Likely just a fold, Jay. You never know in the modern game.
Yeah, I think this one probably just wants to get out the way as Molenaar.
Yeah, very nice from Kenjic, setting his stall out early doors.
Yeah, never going to be calling, but maybe if we think Kenjic is getting after it too much, maybe like a little click 4-bet.
I'm loving it. We're back to the days of click 4-bet, click 5-bet. You know me, bit of a nerd. I like to do my final table studies and the like. I've been watching loads of the high stakes ones recently, and you see loads of it now. Even, 25 blinds or whatever, people are like, well, you're polar. And I'm polar, so let's click these buttons. Nice play, Kenjic. We were talking about it, weren't we, Jay, this week? Everyone just taking, all these, elite players just take every spot nowadays.
Yeah, impressed with the level of play. Had some great action
Well
over
then.
the past few days.
Now, will Zubella decide to take a very similar spot? Michel this time with a better hand. Pocket sevens, five-handed.
Yeah, and once again, one that we can use and is going to take it. And interesting note here, Andrew, like cut-off versus small blind, five-handed. These middling pairs love to do some four-bet send-in here. So when it does get back to Molenaar with the sevens, I think we've got a pretty clear jam here, assuming that Zubella is going to be having some bluffs in there as well. But I think seven seems like a fairly clear jam here. Cut-off versus small blind, five-handed. We'll see what he comes with.
See if Michel agrees. Very tricky, Jay, right? On these final table bubbles. You want to be right, but also can't allow yourself to be run over.
Of course, but I think eights would definitely be a jam here, so sevens.
There we go.
Far behind, and there is the move from Molenaar. Nicely done.
Very nice work from Michel. Of course, sporting the old DTO poker patch. Himself and Mr. Domnich, disciples of the DTO. Yeah, very nice. You've got to be fearless, right, Jay, these days? Just
yes, you have.
If you run into it, you run into it.
Especially like 11 left in a 10K, like everyone left in this field's going to be good. They're going to know what they're up to. They're going to find correct bluffs.
And like it almost makes it less of a stress in some ways than if you're playing against someone you don't know much about.
Agreed.
Who you think's going to be very, you know, value heavy. Very nice. Well done, Michel. Now, Timo Kamphaus just had to commit 500K, Jay, of his remaining 1.5. Very dicey waters for him. See if he can find something here. Interesting fold from Zubella. Could have considered raise call in the big blind there, Jay, I think. It's not a lot of fun, right? But I'd like to see him take a little more time. Might be being a little overcritical, but Queen 8 going to do pretty well against sort of six bigs effective.
Yeah, and left room for Nicotine to just send it in, and going to be basically shoving range there as Nicotine into the short stack. Don't think we're going to have many hands that are going to fold. I think we're just going to send in most of them and apply pressure to the shallow stack at the table.
Yeah, Nicotine, super experienced player, merit regular. Had the pleasure of being on his table a few times, playing some of these tournaments out here in the beautiful Merit Resort out here in Cyprus. Another look at the trophy table. That big silver one in the middle, Jay, we'll be awarding that tomorrow night. 5K, 5 million main event is underway at the moment, day 3. We'll bring you some updates later on who's still in the mixer there. For now, concentrate on this 10K high roller. Zubella, Queen Jack. Everyone's just passing Queen Jack around, Jay.
I know.
Opens the cutoff. Should be round to Michel Molar. Has a pretty dusty one.
So expect to just see raise and take.
Quite refreshing here, you know, when you see two tables left, six-handed and five-handed, like especially the five-handed, you see a lot of tanking, right?
Yes.
Because of course you're likely to have to pay the blinds and antes a bit quicker than the six-handed table. But these guys, all experienced regular players, nobody really tanking too much. It's good for us.
It is.
Action back on Zubella. What do we reckon? Do we think that's right? Don't pronounce the D's.
We're going to go with it, yeah. Zubella we go with.
Yeah, that's good.
Sounds
I like
right.
it.
It's like Edin Zieko, isn't it? Like, it's the same sort of thing. So.
Yeah, okay.
And it seems like a clear one for Kemphaus here. On the bottom, we have sub-4 bigs, ace-5 offsuit.
Yeah.
Going to be moving all in, I expect.
Pretty much delighted to find this. It's not normal to be happy at getting it in with ace-5 off, but with 4 blinds, desperate just to find any kind of hand to jam.
Yeah, you may think with 4 bigs we're not going to have any fold equity, Andrew, but at this stage we will have. Yeah, we will have some. Big blind will still have to fold some hands, and here we are, 10-4 off. Probably one that does hit the mark.
He might get this one through. Close one.
Yeah, maybe suited we go with as Kenjic, but I think offsuit, just going to have to let this go. Just chip's so valuable at this stage, Andrew.
Called it.
I called it wrong earlier.
I wondered if you might spin the wheel, seeing as he has 11 mil. But does decide to let that one go. I'm with you, though. Also, it's kind of nice for the chip leader to keep this shorty in, I'd suggest. Like, probably going to be some spots where he can take some chips from Nikitin or Zubella. Molenaar can't really go after him too wide.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I could be wrong,
but I could be wrong about that.
Something that's mentioned a lot more in today's game, this keeping the short stack in as the big stack, because we get to apply the pressure on these middling stacks with ladders starting to get juicy at this point of the tournament.
So guys, as we see Nikitin take a little time. Welcome along if you're just joining. 10K high roller action. $1 million guaranteed. I was about to launch into a spiel about interacting with us, but we will sweat this hand first, because you would imagine, Jay, Camp House about to send the rest of his chips in.
Yeah, another clear one. 6 big blinds, king, jack offsuit. Something I was surprised that he didn't do with the ace-5 off is leave like a little chip back, because now ladder obviously every position if there's something occurring on outer tables, but it's just going to go for the send.
That's a man who's confident that those chips are coming back. Oh, and what a favorable situation brewing here.
It's great for Kemp House, Andrew, because Queen Jack suited for Zubella should be calling here, you expect.
Have to call, yeah. Can't fold this one for 6 blinds. Here we go. And what a result for Timo. Going to see that he does dominate the big blind call. Can he find the hole, Jay? All of a sudden, 3.35 million in the middle. Had 900K a few moments ago. Oh, little wink to the camera. Go on, Timo. Well, off we go. Oh, queen in the window. Followed by an ace and a 7.
It goes from first to second. It can still find a king or a 10. Broadway draw there for Kemp House.
Through to the 8 of spades turn. No help as of yet. You can see the top of your screen. All 7 outs are still live. Can he find one? No, he can't. 5 of clubs completes the board. We do lose Camp House in 11th place, Jay. Nothing to be done, my friend. Sometimes just got to hold.
Yeah, that's it. Had clear as day jam. Just had to find the hole. Does take home £29,000 for 11th place. And we actually weren't on the ladder. I thought we were. Attempt getting 29,000 as well. So that makes sense why he was just going for the all-in and not leaving the chip back for potential ladder opportunities.
And there we go. And with that, we have reached the final table bubble. We knew it wouldn't take too long, Jay. There's a fair few short stacks in the mix.
Yeah, average at the moment, working around 24 bigs, Andrew, so
that seems not right.
Don't expect it to be too long until we hit the FT, but we should be getting a player over to balance up.
As we mentioned, main event going on out in the ballroom. And they're right down to the business end, Jay. Imagine we're last few tables of that one. We will bring you information as we go this evening on who's still in the streets. Michel getting after it, using the king blocker.
Yeah, this is proper getting after it here, Andrew, and probably just a function of us actually being four-handed this hand, so under a gun, effective cut-off.
Right, we're still waiting, okay, for a 5th player.
Yeah, and Kenjic here just going to have a pretty clear free bet with the 10s.
1.4.
Yeah, here it comes. Goes for kind of 5.5 BBs. Now then, Zubella. Does he ever, Jay, get spicy with this one?
I don't think he will take it at this stage. Like, if he wanted to call 4, he'd probably have to just make it like 2.7 here. Still going to have some room to fold. So I prefer just letting this go. Don't need to take every spot, Andrew.
I think I agree. King Queen suited, however, well. Would have been more of a thinker. Nikitin, just going to take his time here. We did just reference these shorter-handed tables. Trying to get to that final table as quickly as possible. And Michel, you would imagine, with nowhere to go with this one.
You expect that. But gonna have to let it go. King 5 offsuit. It can be a bit frustrating. Molenaar been 3-bet twice already.
Sure. I'm waiting for the signature Michel eyebrow raise. Keep your eye out for it.
Still waiting. You warned me about this yesterday. Still yet to see it, Andrew.
It's normally when someone does something that he perceives as not very good. So we may not see it today at all. Very accomplished field of players.
If I called you, would squeeze.
Very nice start from Kenjic.
While we wait for a player to come over, might as well tell you about the DTD player stream. What Andrew was getting at before that hand, we are picking up the chat box over on DTD player. So if you want to get involved, any questions for us, you can post it in the chat. And make sure you hit the like button, you hit the subscribe button on DTD player. We've got this one down to a champion today. And then tomorrow's going to be a huge main event for us with $1 million up top in that one.
$1 million. And that beautiful trophy that you see there in the middle of the trophy presentation desk.
Hey.
Yeah, very excited for that one. Not often you get to cover an event with $1 million up top.
No, it's pure open. Pure, yeah.
So table being balanced, we have got Ehsan Amiri coming over in the 6th seat.
Yeah. Tax. More tax.
Well then, Kenjic.
I'm defending it with my life.
Fine start on this feature. King 7 off. Certainly one we could potentially get after, Jay.
Yeah, it seems close, especially with everyone covered behind. Is going to go for the discipline and just let it go, and we'll leave room for Zubella to open on the button with the ace-8.
Yeah, reaches for chips. Interesting. Goes for over 2.5x, perhaps looking to discourage some of those big blind defends. Oh, yeah, okay. Amiri is at that stack where he wants to discourage a call.
Hard defense.
Of course, just going to use this one as a raise call at the depth.
Good awareness, good adjustment.
Yeah, very nice.
Like to put on a little bit of extra juice when there is a shallow stack in the big.
Yeah, Amiri with work to do, 1.4 million total.
That's the flow. Flow.
But FT is 9 people, yeah?
Yes, I know, but now it's 10 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should.
Players just asking if it's hand for hand.
Busy on the phone. So, are we not playing hand for hand? Or?
Final table bubble.
Yeah. No, okay.
No.
That's 6:30 seconds.
No hand for hand.
Final table bubble.
I guess with the
Okay.
time banks, Jay, right?
mean,
That's
they're big
basically what they're
sizes.
for.
Big enough.
If you didn't save any, well, tough luck.
I'm going to take my full 30 seconds, guys.
Well then, Zubella finds a real hand. Pocket queens. Going to be perceived to be a lot wider than this one. No decision for Nikitin.
Just going to see a bit of this going on now.
Yeah.
Players just running that shot clock down.
I love it how people still pretend, Jay. You know? Oh, how many chips have I got? Is there a chance I'm getting in this one? It never feels nice, right, to have to do it.
I know.
But you've got to take every edge.
It's the ones that just every hand do it. Like they look back at their hands, they count their chips, look back at their cards. Oh, better fold this one.
I like to just have fun with it.
Yeah, exactly.
And like say to the table, I'm going to have 8 tough decisions in a row, just to let you know, guys. Unfortunately, for the Polishman in the cutoff, Michel probably would defend this one for chips. Likes to get in there. I don't believe he'll defend with this on the final table bubble. Into the muck they go. Very nice start to this feature for Zubella.
Yeah, the man from Poland. Been involved a fair amount this first 20 minutes. Chipping up nicely.
So as always, guys, if you are following along on YouTube, on DTD Player,
What number is done?
any questions you have for myself or Jay,
Terrible.
get in the mix. Let us know what you're up to.
Max 6.
Gotta roll high, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Have a 5 big blinds, you can put 5. And you will have 4 big blinds.
No, the higher it is, the more power. So we gotta go with max power right now.
Action about to be on Amiri on the button on that short stack. See if you can find something. Always very depressing, Jay, when you look down at the 10 deuce. Oh, with 5 blinds.
Yeah, best case for Amiri now really is if somehow we can get a bust out before we have to post another big blind, get that final table redraw.
This
Yeah.
looks really bad.
Yeah, worth noting that Michel, not going to like his seat with kind of 2 guys covering him on his immediate left. He'll be looking forward to trying to just navigate his way to that final, get the redraw, Jay, hopefully get a better seat draw.
And I think the Jack 6 finds a complete blind on blind still. I think we could definitely...
I'm surprised they're not doing
750.
Oh,
Gonna go for the old raise up.
You know, I think I prefer it to limp. Big blind gonna attack you loads. Can't limp call. Just hope your opponent wakes up with something like this. Telling you, these guys in the modern game just fearless.
Yeah. And we want to be really polar here, to be fair, as Molenaar, when we are into raise off of just north of 30. One of our best hands, one of our worst hands. And I think we're going to choose like the offsuit stuff as well, Andrew. And does get it through, so credit to Molenaar.
Very nice.
I guess you're right as well. If we complete, Kenjic's just so incentivized to bump it up with so many holdings, having us covered, final table bubble.
Yeah, I think any of these hands that just can't limp call, then it's just fine to mix in raises with them, right? It's the problem when you're against these guys that are just been in the lab non-stop for months on end. They just know. They just know I got to go for it. Well done, Michel. So, cards back in the air. Nicotine. Ace-6 off. Tricky one, Jay.
I don't even think we can do anything here. It's just fold as Nicotine. I know we are 5-handed, but even effective hijack, one of these sort of middling stacks.
Yeah.
I'm not even loving like Ace-9 off there, Andrew.
Sure. Especially with Amiri, who's about to be all in, right? So I like to call it collision equity. You know, if he goes all in and gets called and gets eliminated, we get the redraw, we miss the big blind. Well,
1.3.
strap yourself in, because Michel, with a likely calling hand, Jay, I think.
Yeah, agreed. I can't see any world in which suited Ace-9 would be folding. Amiri should be shoving all his ace-x, which we dominate. He also have hands like 9-10 suited, king 9, queen 9, which we also dominate as well. Head of all this king, queen, queen jack type stuff.
Yeah, Michel probably just deciding if he ever wants to isolate this.
Yeah, and I think that's the real decision here, Andrew, not whether we're continuing, whether to ISO or whether to just play cool. It does come with cool.
All right, then. 2 quick folds. Amiri going to be very happy to see that he is flipping. Did see 1 ace mucked by Nicotine, reducing the outs of Molar.
I did have 4. Yeah. Let's go for.
Well then, Amiri, can he hold off the Dutchman?
Oh, you did bubble it.
So far, so good. King, Jack 6.
6 of hearts?
King of Hearts on board. A little bit of interaction for Michel.
Ah, that's greedy. That's very greedy.
I'm gonna be greedy.
That's very greedy.
4 of hearts, okay.
Queen of hearts.
Oh, it's never easy, Jay.
It's not.
Jesus.
8 of hearts
No, too many
rolls
outs, right?
off on that turn.
No.
12
Use the luck
outs
before.
for Michel.
With the
Can
9.
he find one?
Deuce.
And it is a blank. Red card, but the 5 of diamonds. As we see Amiri find that critical double up.
How does this?
That's Amiri from Australia, 1.4 million live earnings. Best live cash. Huge score, $332,000. And that come in 2022 when he come fourth in an EPT high roller.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit over. 2.5.
So on we go,
Can beat
5-handed for now.
3.5. Too much.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know what to do with it.
0.5.
3-2.
3-2, yeah.
1-3,
Let's see.
1-3, and 6.
Loving that, Jay. It's like a little Aladdin's lamp, the card protector. 9-10 off. Likely to get out of the way.
Usually can go for 2 for 2. Fold.
Round 2, Michel Molar. 9-7 off. Let's it go. Should be a blind-on-blind confrontation. Zubella gives Nikitin a walk. He's going to be very happy to see it.
Yeah, love a walk at this stage.
So
And in the YouTube streets, Man of Straw asking, who has the most earnings here? It was the man that I just mentioned, Amiri, 1.4 milli, just shy of $1 million in earnings. Second, Michel Molenaar, the Dutchman. And to be honest, if you have a chance to have a look at Molenaar's Hendon, he has been on a storm the
He's
last
a rising
12
star, the
months.
lad.
And it's just been crushing everywhere as well. Andrew looks like he travels all over the world.
I'm trying to give myself an opportunity to get a thin brag in, but I can't see it on your screen. Oh, hello. Well, confrontation imminent, Jay. Kenjic from the cutoff, no less. Pocket jacks. And Nikitin finds Big Slick in the small blind.
Alan?
I just don't see a universe where it doesn't go in.
Has to. Clear jam for Nikitin. Clear call for Kenjic.
Wow, and it's such a big, big pot. Snaps it off. Can't be folding for 24 or so blinds. And look at this, Jay. 13 million chip flip. Nikitin not going to be happy with this, right? Like you don't really want to get called here, obviously, on the final table bubble. Here we go. Massive moments in the 10K. Jacks holding through the 8-7-4 board. Nikitin does have a spade in hand. Not the turn he wanted to see. 4 of hearts.
So gonna need to find that ace or king.
Wow, can't find it. 10 of clubs on the river. Very unfortunate, Anatoly Nikitin.
Bro, you owned me.
Final table bubbling, this 10K high roller, and there we go, folks.
Redraw.
Final table is
Give me position on that.
set.
We said it wouldn't be long, Andrew. We thought it would be thick and fast to get down to the FT. I'm unaware of how long the break's going to be until we are at the final table, but guessing it shouldn't be too long.
Yeah, it'd be a sort of 5-10 minute job, I would imagine. Well, Kenjic, all of a sudden, Jay, in great shape to make a run at this title.
Yeah.
So we will have a final table redraw,
not used
folks,
to
in
this.
a few moments as we
I'll clear
take
it off very
a
fast.
little look
Go
at the
back to
leaderboard. And here we go, Jovan Kenjic with that victory with the jacks, 71 big blinds. Average chips, 6.3 million, closing in on 3x average. Massive spot for him. Zubella, very steady, shade under 10 million chips. Michel Molar also 30 big blinds or so to take with him to that final table. And Amiri spins it with the 4s, 10 big blinds working for him. So guys, we're gonna do that redraw. Please don't go too far. Join us in 5 to 10 minutes for that final table.
On top of the morning, on top of the wave, on top of the team, on top of the days, on top of my purpose. I create. Y'all wanna copy, but we're not the same. Sometimes when it can be dark, sometimes when it can be scary, sometimes you still gotta push on and just do what is necessary. You need that mindset, dog. You're just like a mercenary. You just gotta go push on. You just gotta go and get it.
All right, guys, welcome back here to the Merit. It is, of course, Mediterranean Poker Party, but once more, poker on the back burner. It is time, Jay, for another challenge. And just a refresher of the scores up until now. It is 2 points for myself, 2 points for Andrew, and you have...
0, unfortunately.
Oh, 0?
Yeah, I've only played 2. I'm a bit behind on the played. We have got
excuses.
some air hockey behind us, which I'm pretty confident about and feel like this is what is going to get me off the board.
Well, pride cometh before a fall, perhaps. But Andrew very graciously stepping aside for this one. He thinks he's got enough points already, going to rely on his poker prowess. So me and Jay will battle out for this one. And remember, if I lose, I dumped it off to him. Well, guys, we're about to start the game. Air hockey. I was that bad that Jay tried to throw me the puck, and I conceded a goal. And already he's got the ball back. So here we go. Not going well. But remember, I'm dumping this one off to him.
I'm sure.
Oh, look at that, so much power. I took it out of the board.
No, OG.
The only way I'm going to score, but they all count.
No reaction from Harwood.
It's not over till it's over. I'm not celebrating too early on this one.
Whoa, what's that over there?
Hey, what is it? What is it?
Oh, 4, away, 1.
I think that's my first shot on target.
Oh, 5, away,
I preferred it when Jay wasn't here, if I'm being honest. Can we cut that? Please, can we edit that bit out?
Do not edit that out. 6-1, that's it. GG. We're off the mark.
Oh, is that it?
We're off the mark.
Oh. I was
There's
just getting
going
ready
to
to
be
make
a
the
lot
comeback.
more where that come from.
Can't even cheat. Whew, I feel like Andrew Hedley after a game of chess.
I thought it was game over.
We can keep that victory. Just Edit this in.
I found my calling. Found it. Found it.
Well played, Jay.
Well played, sir.
Well played.
Thanks for the point. Thanks for the 3 point.
He's a much tougher opponent than Andrew is, and he is now off the mark. 2-2-1 the scores. But, Jay, perhaps it's time to get to what we're here to do, maybe call the action in some poker.
I like your idea, James. I think we should get in the booth and start with some poker.
Oh, pardon me. I got excited.
So did I.
I saw a player on their feet.
It's the man from Belarus again.
Yeah, that was nervy, Jay. I was scared for them, but nothing happened. Okay, so the deuces do find the muck from under the gun.
Yeah, it's a good fold. Very easy to get attached to a pair, but these small pocket pairs, ones that do want to be folded at this stage, better to open hands with good removal.
Had a check here with ace-queen in the cutoff. Obviously, kind of a nice scenario. Obviously, plenty of hands to be raised, kind of getting it in with, but you're never that wild on FT bubbles, but deciding chip accumulation is worth a lot here. I was wondering where the line is in stack size that he might just elect to open jam that hand from cutoff rather than...
Yeah, probably at this stage like 13, 14. I don't think we want any jams off of 18 here with 2 tables of 5. Like, so much better to just open here, give the big blind a chance to shove like an ace-jack, an ace-10, get them to defend a hand that we dominate.
Ooh.
And even here, king-jack suited, these suited broadways are very nice candidates to choose here, and it wouldn't actually surprise me if Puts went for this here. Just because he'll recognise that Patrick has to call very tight here.
Right.
And even when called, these suited broadways do very well in terms of equity pre-flop. Like, even if we're up against an ace-king, still going to have that 1 in 3 shot to get there.
Let's see, he's certainly mulling it over. And he does! Well done, Jay. Well called. Puts, putting Patrick to the test. And... Oh.
What happened if 2 players lost in one hand in different tables? Yeah, okay.
Well, we aren't currently playing hand for hand. We can be 99% sure he's going nowhere with his hand. Right, Jay, but he just wanted to know if it's worth burning time banks, was checking the other table. They're not playing a hand currently. I guess cards are being shuffled there. So he does make the call. No need to burn those time chips. And here we go. A monstrous pop. Hadachuk just doubled up a moment ago and a chance to basically tie the table chip lead if his ace-queen can hold on here. But as you mentioned, these suited broadways, they do all right when called.
Yes, they do.
36%. Not the hand he wanted to see, like you mentioned. No, he wants to see an ace-jack, an ace-10, an ace-5 suited kind of holding. 9-4 deuce. Clean for Padachuk. Puts. Needs lightning. No real backdoor equity. Well, the outs change. Loses the jacks, but picks up the 10s, all of which are live.
Yeah, improved.
I'll take it.
Give me 10.
There it is. Clean run out. Padachuk continues his ascendancy.
Yeah, and a great example there as well as why we just want to open these hands there.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Lasowski is going to have nightmares tonight about this man. Hard to believe he only has 2 recorded caches on his Henemob database, Aquino. The first of which, coming back in March, it was third place in a high roller in his native Brazil in Sao Paulo for $41,000. And then he found his way onto that WPT voyage, the cruise that, you know, a lot of people seem to have a good time on. He final tabled a turbo there, and then, hey, his next appearance on the live felt here as one of the 8 qualifiers to make this final table. So newish, it would appear, to the live arena, but certainly not new to poker the way we've seen him play. This is a man who's done some stuff. He's got some scarring.
Honestly, he has just been getting after it and finding pots that others wouldn't find. And very interesting one here for Strobel, James. Like, in theory, I think the computers like to do some jamming with these sort of suited broadways facing the button open. Like the Queen Jack suited, the Queen 10 suited, the Jack 10 suited, this type of stuff. Whether he'll taking it, he's gone for it, Strobel.
Oh, here we go. And well, with the folded cards, we see this one's actually a lot closer than the players will realize. The 2 compatriots all in. I know the chat, or a corner of the chat, will root for both these men. Unfortunately, they are all in against each other.
Yeah, I know we've run into ace-king here, James, but it's actually a high-level jam here from Strobel that not many people would find, in my opinion, on a final table, and unfortunately just ending up running into that top end of range here, but still with a heap of equity.
And a chance now for a ladder once more for the players watching on. 8 deuce deuce makes that ever more likely. Strobel need a lot of help with just 2 cards to come. 43 million chip pot, and here we go. He turns a lot more equity.
And every out bar one in the deck.
Look at them live as you like. It's a cruel one, a trio of ducks.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
For those who like what they see, get after it. And I believe, as usual, in these tours, you know, if you were to be fortuitous at one of these EAPT stops, it would mean that, hey, next year this could be you at the grand final.
And Zacharov opens to 2.4, and wow, puts...
How's your timing?
With the ace-king here. And these two, just a quick point to note, sitting second and third in chips, wouldn't be surprised if puts did find a flat here from time to time, James. Like, on first glance, looks like ace-king, we need to 3-bet, but with these ICM intricacies, maybe we do play some flats facing EP against a stack size that can do a lot of damage to us, but does just go with the general approach.
I was going to ask as well, with Strobel, like, so short behind, if we flat and he decides to jam, does reopen the action. You have another short stack in here as well that would reopen the action where they couldn't to a 3-bet. So yeah, another reason perhaps to throw into the camp you suggest. But yeah, he takes the more obvious route.
Yeah, and probably just going to proceed with call here as Zacharov. It's close, ace-queen off, but I think as covering stack, we do get to come along. If stacks were reversed, probably lean more towards fold.
On that decision point for Christopher pre-flop as well, do we ever see perhaps just a 3-bet pile for this many chips as well with the ace-king, or is that too much given there are 9 left?
I think it's too much, just for the time that we do run into. Has he gone for 4-bet?
Ah, clicky 4-bet. Let's have a look. He put in a heap of chips. Look to be around. I mean, a stack of those greens is, what, 10 million? Yeah, here we go, 4-bet to 15 million. Dreamy scenario for Puets, in that he set up his stall to 3-bet and then have to 5-bet jam. Obviously, right now, right, he could be moving into the nuttiest of ranges, but understandable, Zacharov, with this ace-queen, you advocate flat, but it does lend itself quite nicely, doesn't it, to a 4-bet fold potentially.
Yeah, it's what are we trying to fold out though? Do we think that we get some jacks 10s to fold some of the time? Maybe 10s does go into the muck, but is ace king ever gonna let it go?
Right. You feel like it's wasting a strong hand perhaps, but the counter argument is, hey, I don't want to play out of position against this extremely competent opponent. And here we go with 5-bet jam. This final table continues to deliver fast-paced action.
Yeah, a huge pot gonna go, puts his way here. Breslov just has to fold now, and that's a big pickup for the German, uncontested.
Another 18 million chips to go with the sort of, well, about 18 million chips he won in the last pot. Now up to 61 million, clear second stack.
Rank number 7.
Yeah.
You mean pre-flop?
Oh man, okay.
The hand ranks 7th, so it'll be king.
That's a tricky question, I know.
Kings, queens.
Maybe it's second, another ace, ace.
Around 10s.
Ace, ace. Third, king, king.
Jacks, 10s.
Kings, queens, ace, king.
Ace, queen suited.
Ace, queen suited.
I would say 10s.
9s?
It's same class.
I'm a smart guy.
Ooh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jacks.
You lose.
Ones we've just made up.
I don't think that one's well known.
Wait 1 second, let me just figure out.
The 8s are called snowmans.
Snowman, all right.
Because it looks like a snowman.
Most exotic.
Sure, yeah, no, we have some Serbian bullshit.
It's Queen Tray.
I expected some strategy questions. I'm just kidding.
They call it the gay waiter.
Okay.
Like Queen 3, but Queen Tray.
Pakistani virgin.
My brain stopped working about this.
I don't know why, don't ask me why. It's queen deuce offsuit.
The deuces are like ducks.
Kings are like King Kong.
We have a name of how we call the straight.
I just heard it somewhere.
Kenta Mallorca, but...
Well, in French, 10s are called Zinedine Zidane, Zizou, like the football player.
Straight 10 to the ace, 10 jack, queen, king, ace. But it's like Mallorca because it's major, straight, whatever, so...
Aces in French, you call them like les flèches.
8-4 of hearts. Scottish aces. I think someone just played this hand one day and decided to go a bit crazy with it, and I believe it was just known as Scottish aces afterwards. So whenever we see, if you see a Scottish person, they can always have this hand. They've raised under the gun, they can't have, on board at 8-4-5, they can't have 8-4, they can't.
A.
Nutty hand or something like that, so then the nuts.
Blades.
It's like bullets.
American Airlines.
Yeah,
American Airlines.
Oh, and Austrian Airlines is the same like American Airlines.
The bullets.
Yeah. The blades.
Assos.
Barry, like Barry Greenstein.
Number 1s.
Because you know Barry Greenstein, the player?
The rockets.
Pocket rockets, okay.
The nuts, I guess.
There's a lot of aces crackers.
King 9 of diamonds.
Every small pairs.
By percentage is jack 10 suited.
8-7 suited, I guess.
I'm not sure, but it gotta be like something like 7-8 or 6-7 or something like that.
10 jack suited.
Always these suit connectors are very good to crack the aces.
6-5 and you make the lowest strip. That makes sense. Okay, yeah.
But I like, you know, Scottish aces could be aces.
I think ace queen.
Pocket jacks, obviously.
Kings? I mean, like, people are complaining when the ace hits on the flop always, but I think the most well-played hand is jacks, actually.
Oh, everyone complains about pocket jacks, right?
I don't know, ace jack of suit. It should be illegal to deal anyone a jack of suit. No one knows how to play it.
Ace king, like Anna Kournikova. It looks good, but it never wins.
Does it never hit the flop?
You have to flip for your tournament life most of the time.
I run pretty good, so I actually don't complain about any hands, but I guess 10s
But I believe it must be jacks, must be the most complained about.
Well, jacks is like the trouble hand, right? Yeah. But yeah, tens is like the cursed hand of our.
I'm actually kind of sad that Andrew's jumping in after the next break. I'm enjoying watching this final table.
Well, we'll just keep it warm for you, and then, you know, by my reckoning, you should be in here for the culmination.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be.
Some positives. Lasowski finding a positive. Ace-Jack, ripping it in. Breshlov, King-Jack suited. Out behind.
They're not going to be able to call, though. Pretty hand. It has to go into the muck. But this one will have to call.
Umarov, 2 10s. Asks for a count. It is sub 10. And are we going to lose a player on the last hand of the frame?
Yeah, should be getting it in here as Umarov.
You see, as Lavine puts behind. 28 million chips, really not enough to worry about those players. Has he announced cool? He has announced cool.
And for that rare situation,
right?
The two blinds get it in
if they
behind.
both went all in.
Yeah.
If one of them does, he still has to call. Both maybe folds. Lasowski's going to be happy to see that hand because Umarov rated to have Ace-Jack in bad shape at a decent frequency here. Can he win a race? Finally, all in this man. And a 9-deuce-deuce board looking very bad for Lasowski's future in this tournament.
Likely to lose our first player.
Well, hold up a second, Jay. A heart on the turn brings a whole host of additional outs.
Ace, Jack, or heart is needed.
And there it is. He finds the 5 of hearts on the end. Lasowski with a sigh of relief was on the verge of being the first one to bust this final table. Instead, finds a double up, gets back to 25 million and isn't far off where he started this final table.
Welcome along, everybody.
Yep, if you are joining us here on YouTube, we are streaming across multiple channels, but myself and Andrew do both have the DTD Player YouTube chat open. So if you do want to join in the discussion with us, that's where you need to be. And the discussion in the chat seems to be, that place looks amazing every time we go to the wide shot. And it is. Stunning venue. Obviously, we are somewhat biased, given that we are here on the payroll, but I promise you, this place is legit.
It is legit. As we see, Breshlov finds a legit open. Does have to tread carefully, as we mentioned, sort of second or third in chips. But a suited ace, these are the type of hands that play very nicely as raises on finals.
And especially, I guess, going after Strobel in the big blind, taking chips off that hand. Interesting, we've sometimes seen players go for more than min when the short stack's the one in the big blind, because you do want to dissuade the weakest of hands to call. Of course, King 7 was always going to play, but just maybe a little larger sizing.
Yeah, I think because he's so short, think
Here we
he's
go.
so short, James, probably thinking, he's only got 2 blinds back, I can call off on any flop.
Well, here we go. Strobel flopping gin, sees a bet, rips it in for the remaining 2 million. We'll get cool and get great news.
Absolutely.
That he is on track for a double up.
3.5.
Yeah, immediate outs for Breshelov. Only the 3 aces. Does have some backdoors. Strobel will be happy that he blocks one of those backdoor, straight door possibilities.
3 of clubs is coming. Maybe not. 9 of spades. Just an ace will send Strobel out. Otherwise, we will continue 9-handed here at the EAPT Grand Final. And it is that ace, Andrew.
Oh, my goodness.
Breshelov finds it. And unfortunately for him, it is Adrian Strobel out in 9th place. Well, he's not hanging around. Oof.
Welcome, guys, back here to the Mediterranean Poker Party, where for now, poker is taking a back seat because it is time, pardon me, for round 3 of the Merit Poker Olympics. And some of you may have noticed Andrew Hedley's gone under a slight change because it is now time, finally, to welcome Jay Harwood here to Merit. How are we doing, Jay?
I'm doing great. Hello, everybody. Today's challenge, we are playing table tennis, and Andrew not here at the moment. If you've seen the previous challenges, like myself, you won't be surprised knowing that he's already warming up for this one, looking for his first victory, losing the 2 previously to this man, Jones.
And well, as he says, Andrew is out there grinding, but it is now time to get bat and ball in play.
Right, guys, we're back. The next challenge, table tennis. I need a win badly. It's not going well so far, Jay. This is going to be mini games of table tennis. I'm going to take on Jay. The loser will take on James. The winner is the first person to get to 5 points. And at the end, the 2 winners will play each other to find out who wins this challenge. By God, I need it. Let's get after it. Good luck.
Good luck, sir.
You're going to fucking need it,
I've
buddy.
seen you in the basketball. You're good at hitting the net.
Right,
Not.
Oh. Right, ready?
Let's go.
Oh. Oh, he's sharking at the lad. All right. Yeah, you can serve this one. 1-0, let's go. Oh. All right. Oh, we've got him.
Oh,
he's in trouble. He's in trouble. Oh. Oh, no, too aggro. Right, 2-1. Oh,
That's
love
second
it.
serve. Do you get second serve?
No, you don't. No second.
Surely
no
there's
second
a
serves in Merit table tennis, motherfucker.
There must be a second serve.
3-1. Second serve. You're finished. Oh, 4-1. We've got him. On you.
This
Don't choke.
looking,
Don't choke.
Not looking good.
Hey! Woo! Let's go. Good game, sir.
Good game, sir.
All right. We're back. By God, we're back. You get him on film. You're next.
Good luck,
All
sir.
right then, Mr. Harwood, let's have it. Well, that wasn't at all embarrassing. I'm going for my deep squat. Oh, the war of attrition.
That's not good.
There we go, 1 apiece. See, he's the first timer here in Merit. He's not used to the table. Oh, rally.
2-1.
It's coming.
We both want the same thing, and that's Andrew not to win in the final. So we're all good. We're all good.
Brute power. It's the power of youth. But finesse wins in this game.
I've lost the score. 2-1. 2-2. Oh, better than I thought.
Oh, you got too happy about being all square. Oh, all of a sudden, 2-4 match point.
It's not good.
Another date with Mr. Hedley. Oh dear. Well, that is the end.
Terrible debut. Terrible.
Jay, his first day here, his first challenge, and he's done the honourable thing and taken the wooden spoon away from my next opponent, Mr. Andrew Hedley.
The old...
Right, is it? Ah,
Yeah.
Is that...
That's a big...
You can't...
It's a huge disadvantage. What is this? This is ridiculous.
You just realised you've now seen
call
a
the
huge
floor.
disadvantage.
Call the... excuse me. Call the floor. This is outrageous.
You now realise that's on camera, so they're going to edit that in, and Jay's going to have an out.
Cheating all the time. Every angle he can take. Oh, I'm James Dempsey. I'm the man. You should be ashamed of yourself. I don't have it. Where's the ball? Oh. Are you going to do the hand thing that we do every time, and I get it wrong every time? Film the back of this. I want to know if he's cheating, because I'll never get it. It's always in the wrong hand miraculously.
Right,
that one.
That one has the ball?
Yeah.
This one?
Right, come on, what's going on? Get it revealed. Fucking unbelievable, like every time. Whatever, you can have serve. I hate you so much, honestly. Ooga! I admire you, but I hate your very soul.
Imagine losing to a man in this hat. Like, imagine
I don't, it's something I do not want to even countenance as a possibility. Whoa! Oh, he's had a good start, the lads.
Oh, the first point I've ever won off you.
All right. All right.
Oh, no.
We're back.
Oh, no. He's got this secret spin serve thing he does, and I don't think it's legal. If any table tennis people know.
Could have had a career in it, mate.
Nice you've had a career in something.
Alrighty. Let's go. Let's go. 2-1.
2-1 to the man
now
who props up the table.
Watch
Oh, no,
the ball.
he's going to mug me up.
Watch the ball. Be the ball. Okay? You ready?
No.
You're all backhand, I've noticed.
I am.
Something
You're going to play to my forehand, are you?
Yeah.
This serve is not legal. It's got far too much spin.
Woo.
What even is that?
I don't know, but I'm gleeful.
I
actually better win
We've
from
literally
here.
been waiting the best part of a week to see a victory dance out of this man. He's gone up in the challenge. And the
I need
dance
to
has
win
come out.
because I've gone too early with the celebration.
3-1 you.
I've gone too soon. I
think you're there.
All right, let's go. Oh, wait a minute, that's a let.
Oh.
There's no second serve, Jay, but if it hits the top of the net, you get a let. Oh. Oh! Strong point. Very
He's
strong.
put himself in the game, but no, not this serve again. I'm gonna have nightmares of this bloody thing. No, it can't be legal. What is this wizardry?
It's legal, bro.
What is this championship
You
point?
have to find a way. You have to find a way. Come on, Jay. One time. Come on.
I mean,
Come on, let's go.
we've all heard of Andy Murray.
We have to take
Somehow
him down,
the Scots
man.
can play these
Gotta
kind of
take
racket
him
games,
down.
but Andrew Hedley, this guy, at table tennis, honestly, this is going to be embarrassing.
Come on, let's go. Enough of your incessant chirping. Oh! Woo! Yeah! All right. Come on, buddy, it's going to be okay. Now, come on, I'll be gracious. Good game, James. Come on.
Hold on, Andrew.
Thanks, James. You're a good man.
I want to apologise to my family, to my friends, to everyone who knows me.
Your cat?
And to all the people Andrew's going to gloat to. I've let us all down.
I won't gloat. Good game. Jay, good game. Come on, I'm back. I'm back in the Olympics. Whew. Yes. Someone play the Rocky music. Play the music. Da-da-da, da-da-da.
Aquino, again, gonna be involved. King Queen offsuit is starting to move through the gears, has 94 million of the 313 million chips in play, and really is working with the big M. Momentum in his favor.
Yeah, such a great feeling.
And if you're the sort of stack like Kolev, you don't mind seeing the chip leader kind of pound away now, do you? It's kind of a good thing if he can take chips away from the likes of Umarov, stop these other stacks attacking you. And Lavine. All right, here we go. Ace Queen, little over 20. Now, again, Aquino hasn't been hyperactive.
I think he will just call this one, Debs.
Yeah,
it's also one of these spots busting now, a bit of a disaster.
Right, if Aquino had been opening relentlessly, then this makes much more sense as a 3-bet jam, wouldn't it?
Sure.
Or even maybe arguably some sort of induce, but as it is, an open gets met with just a cool and a great flop for Lavine, having somewhat slow played this ace-queen from the big. Sees a dreamy looking forward, ace-king 10. He knows this is a board the opener is going to attack, and he just gets to have way better than he's supposed to have in this spot. We know he doesn't have kings and aces and ace-king, really, bar some trappy stuff.
Yeah, beautiful developments so far for Lavine.
And well, a little scary with the club rolling off, of course. Checks it once more to Aquino, who kind of rates to still have the best hand decent amount here. Obviously a bit scary, the clubs come. His opponent in the big blind can have clubs at a high frequency, but look at this.
Yeah, this is a strange decision in my eyes.
Is it a case, obviously, you know, a lot of the time he just has the best hand here. Well, not a lot of the time, but at some frequency. But also he can just start to put, like, the raggy aces under loads of pressure here. And he still has decent equity against a hand like ace-5, right?
That is absolutely true.
Well, not ace-5, pardon me. Ace-4, ace-3, ace-2, not ace-5. You've got very bad equity against ace-5, Andrew.
If Lavine has, like, an ace-4, you know, ace-7, you know, spades type hand, he's going to have to get rid of it. So it's kind of... I kind of like it a little more on reflection. I did expect just a check, though. We can just win, and you did reference the big blind's going to have a lot of flushes here.
Well, look at this. 27 million chips in the pot. Aquino has swelled this one with that second pair. Lavine loving life up to now. And wow, another club on the river. Well, Lavine hates this run out. Now, Andrew, given that Aquino has bet flop, bet turn been called, is this a hand that now we kind of do want to fire 3? We unblock the ace-x. If our opponent did say turn a flush, well, they might not love life
What's
anyway.
happening here?
A block.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about this.
Is this a red rag to a bull?
I think it could be.
Is Aquino going to charge in at this?
I mean, one thing I will say, with the 4 flush on the board and the ace being the diamond, a good amount of the time Lavine, when he check calls turn, will have the ace of clubs, I think. Right? When he has like ace 8, or if he defended an ace 9 with the ace of clubs, he's going to continue with that card. But this is a very curious little min bet.
Does that hand lead for
I don't think
one blind?
People find it. Maybe they should. I don't think they find it in the moment. Could be wrong. Likely you're just going to check, right, and say, okay, chip leader, try and blast me off this.
Andrew, I think he's going to go for this. He just has a look about him.
I mean, he's going to be aware now, of course, his hand is no good.
Yeah.
I think he might jam here. No, he's just going to go for a smaller raise.
Here we go,
I
the
like
tickle raise.
I like it.
What a play here from Aquino, yet again exhibiting his aggression post-flop.
Oh, and he's made it just that little milky size, right?
milky.
As if to say, I have the nuts.
But this is like, not necessarily trying to make him fold a hand like 6-8 of clubs that maybe is cool from the big blind, turn the flush. Now, basically, he's trying to make this kind of hand, maybe more the 2-pair combos, right? The ace-4, ace-5, king-5, whatever it could be in there that blocks and now hates life. And credit to Lavine here. He's still thinking about this. Is he thinking, hey, would Aquino bet flop with an ace, yes. If he had the ace of clubs, would he always bet turn is the question, or would he allow a check back, pot control with the one pair and the nut club? Kind of allow me to make an inferior flush, perhaps.
Really
But with this sizing,
hand.
does this sizing perhaps even lean towards being like, hey, it doesn't have to be the ace of clubs straight here?
Queen of clubs for sure can be in there with this sizing, definitely.
So, incredible stuff from Aquino.
Wow.
Gets Lavine to fold, and now has 110 million chips. Andrew, over a third of the chips in play.
I would suggest trouble ahead for the rest of the table. Yeah, interesting. Maybe Breshilov just perceives 60% to be more value heavy. Maybe thinks his opponent would go larger with bluffs.
Incredible. Just got away with 2 big bluffs in the same orbit. Really extending himself here. Oh, Petachuk opening up. Kolev away from the table for this one. Bad time to miss a hand. See him coming back into frame now.
I guess deciding, let's go now before the blinds hit me. I like this from Petachuk. We're going to have to find some steals. You know, we are starting to get to that very dicey stack depth. King-Queen qualifying as a raise fold.
And Lasowski, Queen 7 of hearts in the big.
Yeah, these are real dicey.
Off the short stack, though, is going to stick around.
I think the problem is Petachuk is going to be pretty tight and going to have a lot of picture cards.
Oh, hello.
Oh, wow.
This is as cold as this could get with these 2 holdings. Lasowski flopping top 2. Petachuk with top pair, loving life on the Queen 7 tray.
Oh, my goodness. This is an absolute disaster. I mean, there's no getting away from this, Demps. If Lasowski fast plays flop.
Lasowski.
Oh, and he's trapping.
Hello.
Actually, don't mind that.
Wow, and such a wet-looking turn card that one assumes Lasowski is just going to let to bet this fairly big and leave not a lot back for the river.
I agree.
He has so many draws that could be bluffing here. May even bet at a size that means Petachuk just jams over the top.
Yeah.
Reasonable, I think, to just jam here.
I think he will shove here. You know, you're going to get called by a queen. You may even get called by a 9 Demps.
Right.
Very occasionally.
You deny / you know, maybe get it in against some combo draws, but you definitely don't want to give him the free pop.
Wow, is he just slow playing this?
What? He's seen enough of Lasowski. Maybe he's thinking Lasowski's way out of line here.
Sure.
Which, if you've been watching, is possible. Oh, king on the river, albeit a club, Andrew. The club is somewhat concerning.
Wow.
With 2/3 pot back, we have top 2 versus 2nd and 3rd, or 2nd and 4th.
What an interesting river. Lasowski hates this card. Very comfortable on the turn with his 2 pair, but not anymore.
This just falls into bluff catch, surely.
Yeah, it does.
But it's one that we do press the call button with, right?
I think so. I mean, when we check, you know, Petachuk, this is super interesting. Gonna have like 10s and jacks in there, Demps? Or is he not just gonna bet 1 big blind on the flop?
Is there ever a chance? If let's say we do check here.
Okay.
Is there ever a chance Petachuk values?
Yeah, he's gonna jam. He's going for value.
Yeah, does just go for value. Still has a lot of missed draws himself, and like loves this non-snap, right?
He does love the non-stat. I just don't see this getting through, even though it's a scary card.
Yes, but the 4-5s, the 5-6s, the 8-10s, the spade combos.
Jack-8 of spades, type hands, 10-8 of spades.
Not enjoying it.
10-6 of spades.
And then maybe occasionally you do see the Queen 7, the Queen 9, King 9 even perhaps. Pardon me, King 9. Oh, yeah, King 9 with 2 beats, sorry.
King 10, King Jack, would they? I don't think they would jam.
Yeah, it's pretty grim. They've both got such a strong hand, but on a scary board, where ranges allow them both to have far better than the hand they do.
What a fascinating spot. Pretty grim for Pettychuck in that all the 10 Jack get there that would feasibly bet turn. All the club combos get there. So this is also effectively, in his mind at least, Demps a bluff catch. Probably don't think your opponent's going to have too many 2-pair combos, seeing as we block most of them. Oh, wow.
No.
Oh.
Oh. Did you...
I mean, I don't think it's impossible that he folds. I don't think he will, but...
There was a flicker across Lasowski's face when that went in. I don't know whether he thought it was a chip.
Do you think he wants a call now, then?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you must think you're good. And he gets the call.
Yeah.
He's gonna victory slam, as it were, and get the bad news that he is out.
Oh.
There we go. Eyebrows raise. Lasowski's race is run. I was just looking through. I mentioned I've been impressed with Breshlov, the man who's under the gun here now, and the way he's approached this one is he looks down at Ace-King. And I showed a look. He was here back in 2022 for the MPP, where he came 21st in the MPP Open, 14th in the EAPT, 12th in the Malta Poker Festival event,
wow,
and 15th in the Irish Open event here. We had all these sort of brands here together. So 4 very deep but non-final table cashers. So nice to see this year he has got here with this big stack. And, wow, a great situation for him here because it looks to me like he may get
well, we did just see Umarov fold 7s from +1, which I really like. You know, again, I always ask myself in these final table moments, what are my opponents incentivized to do? And Breshlov not really incentivized to get after it here from under the gun. So 7's shrinking up. As we see Lavine in the tank, and it's kind of grim, Demps. You don't really want to shove, right? We're pretty shallow for a 3-bet fold. Flatting doesn't appeal. Like, it feels like if this is a Keno raising, right, or puts with the big stack raising, we can just put it in.
Yeah, this coming from under the gun. Like I said, Breshlov's played a pretty sort of snug game that I've been very impressed with up to now. Let's see, though.
Oh, he
is going for it, Andrew.
Wow.
He thinks he's seen enough. Has a playable one. Decides he needs to make things happen here at this FT. With all the players still to act behind. Maybe a pip wide. I think if this was ace-queen, we'd be saying it's a slam dunk.
Exactly.
And it's jack-suited even. You could argue with that.
Here we go.
Oh, wow. Andre Pettychuck sees all this action in front of him and looks down at the ladies in the small blind. Now, up against Lavine. More than happy to get this in. But he does have Breshlov opening under the gun.
Wow.
This is a little dicey. Again, queens surely just too much hand. And he does go for it. And now, what is Breshlov going to do with ace-king seeing this action? What hand does Pettychuck put all these chips in with, Andrew?
I think you can fold this hand. Yeah,
he does,
and he just
and he
quickly
does it swiftly.
I like it, honestly.
Wow.
Pettychuck never has worse. It's like queens, ace-king plus, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe jacks very
Do you
occasionally.
think partly that was the speed at which Pettychuck put the chips in?
I think he's just super aware, Breshlov. He knows that Pettychuck has to have just such a narrow range.
I spent the start of this hand heaping praise on Breshlov, and
brilliant.
Then that hand comes up,
brilliant,
just signifying how good he really is. As we see a 10-9-3 flop, we will flip back, of course, to the action here. As Lavine has just, what, 2.5 million chips back. They're surely going to go in now. Pettychuck asks for it, and Lavine's like, well, this isn't great, but here we go. You figure you're going to have 3 outs here.
The most interesting
Breshlov,
thing...
let's see his face as he gets shown. Sorry to cut you off there, Andrew. He's going to feel very happy about the fold he's made when he sees it was queens. He kind of knew it was queens plus, maybe
You're
ace king.
probably chopping it best against Pettychuk, I would suggest.
Great, great fold. But it means Lavine is live, Andrew, of course. If it was a 3-wall in, would basically be dead here.
Right.
Can find an ace or 7 or queen now. Would do the job. Although, looking at the folded cards, there aren't many left. 3 of the 7's gone. And the river being the offsuit, non-connected, 4 of clubs, sends Lavine out in 7th place. Good for 78,000. And maybe, just maybe, a little wonderment as to whether that was the time to make his move.
Welcome back, guys. Merit Olympics. The next challenge, we're ready to go. Current scores on the doors. James has won 2 of the challenges. I've won 1. And Jay, you've won 0 so far.
Hold on a minute, I've played 1. You boys have played 3 each. You've got to remember that right now.
You should have been here.
Well, I was working. I've gone from work to work. I've got to catch up somehow. We've got to find some way for me to get in, surely.
Excuses, excuses, my friend. You'll have your opportunity now. Next challenge, we all love it. Pool, me against you, my friend. Not sure where Demps is. Think he's been called away to a business meeting or something, or that was what he claimed. Jay, me and you, let's get after it.
Good luck, buddy.
Good luck. Right, guys, we're getting ready to go. The challenge, as we already said, is pool. Jay, we're gonna decide who gets to break. I'll hold the white ball in one of my hands behind my back.
Yep.
You choose. If you get it right, hang on. If you get it right, you get to break.
We'll go with your left, my right.
This one?
Your left. Okay, up to you, sir.
Unlucky, what can you do? I get to break. All right, brilliant. Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck, Jay, mate. The very best of luck. Let's get after it.
I'm sorry.
All right.
What are you doing with that cue?
I have the weirdest strategy ever. Everyone always comments on it. They call it the claw.
The claw.
Have you seen Scary Movie where the guy's got the weird hand?
I was more thinking Toy Story.
Unfortunately, that's me. I haven't left myself a shot, though. But we play to win in this game. Right. Let's go. Oh! He's made it. I hope you got that, by the way. That might be the best shot I've ever hit in my life. Right. Ooh. All right, you're in, Harwood.
Let's
Show me what you got.
See. Not much.
Show me what you got, bro.
Not much, I don't think.
Etiquette. I won't stand in the way. Very nice. Oh, get there!
No chance.
I might be in a little bit of trouble. Are you hustling me, Harwood?
I would never do that, Andrew.
I don't know, like.
There you
okay.
go. There's a no hustle.
This is what they do, right? When they play snooker, and they look pensive, as if they're surveying the table.
They definitely do that on the telly.
They do, right? Pretend to know what they're doing. Oh, it goes. It goes. Ooh. Bit of finesse, Jay. All right, I guess we have to take it now. Oh, you hate seeing that.
I love seeing that.
You hate seeing it. Oh no, could be in some trouble. Look at this, Jay. You've seen this technique from a man before. Oh, all right. It's a pretty good game, this. Maybe there's a future in pool, Jay, for us.
Yeah, a little bubble.
If the comms doesn't work out. Oh!
Not like that. Not like that. I tried to go off the jaw, but there we go.
Maybe we should stick to the comms.
Yeah, stick to it.
It could be the way. Right. We broke. What's the rules? Behind the line?
Behind the line, I believe. Two shots.
2 shots.
Carries over to the black.
Carries over to the black. Right. Not sure what the play is here. Guess it's gonna be this. I don't know, I'm gonna struggle to get up there, but whatever, we're gonna go with this. It's gonna be tricky. Gotta get it out of there. Okay. Over to you, Harwood.
Do you not have 2 shots?
What? Nah, it doesn't carry. I'm a fair man. We're not doing that. None of that.
I wouldn't
carry,
fancy this cut into the middle either, to be fair.
Oh! Whoa. That's been a gentleman.
No, good.
If I'd known that you were weak mentally and that you do 2-shot carry, you know, I'd have gone for it. You wouldn't fancy that cut into the middle, he says. Oh, that's a very bad effort. I'm letting you back in. Shot. He's all business stamps.
Oh. Was there a little nick on that?
I don't know.
I heard a little nick. Can we get a sound test?
You heard the nick. You heard a little nick.
No, here it comes. There, boom. There's the nick.
Oh yeah. A little nick. Controvert. Where's the rest?
Your little finger's the rest. From what
Have you seen? Have you seen? That's my rest. All right, whatever. Oh Jesus. Little finger gets the job done. Just like in Game of Thrones. Do you like that pun?
I've never seen it.
Oh, for God's sake, Jay. Right, I don't think this can go in, can it?
Up and down.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Oh, the little doubler?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be right. All right then, let's try. Oh,
he's fell for it. He's fell for it.
You knew that was going to happen, didn't you? Hey? There's no carry, by the way.
Oh, no carry?
No carry. Oh no! No! Bounce! Yes! Oh, what a sweat. It's all coming down to this.
I'm going to go here. Back down.
That'll do. That'll do. Oh. Stop.
Keep rolling.
Stop.
Keep rolling.
Stop. All right, we've got a chance. It's not an easy shot, Jay, is it? Let's be honest.
It's not on the cushion.
We're not loving it. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Little longer break than we expected, but we got to get ready for our final table ceremony, Jay. I was enjoying that little frame of the pool. We left it on a cliffhanger. I was on the black.
Yeah, you missed, and then I potted the black.
Did I miss? I made it, didn't I?
You did.
I believe I made it. Right, guys, final table time. 10K high roller. Little look at the chip counts. Jovan Kenjic. Well, he's got I wouldn't say stranglehold, Jay, but he's got a lot of chips in great position, just a shade under 18 million. Then we have Kirichenko and Zubella, both with around about 40 blinds. Michel Molar, sort of on his own in fourth, but not by much. Kalinine and Madanziev in the 20 to 25 big blind range, 5 to 6 million-ish for them. Then we have 3 shorties, Zacharov and Amiri, both with 10 to 14, and the short stack on 3 big blinds. Can we see the miracle spin up, Jay?
To be fair, it's been a week of spins. We've seen so many spin ups from short stacks over the course of the week on stream, so never write the shorty off.
Right,
over to our announcer, Milbutis, for the opening ceremony.
Tournament of every poker series. Mediterranean Poker Party is not an exception at all. And usually, this field is the toughest one. and I have the list of those 9 remaining ones. They are really competitive. So it's time to meet the first one. Is it accident? He's running as a chip leader with 17.9 million in chips. Let's meet from Serbia, Jovan Kinjic. Could it be an accident? I think we will have amazing broadcast because second in chips, he has the second position. So 10.3 million, it's Alexander Kirichenko. As every final table should have, we have the short tech as well. And this one, extremely tiny, a less than a million. But I think he has big hopes to do something. So let's meet Anvar Muratov. What could be more comfortable as to have an average, you know what you're doing? This is the guy, 9.5 million in front of him. It's Marcin Zubella. $3.6 million for the guy who's sitting in the middle. It's a little bit short, but let's see how he will handle it. It's Dmitry Zacharov. Bravo. The guy who has 6 million, he has the dream made true for every poker player because he's the champion of WSOP main event. Let's meet from Bulgaria, it's Stoyan Majanjev. What is the most exotic country you would think if you are in Cyprus? For me, it's overseas, and this time it's Australia. 2.7 million in front of him. Ehsan Amiri. The seat number 8 and 6.2 million in chips. Let's meet Russian Nikita Kalinine. And last but not least, because 7.2 million in chips is really enough for this final table, from the Netherlands, Michel Molenaar. Look. I know the guys, you are really tough. I see because of your glasses and the chips in front of you. But please show something special for the stream. Dealer, please shuffle up and deal.
Well, there you have it, guys. Shuffle up and deal indeed. Milbutis always with the legendary intros. I'm pumped, Jay. What about that? What about that hardcore music?
Great.
I feel like I was watching Gladiator.
Number 5.
Just gonna do a draw here for the button.
What about our man Zacharov as well, coming in, hood up, the old boxing stance, bit of shadow boxing going on.
We've got a soft spot for the lad. The man you see in seat 5, full of personality and character.
He's entertained us all week.
All right, button goes to Stoyan. Looking forward to this one, Jay. Gonna be a lot of fun.
Stacked final table. Some real notable names on this one.
Yeah, Jay, the button there in front of Stoyan. I don't want to say under the radar crusher, but we may not see him in the live streets as much as online. But he won a monstrous score just not too long ago online.
2020, he actually has a WSOP online bracelet, won the GG WSOP main event 5K online for just shy of $4 million. $3.9 million, that was 4 years ago. So Stoyan knows his way around the table for sure.
Yeah, absolute beast. Maybe looking to add this live 10K high roller title to the resume, Jay.
So off we go, hand one of the final. Playing for $365,000. Everyone now locked up, $35,400.
Yeah, action will be on Michel Molenaar. Under the gun, sort of middle of the pack stack, Jake. Somewhat awkward for him in the early going. You saw him fold ace-deuce suited there, immediate recognition. Got to play pretty tight here. He's around about 5th in chips.
Yeah, spot on, Andrew. Less incentivized to get involved as these middling stacks with these mediocre holdings, which could go either way. Just letting it go and leaving room for the chip leader to open with the ace-queen from +1.
Yeah, Kenjic, who we saw have a very fruitful final table bubble. Round 2, our man Zacharov. You gotta love him. Full of charisma. Gets out of the way. Round 2, Stoyan Madanziev. 8-9 off, 20 blinds. Gonna go into the muck. So, round to the big blind. It's Kalinine.
Yeah, and one that expect to hit the muck here, Andrew. Obviously, in terms of chips, can defend 7-5 at this final table. ICM is real. Want to be defending much tighter, especially against stacks that cover us. And chip leader Kenjic takes the first one.
Yeah, we do have a 3 big blind stack in the mix, Jay. So if, you know, the remaining 8 players can just outlast him, you're going to ladder up 10K. You know, a 1 buy-in ladder just by folding. So you would expect to see. It's always the same on these finals these days, Jay. Everyone quite educated, aware. Got to play tight for the moment. So we may see a bunch of opens from the chip leaders and potentially some tightish play from the mid stacks.
Hit the nail on the head, Andrew, with Moratov sitting there as short as he is. People less inclined to get involved too much. And Kenjic here, 6-7 of hearts.
Yeah, let's see if he wants to set his stall out. Not really one of those hands that plays too well as an open. Does to get out of the way. Kirichenko now. Plenty of pedigree here at Merit. Ace-7 off. Some potential. Jay's second in chips. We do have that ace working. Let's see if he decides it's a little wide. Let's let it go.
Yeah, nice seat for Kirichenko on that direct left of the chip leader, sitting 2 of 9.
Yeah.
Table draw very important.
Yeah, notable. We said that Molenaar would look for a better seat draw. Well, he hasn't got it. Out of position to the 2 chip leaders. Well, here we go. Immediate decision on our resident Rocky Zacharov. Tricky one, Jay, 14 big.
I believe it is, Andrew, because we've noticed, well, noted Moratov stack. So there we go.
Yeah.
Does go for fold because
I don't even hate it.
I think a lot of play is just going to revolve around Moratov getting that stack in and see what happens, whether he busts, whether he doubles. I think Madanziev here, though, this hand too good not to be opening. Ace-2 suited. Just nice opportunity to put some chips in.
Oh, is that a limp?
It is a limp.
Very intriguing. Okay. It does make some sense to have a limping strategy here. You know, players should play quite honest anyway, right? So, you know, the small blind not incentivized to complete with garbage. We have a very capable player in the big who can reshove. Don't mind this. So, Michel, round to you. King 5 off. Very likely, Jay, you would imagine to check. There is some scope for creativity here. You know, if you think Stoyan never has a strong hand when he does this, is going to take a look at the first 3. And that first 3 is the 10-3 deuce rainbow. Stoyan remains best. Pretty dry board. Couple of options, Jay. Small bet and check being the most likely plan of action.
Yeah, I think they're the 2 avenues. I think either or seems fine. If we are going to fire like going small, as Manzenziev does, 1 BB.
Yeah, these spots interesting. You know, typically this isn't going to connect with the big blind much, but it's a limped pot, right? So Michel now, of course, going to have all the kind of, all the 10x, all the 3 and deuce x, all the 2 pairs, all that good stuff. As it stands, just with King 5, you would imagine not quite enough to continue.
800.
Oh, wow. These guys, they just take every spot. Take every spot, Jay. Makes it 800, and now Stoyan in a real tough one.
Yeah, and really expect this to work here, Andrew, because Molenaar the covering stack here, and bottom pair, only really the backdoor will draw. Although with position and getting 3.5 to 1, difficult to be continuing here. And I know we see he's got the best of it, but I think I really like fold here now as Manzenziev.
I mean, even if you suspect, right, that your opponent has the old 4-5, 5-6, we can see as wide as King 5, the old 3-2 straight.
It's just a hand. It's just a hand on all turns if met with a barrel. Like we can only really continue on the ace and the deuce. So just let it go. As mentioned before, Moratov sat there with 3-4 big blinds. A lot of play. Should be revolving around, seeing what happens with him.
Yeah, Molenaar sets out his stall early. No easy chips to be had, you would imagine, on this FT. Action now on Kirichenko. We are playing on a 40-minute clock, guys. So action should be pretty quick. Next blind's up in 6 or 7 minutes. Zubella is 6 of hearts. Comes in for a raise.
Can't see Zacharov doing anything with the Queen 4, but always very attentive, looking at stacks, seeing what's happening around the table.
Now then, Stoyan, 18 bigs.
Seems like one at this stage, just goes into the muck.
Yeah, you called it.
Yeah, it's just not appetizing to be continuing.
I thought there was a chance he would 3-bet fold this one. Decides with that short stack in play to get out of the way. I'm just used to them, Jay, taking every single viable spot.
Kalinine here with similar holding, and maybe he is going to take the spot. He is going to get after it with the ace-10.
I like it a lot. You know, Zubella, kind of third in chips, is going to be a little wider than some of the shorter stacks. It looks like perfect timing.
Yeah, I can't see Zubella continuing here. Nice little size choice from Kalinine, goes for the 2.5x up.
Yeah.
In position.
And we're going to do this with our real value. I'm going to do this with some bluffs. Very nice. Immediate illustration, Jay. Molenaar hand 1, Kalinine hand 2.
It's going to be tough today.
People are just in there, man.
I feel like whoever takes this down eventually, Andrew, they'll know they've won a poker tournament, because this is a stacked FT, as noted earlier. Every single one of these lads can play.
Yeah, they're going to have to earn this one. If you are just joining us, folks, myself, Andrew Hedley, And Mr. J. Harwood bringing you the action all the way to conclusion. This is the 10K Mediterranean Poker Party High Roller. Had a 1 million guarantee. We smashed it out of the park. 1.5 times the prize pool was generated. 365K. Gonna go to the eventual winner. As action folds around to Amiri, out of the way. Decision for Michel on the button here.
Yeah. Ace off. Still expect him to open, raising into first and second in chips in the blinds, but this one just seems too good not to get in the mix.
Hey, you know, at these FTs, Jay, you'd arguably rather open this than like pocket fours or
yeah,
something,
of
right?
course. I think we probably just let deuces, threes, fours go, and here we go. Kenjic here with the ace-jack, and seems like a nice spot to bump this up here.
Yeah, from what we've seen of him, you know, he took 2 spots. Oh, well, he took 1 light spot, queen-jack off against Michel pre-FT. Can't imagine he ever declines this one. Oh, very interesting. Okay.
He's just going to play cool.
Kind of like it, right? If your opponent is going to have some hands that we dominate, it's nice to have some disguised, stronger hands.
A bit more.
Maybe deciding J flat this one and 3-bet a worse ace, right?
Yeah,
Stuff like
potentially. Maybe like an offsuit ace-5 or something seems like a better candidate.
Yeah, off to the queen-5 deuce flop. Kenjic, not going to hate this one. Jack of hearts in hand, ace of clubs in hand, blocking some of these back doors. Michel, not thrilled with it. Just ace high. See how he proceeds. He's going to go check, and wow, here we go. Trouble ahead for the Dutchman, potentially. Kenjic turns the best of it. Both players, of course, with that top pair of aces now.
Probably going to still see check here from Kenjic. Andrew Molenaar as the opener. Still going to have all the stronger ace-x and maybe a card. The times that he doesn't, he will represent. Savvy elected to check back, for example, a king-jack, king-10. Seems like a nice one that would delay continue. Big fan of the check. And over to Molenaar now. And it's an interesting one, Andrew, because I don't think we're ever going to get 2 streets for this hand. And yeah, there it is. Does go for the check back.
Oh, hello there.
Offsuit 8-ball on the river.
Now then, Kenjic is going to think, Jay, that he's just way in front here, right?
Of course.
An opponent that's open, check back twice. Can't imagine Michel checks back a hand like an ace-5, an ace-deuce suited, an ace-queen, never going to have them. If he does have a trap like a set of queens on the flop, gonna bet turn. Now then, this may come down to sizing. Wonder if Michel ever wants to seek more value, but it looks like pot. Yeah, overbet.
Just a call, never raising against this size.
I think so. And he may, Kenjic, think he's good here, and rightly so. Wow, very sad river for him. Big swing. Molar up to 11 million.
Delicious river card for him, because probably would have had to pay off a bet anyway after checking back turn, but finds the 2 outer.
Yeah, we talked about, you know, this one not so much hidden run good, but right, we talked about the importance of it, of course, in these tournaments. Very likely could have been down to sort of 4 million there, Jay, if not improving on that 8 of diamonds. What a result for him. Up to 11 million now, second in chips.
A big moment in this FT.
Like the line from Kenjic, really nice still. Recognizing on the river, mostly going to go for big bet or check. Unfortunate for him. To run into that river 2 pair. Action round to Stoyan Madanziev. Big hand, pocket jacks.
Just going to see an open from him. Pretty looking hand for Amiri, but can't do anything but fold here. Gets out of there and over to Kalinine. We saw him take the spot with the ace-10 off. Not going to take this one with the king-queen. Well-timed fold.
Yeah, I think recognizing Stoyan, world-class player that he is, not really incentivized Jay to get too out of line at the moment with that short stack in the mix. 18 blind, right? He should be fairly snug here from this position. We'll see how Kirichenko perceives him, because he has a candidate too. Ace-10 off here in the small blind. Is the short stack in the big? He is, right? I believe he is.
He is. Moratov is in the big, so...
Let's hope my muscle memory is good. Yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah, because it seems like all options available here, Andrew.
Yeah.
Like with the short stack in the big.
I don't think we'll ever call.
The thing is, Mandanziev here off of like 18 opening from EP. He's going to be fairly tight.
Oh.
So looks like is just going to go for the free bet.
Yeah.
Assuming with the intention to cool off here.
I think he'll 3-bet fold this, Jay.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, free bet fold. Be a nice pickup for Mandanziev here.
Yeah, I mean, you're not absolutely thrilled with this. But you would also imagine, I think, like, this is super polar, Jay, right? Lots of hands might just jam, right, for 17.
That's the thing. I think that's
so
the thing here.
Now it's like we're repping real strength or a 3-bet bluff.
I might even expect, like, this type of hand to jam as well as Mandanziev.
I wondered if it was possible that he might, maybe ace-10 suited, more inclined.
Is call ever an option here?
Nah, I don't think he will. I think we're not quite deep enough. Oh, he did. Go on, Jay. I guess recognizing, right?
Just the stack depth of Moratov. That's all this has to be.
I mean, also, right, these is sort of like an ace-X that we do very well against, or we're in really terrible shape. And look at this. 10-5-4. Pop behind less than. Wow. It's going to work out like a dream for Mandanziev. You nailed it, Jay. I guess deciding. Just going to call. Look for a no-ace board and probably just go with it.
Yeah, probably over 2 streets though here for Kirichenko with the ace-10. Very small, you expect to see on the 10-4-5 as the 3-bet up.
Now then, decision on Mandanziev, whether to send it now, Jay, or just call.
It's just so awkward with Moratov sitting there as short as he is as Mandanziev here. And like you think as well, Kirichenko is going to be aware once we open from EP off this stack depth, the way the stacks are distributed, that we're going to be tight. Like we're not going to be opening stuff like ace-10 off ourselves or like ace-jack off may even just fold.
The really sick thing here, sorry Jay if I interjected through my excitement. If he jams, like what are the bluffs?
Exactly. What,
like
you saying you think Kirichenko could bet fold this, the top pair, top kicker?
I mean, there's no way ever that Stoyan has Jack-10 suited through King-10 suited. He is just calling. I wonder how Kirichenko perceives this.
Yeah.
Because this looks like a trap.
It could.
Right?
Yeah, exactly that.
And it's not a full trap, but it's kind of a trap.
And I know we said, like, Mandanziev, like, he's flattered the jacks here, but he may just expect jacks, queens, kings, all this stuff to just rip it in pre-flop as well as Kirichenko.
I thought he would put jacks in and just accept his fate if he was crushed. Kirichenko, this is fascinating.
And the crazy thing is, look, there's the all-in from Kirichenko. Like, we're not even loving this spot as Mandanziev now.
No, we really are not.
We're absolutely hating life here with jacks because we don't beat anything for value. And what's Kirichenko going to find here is some bluffs, like some ace-X of diamonds, perhaps?
Yeah, is like a king-queen off, just
I doubt
going for it. And
highly unlikely, right? So you're sitting here with Jackson, you're probably thinking, how can I be good here? And Kirichenko probably thinks he's actually value jamming, but we're sort of in that strange spot.
What a brutal spot here. And if he does call off, Kirichenko's going to think he's good.
Yeah. Potentially.
But then again, what hands
it's a
call and then call off that we beat?
It's a strange spot, Andrew.
Very strange.
And you know what?
We're in the weeds somewhat.
Now I'm really thinking about this. I don't think fold is out of question here because
what does
what do we be?
Best
And
of it.
is Kirichenko, like you say, just run like an ace-king, a king-queen, this type of stuff? The bluff's probably only some ace-x of diamonds, which isn't always going to 3-bet pre, going to play some flats as well. So maybe just says, okay, our man's probably got queens, kings, aces here and lets the jacks go, and Kirichenko gets away with one.
Wow. And there's no way that he can know it, Jay. Absolutely none. Wow, what a hand that is.
What a poker hand.
Oh, and Stoyan. Little did he know it, Jay.
But it makes so much sense, Andrew, because our range just has to be super tight pre-flop. We still call the 3-bet, and our opponent's still willing to shovel all these chips in.
Wow.
Just don't really expect him to ever have a bluff, and like we don't really beat any value, right?
That's one we're going to have to dissect again later. Part of the problem, Jay, you're left with 8 big blinds yourself now. And, you know, far from us to be critical of an elite poker player.
This is
like one buy-in pay jump, is it? But I guess it's more to do with the fact that he just literally perceives Kirichenko to always have value.
Exactly, because we're supposed to be super snug. Kirichenko knows that, so
yeah,
it's a real fun one to get into. We'll come back to it. Amiri opens the Jack-10 suited, making it 1 million to go, so putting in a decent percentage of his stack.
Yeah, what a hand that was. Well, Amiri looks like he's gone for the old commit if we are up against one player. And here we go. Muratov manages to find one he can go with.
Yeah.
Pocket eights. In they go.
1 BB, pocket eights, or 1.5 BBs with the small blind.
Well, finds himself in a race situation. Looking to get back to 1.5 million.
Good luck.
Critical pot for Amiri also. Here we go. Look how close those equities are running. Very small favorite, Muratov. And holding through the 7-7-6.
Just the backdoor spades, or a jack or a 10.
Yeah, no backdoor straight draw available, of course, for Amiri. It would make Muratov a boat. Remains safe through the 5 of hearts. So Amiri looking for a jack or a 10, or Muratov with new life. 3 of spades completes the board. And the first step of the spin-up is complete.
That's it, Andrew. And we've seen some this week. 3 big blind spins, 4 big blind spins. But this man at 1.5 BBs, it would be the best yet if he could somehow turn this around. Still there, still a tournament life.
Gone through the blinds, got a full orbit to find something. Yeah, throwing back to that Stoyan hand, Jay.
Like it's hard to like argue with Mandanziev how he's played that hand.
It is.
He's an elite player. As mentioned earlier, just under 4 million cash in, well, winning the GG 5K WSOP main event back in 2020. $3.9 million he won that one for. So to win that tournament, you've got to be some player.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about it in a little more detail, perhaps perceives Kirichenko to just jam like an ace, king, ace, queen, right? Especially the offsuits. So if you remove them, like he probably just rips them in pre, right? So if you remove them out the equation, all of a sudden it's queens, kings, aces. A hand at 3-bet bluff that ace 10 would be the only one, I think, that thinks it's betting for value. Like king 10 off's not going to go for it, I don't think. Queen 10 off, jack 10 suited and stuff versus early just going to fold. So all of a sudden we're just bluff catching.
Yeah.
And there aren't many.
Agreed.
Wild one. Well, Stoyan has found ace queen of clubs. And just in time, from under the gun, commits his stack. Shade under all in. Leaves 1 big blind back. Yeah, that was a fascinating hand.
Great hand to dissect. Kirichenko here. Ace 6 suited. Should be into the muck.
Yeah.
I doubt he's going to call this off, Andrew.
Yeah, 8 blinds, a few too many.
Excuse me.
You could start thinking about it around about the 5 or 6 realm, I'd say.
Coffee for final table. Okay, thank you.
Nice pickup for Stoyan.
And the other thing, mentioning about the ace-10, does the ace-10 really like... The ace-10's not even loving jamming the turn, really, is it? Once Stoyan calls the flop after he's called
I'd have been terrified,
You would be terrified. It's... Like, you may even expect ace-10 if it's in there, which it won't be a full frequency, to start knuckling at some point as well, Andrew.
Yeah, as soon as we get flatted pre... I mean, he went the full 6 BBs 3-bet too. So, like, that's gotta, you know, narrow down Stoyan's continues pre-flop. Great hand.
Like, ace-queen probably has to fold with Morotov there, like, for sure. And ace-king off not even loving life.
Yeah, very interesting one. Round to Kalinine. Back to the action we go. Pocket 3s into the bin. Round to Michel. Pocket 9s from +2. Great start to him on this FT. Got that king 5 offsuit bluff through, and then found the 3 outer river. Against the man on his left, Kenjic. Opens to 600k here. Round to Kirichenko, king jack off.
Yeah, and one that could definitely be used here as the covering stack. Could potentially go after Molenaar here. Maybe like 1.6, 1.7, or just let it go into the muck. I think both options available, Andrew.
Well, aggression seems to be the order of business on this final. Another tricky spot for Michel.
Yeah, I think 9's just going to be slightly too high up, though. We're never 4-betting, but I think we're just going to have to play cool when it's back on him as Michel. But nice from Kirichenko here, finding one here with a nice candidate to use. Nice stack to go after in Molenaar as well.
Yeah, these are the spots that really separate good players from great ones. We'll see what Michel lands on.
I don't think we can land on anything other than call here, Andrew. But he surprised me already with the king 5 check raise, so wouldn't be surprised if he had other ideas. It does seem like a pretty clear continue in the form of a call.
He agrees with you, Jay. Commits the chips. Is out of position. Very difficult kind of hand combo to play. Even more difficult on the jack 4-10. Kirichenko flops pretty big. Top pair. Backdoor Broadway. Backdoor club draw.
Yeah, and that's the 3-better here, Andrew. Board that do expect some higher frequency continues on, but maybe king jack, king of clubs. Could you ever see check with this one of the top pairs with some nice backdoors to go along with it. He's just going to bet his hand.
Yep, shade under 1/3, 1.1 million. Michel not going to like this board at all.
Yeah,
no club in hand, 2 overcards. Let's go.
Like a lot of the pre-flop bluffs getting there as well, like the queen jack, king jack, ace 10, this type of stuff.
Yeah. Very nice. Little does Kirichenko know what he got away with, Jay.
Madness.
10 minutes or so ago. Fabulous start for him as he starts making a charge.
I'd love to hear the thought process of Stoyan on that hand. I'd love to just hear him talk through the spot and what he was thinking.
The thing that's amazing for me when you cover these final tables, these elite minds are kind of just, I don't even mind saying it, just a little step ahead of mine in that spot. I'm thinking, all right, well, if we flat pre, comes 10 high, it's an aggressive player, I just need to accept my fate. But then when we delved into it more, you recognize that this is so underbluffed pre, right? Like in terms of overall ranges when he doesn't jam and he attacks it from the small.
But the thing is, like,
it makes sense to full turn, even though it seems on the face of it, potentially like a wild laydown. It makes tons of sense.
Yeah, it makes so much sense. Because obviously need to be thinking about what our range looks like to our opponent, and when we don't have like ace queen in there and our range is basically going to be like ace king, maybe 10s plus, and he's still going after us. Like,
yeah,
how can we be good? But back to this hand, Kirichenko started this final table terrifically, and 10-8 of spades here. May fancy continuing the momentum. Does open for 2 BBs. And over to Moratov with the king at 10. Only 5 bigs. Not going to be getting Kirichenko to fold. No fold equity. Just let it go. Wait for a better spot. And here we are. Zubella. First time the boot's making an appearance on the high roller FT in the cutoff.
A pretty good spot, Jay.
Above average.
I wondered if you will ever trap here. Like, I wouldn't hate it. You have 2 rejam stacks behind that will not play call, I don't think, ever. And if you did flat here pre, Stoyan would have had a hell of a decision.
He would have done, but now Stoyan does just get out the way.
Oh, you're so angry, though. Here.
Oh, of course you are. King, queen suited, like, folds around to us in the small. We're doing cartwheels and handstands in our head, ready to get this in. And now we just got to let this appetizing holding go into the muck.
I mean, I'm greedy. I like to see fun and games for us. Like, this looked to me like such a good... I'm not sure Stoyan jams over this peel anyway, with no perceived fold equity.
I guess,
you know, like 3 shorties behind who can never flat, essentially. Like, aces in position against an aggressive chip leader. Kind of like call. Like, if we're ever going to do it, Jay, that seemed like one of the best lineups for it.
Yeah. I think, like, maybe just prefer it from, like, the big, potentially, but...
Yeah, whatever. I'm flattened, mate.
Okay, okay. To be fair, that's fine, because I don't get dealt aces. You obviously do. And
I don't make 10K high roller FTs.
Yeah, exactly. That as well, for both of us.
As it stands, nice pickup for Zubella. Kenjic, very much the order of business. Modern final tables. Got the chip lead. Everybody trying to outlast each other. Let's put this king blocker to work.
Yeah, and Kirichenko ace-8 suited now. EP from the only person that has us covered. Surely just going to be hitting the muck here.
This would be spice.
It would be spice.
I mean, it's going to work a lot, right?
It would work if he can find it. I just don't see how we can.
I would fold too.
We're not really incentivized to go after the one guy that can bust us, and just let Kenjic go about his business. Let him get after it. Let him knock a few players out. Get ourselves some ladders sitting second in chips.
Yeah, Kirichenko's absolutely loving it. You know, 14 million position on the chip leader. Ton of shorties. Round to the shadow boxer, Zacharov. Feature of what we've seen from him throughout the week. Always takes the same amount of time, whether he's folding or continuing.
And if you were with us last night, he was down to 4 or 5 big blinds and was patiently waiting for about 45 minutes. Eventually found his spot and has made it to the final table since then.
Yeah. Kalinine, 20 blinds, has a hand that could defend Jay, but it is one of these ones. We have 4 or 5 stacks shorter than us. He may decide just to let it go, but no, here he comes. Decides the hand is too good. Flicks in 1 chip. Does flop the best of it. 9-7 deuce, all clubs. Both players hating this board. Well, excuse me, of course, Kalinine pairs is 7. Never going to be delighted with this situation.
It still seems like one Kenjic does want to continue small and does just go for the 1 BB.
Yeah.
The cool kids way. Me and Demps were talking about this yesterday.
Oh, they only throw 1 in, that's not enough.
The 1 chip min bet, the cool kid min bet. That's what we were calling it, me and Demps.
Cool kid min bet. This is one of the problems for me with defending here.
You're going to get ourselves in a lot of these situations, sort of flopping mediocre hands against the range that's still going to have some strong holdings in it. Getting this price, still going to have to take one off to the turn. Jack of hearts.
And mercifully for Kalinine, really ugly board texture for Kenjic to try and power through the door.
Yeah, like we at least want something, maybe a club in our hand, or it just seems like a trash holding that just wants to give up 1 and done on the flop.
Great run out for Kalinine. Going to be relatively confident now that we have the best of it. You know, you'd imagine, Jay, that a bunch of Jack X, if Kenjic was to has it, likely just put in another small bet.
Yeah.
We can be losing to, of course, a 9. But we're feeling pretty good about our hand. And wow, we're going to seek value. Value/block. One big blind. Kenjic, just king high. Hard to credibly rep too much value.
Yeah, it's probably one that's just got to hit the mark. Andrew, I think it would be a bit optimistic to bluff raise this combination.
Yeah. Very well done, Kalinine.
Yeah, Nikita Kalinine. $720,000 in live earnings for that man. Biggest cash coming in Vegas last summer in the mystery bounty at the win for $117,000. I'm assuming he got a few bounties to go alongside that score as well.
Yeah, that's a huge pickup in the context of this final. On we go. Kirichenko, ace-8 of hearts, second in chips.
Hello.
From +1.
Can I get one double espresso, please?
Yeah, should see an open. Always nice when we get the green light as well. Chip lead up. Folding on our right. And Moratov here with the 8-9 suited. Unfortunately for us, gonna have to let it go. Just trying to find that spot to get them 5 BBs in. Over to Zubella. Don't really want to tangle with second in chips, hitting 4 or 9. Probably wants to be letting the ace-9 suited go. And does exactly that. Over to our man Zacharov, and does find a pair, but once again, seems like a hand that does just want to hit the muck. Small pocket pairs. Reducing in value at these final tables with ICM over our heads. It's annoying. We're short, we find a pair, and we have to fold it, but be surprised if the 6s went in here from Zacharov.
The thing I love about these spots is you know that your man Kirichenko is likely, like, you know, I don't want to say messing around, but, you know, he's going to be a lot wider than he has to be, right? Like, with this chip position and the way the stacks are distributed. So you probably know, Jay, that you even have fold equity here, right? Like, you're going to get hands to lay it down, but 6 is just such an unappetizing prospect. Does let it go. Of course, doesn't close the action either. Bunch of players behind. Amiri, similar situation, but with no fold equity. Into the muck. Going to be round to Molar. He has a very undefendable 9-3. As Kirichenko continues to steadily accumulate. Closing in on Kenjic for the chip lead.
Yeah, and just catching up in the YouTube streets. If you are watching this evening, we are monitoring the chat box on the DTD player channel. I know we are streaming on other platforms and places as well, but we're covering the DTD player chat box. So if you've got any questions for Andrew, all right, head on over, drop it in the chat, and we'll do the best we can. Someone asking when will the main be streamed. We'll be picking up the main tomorrow from the final table, playing down to a winner for that $1 million first place prize. But today we just cover the 10K high roller until we crown the champion.
Yeah, some real beasts in that one. Leon Sturm and Oliver Weiss going to be headlining that final table. 1 million up top. But for now, we focus on this 10K high roller. Kirichenko feeling it now. Momentum, powerful thing in poker, and he's waking up with hands to get in there. King 10 of spades from under the gun. Round to Michel in the small. King, Jack off. Another one of these hands that I'm sure he would like to play, but with the stacks the way they are, I'm going to play very honest. Kenjic, though, says, I'll look at 3. Queen 6 deuce, flops best with that 6-7. Kirichenko, king 10, 2 spades, no spade on board.
It still seems like a nice 1-2 be continuing here versus big blind. We're just going to get a lot of folds here and just pick up the pot. Can still fold out some ace highs as well, maybe some king jack that defended.
Yeah.
However, shouldn't be getting a fold from this hand.
Relatively large, 40% on a very dry, disconnected board. Maybe just trying to, you know, Jay, put a bit more pressure on hands like an ace-10 type, right? That'll fold potentially to this size.
Yeah, and even some stuff like king deuce suited, jack deuce suited, that like will
pocket 3s,
continue.
4s, 5s, like try and just disincentivize continues from the weaker parts of the defend range. Well, Kenjic going to be very happy to see that 7 of hearts roll off.
Yeah, beautiful turn to see here. Now over to Kirichenko, decision here, whether he does want to try and dislodge Kenjic off of a 6x, deuce x type holding here. Whether to just wave the white flag and move to the river, but he is going to get after it here.
This is spicy. One thing I will say, Jay, when we do size up flop, like, don't we start narrowing our opponent's range to more of the queen x, 6x, you know, pocket 7s through jacks? Like, I think that Kenjic will just flat jacks pre here for sure with the distributions.
Yeah, I think he will. I think that's a good point to make. But I think like the deuce x suited with the backdoor flush draw still gets to come along just because we are still covering slacks slightly as Kenjic. So maybe this is just designed to fold out some deuce x stuff, some 6x stuff. Maybe, as you reference, some 8s through jacks.
Yeah, okay. 5 on the river. Kenjic, 100%.
Yeah, but
only lose this one if he somehow folds.
Now it becomes difficult to find this triple here because we expect the 6x and deuce x to fold turn now. So we sort of condense our opponent's range to a queen or some stuff like 6x of hearts, like something that's picked up the heart x tree, 4, 5 of hearts, 4, 3 of hearts, this type of stuff. So it becomes a lot more condensed now and sort of needs to make that decision. Do we think that our man Kenjic would fold a queen here, facing a 3rd barrel? And as well as that, he can still have some traps, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have all the sets, right? Yeah, very nice give up from Kirichenko. Recognizing his opponent's range strengthened markedly on the turn when he calls that big bomb. Nice give up. Wasn't getting it through. And Kenjic now opens up daylight once more from second in chips.
Yeah, exactly. Testing her skills.
Intriguing spot there.
Gotta do something. I'm getting bored here.
Let's do flip for red or black club.
Poker players just love it, eh? A little bit of side betting going on, Jay.
You can't just play an FT for 365k. You got to flip on red or black as well. What are we like, Andrew?
Just optimistic souls, right? Muratov, not having the best of times, is about to have to commit 40% of his remaining chips in the big blind.
For gambling, 3 times.
Zacharov, as is his MO, going to take the full time. What do you think to that, Jay? Like, I'm all for being balanced and the like, but like this for me starts. Is it really necessary? Like, do you really pick up that much more respect for when you open pots, or like? I know the timings want to match, maybe like 6-4 off.
I don't think so. I think it's fine. Just move on to get on with it. We've got 10 minutes till the blinds go up, unless he's already thinking about where the big blind's going to land. But at these FTs, I don't think there's any reason to tank illegitimately. And Mandanziev here.
Sorry, Zacharov, we love you, but you know.
We do love him.
Yeah, Stoyan deciding, Jay. There are a lot of shorties, but he wants to remain in contention. Has that ace in hand. Hand that's going to play fine when called for the most part.
These suited will ones are very tidy candidates to choose just because of the blocker, and then when we are called, they run very fine in terms of equity. As long as we're not up against the aces, we have at least 33% versus any hand in the deck. So tidy little candidates to use, and keeps his head above water, and that's what we got to do now that we're this short. Just try and pick up a pot from time to time.
Yeah. One thing I will say, Jay, this next blind level is going to be carnage. There's at least 4 stacks who are going to be sub sort of 8 bigs.
Yeah. And like,
pretty wild.
And it's going to be mad for Molenaar because he's just caged with the 2 biggest stacks on his direct
he's just
left.
chilling, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's just going to have to sit there and do a lot of folding where he's situated this table and how the rest of the stacks are. And over to Zubella, pocket tens under the gun.
One thing he's got going from here, quite a nice spot to open pots. The chip leaders are way around the other side of the table, likely to give it respect. We're raising into a guy with 4 blinds. Like, we're just never, ever light. Or, you know, you understand where I'm coming from. You're not opening a king 10 off, king jack
of course we're not.
From here.
Like, might even fold king 10 suited. Like, 8s would definitely go into the muck here for me, the way the stacks are around the table. So should get some respect with this open, because should be opening a tight range. As Zubella.
Now, can our man Muratov find something? Very disheartening. 7-8. The intriguing thing for me, Jay, there's 3 or 4 stacks that, what, 2.7 million and below? So you can actually blind down a lot shorter than normal. Is that fair, or should we still flick this one in?
It seems close.
You know what I mean, right?
But like I say, I think against Zubella here, when he is supposed to be very snug from gun, maybe we do exactly that. And does just let it go.
Yeah, I think I quite like it. I mean, we have Zacharov, Stoyan, Amiri, all sub 10 BBs. You know, so if we can get our 3 blinds in, double, we're going to be close to them. Not a lot of fun to fold, though.
You might still be able to hop into the 6 max at this point.
I'll take ICM. Yep, I second that.
Now then, what to do, Mr. Harwood? King, Queen.
Seems pretty grim for Zacharov here. Could we ever open? Is he going to open?
I like raise fold.
Yeah, I think raise fold seems nice here off a 10 from gun. Andrew, and we haven't got involved yet on this final table, which I think is important as well, just aware of our image, and I think we will get some respect.
Very nice.
I think this is very nice from Zacharov.
I just don't think you'll get messed with. We can call Amiri, we can call Muratov. Oh, wow. How's your luck? Faintly brutal for Zacharov.
How much you have? Is it 20?
Runs into the kings.
2 million, 6.
Yeah, and it's funny here for Kalinine what to do, because I think our hand's way too strong to jam. Could we ever just make this 900k?
I think people will make it 1.2 as like a standard here. Yeah. Well, you called it, Jay.
It goes for a milli. It's a slightly more than a click, but I think this is the best way to proceed. That's Kalinine. And it's just so unfortunate for Zacharov that we've run into this hand.
Yeah. Can't argue with you.
But this is why we just open as well, Andrew, rather than going for the open send through, trying to get through the whole table.
Will Zacharov feel compelled, Jay, to try and crack a big hand? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, he's going to call.
Okay. Well, we can see he's in horrendous shape.
Yeah, this comes queen high. It could be good night, Zacharov.
9-9 deuce, 2 spades. He really is box office. 2.75 million in the middle. Zacharov, 2/3 pot back. Kalinine going to be pretty happy here, Jay. Knows his opponent never has a 9. So unless we're being trapped by exactly aces, we've got the best hand. Oh, and he checks. Okay. I guess, like, trying to range.
Yours. I think this one's mine, right?
What kind of stuff does Zacharov min
Yeah,
raise? 'Cause call this small 3-bet.
Don't expect King Queen off to be in there, that's for sure, because need to be aware of our image of Zacharov, and Kalinine knows we haven't played a hand yet and we've been folding, so once he 3-bets our gun open, surely he's never going to have a bluff here, Andrew, because we should be getting some respect.
Right.
And probably going to be well up the top of his range as he is. So maybe Zacharov with a slight misstep pre-flop, just probably got attached to the 5.5 to 1 price and thought, oh, I'm getting a great price here. But when you really think about what hands Kalinine would do this with, it's just going to be super nutted.
When I win, do I get this one?
Interesting that you got a free turn, I guess. Kalinine just knows the only real bad card's an ace. Well, Zacharov did improve to a gut shot, but I mean, just can't continue, Jay.
Yeah, this line does look a lot like aces from Kalinine. I'd probably think he's got that hand holding King Queen, blocking the kings and queens. The check back flop, the now tiny bet on the turn, it just seems so milky. The click size in pre-flop. I think it would have been fine for Zacharov just to fold this one pre, although getting that attractive price. Andrew.
I'm with you.
That's
and you know, every big blind, incredibly important.
But it's okay, you can keep it. Don't waste. Yeah.
Does use another time bank. Intriguing, this to me. Don't really want to burn them, Jay, unnecessarily. Like, is he ever considering something crazy here? Don't think we can call. You know, it's such a significant portion of our remaining stack, Jay. Oh, wow. This is fascinating also. Big blind is going to be on Zacharov next, Jay. There's only 2 minutes to go until that blind increase.
Maybe that's what he's doing here. In his head, thinks he's going to fold, just wants to post the last big blind before the level goes up.
Okay. I could see it. I could see it. Very nice, Kalinine. He's managed to sort of separate himself, Jay, from that group of shorties. Great result for him.
Это король валет занес.
Не, вэлю было. Вот дальше.
Жоля, что у тебя тут здесь?
А, у тебя тут здесь?
Первый трибете. Это что было? Девятка, что ли?
Не. Ну,
то пара?
Отскочил, блин. Можно так сказать.
А?
Я не скажу, что у него валюта были.
Well, Stoyan, ace queen under the gun, 10 big blinds, Jay.
Yeah, it does seem like one that just likes to play open. Like with ICM Extreme at final tables, like Gun can even start opening off of like some 8 BBs, but it looks like he's just going to go for send here as Stoyan.
Stoyan's a killer, in for the win. I guess one thing going for you, Jay, keeps life simple. You know, you don't raise fold to 10s and jacks or something like that if they put it in. I hear you, though.
Actually, maybe more inclined now I think about, because of Zacharov in the big, to play open jam to stop him from going for defend and some stop and goes.
Sure. Round to Kirichenko. Queen 9 of clubs. Into the muck they go. Is going to fold round to Zacharov. Got a feel for him a little. Now, 1.3 million. And he's timed the time banks to perfection, Jay.
Yeah, look at this, in the small as the blinds.
Quickly get that small blind posted, pal.
So, nice. A little move from Stoyan, does get it through.
I think he might be forced to pay a little bit more.
Oh, here we
Dealer
go.
change. Little look at the leaderboard, Jay. Kenjic still out in front. 17.6 million, good for 44 big blinds. Followed by Kirichenko, Zubella, Kalinine, and Molenaar. They've kind of separated into 3 tiers here, so to speak. 1 chip leader, 4 guys on the mid stack. Stoyan, 9 bigs or so. Blinds going up, and look at those shorties, Jay. 3 big blinds, 3 big blinds. And Muratov, you've got more than 1. We'll give you 2.
We'll give him 2, yeah.
Give
It's
him
closer to 2, isn't it?
Fascinating grouping, though.
Yeah, it is. It is, and potential for a chip leader to pull away.
Right.
Go after, like, putting some really light 3-bets against some of these 20 BB stack opens. Less incentivized to do anything, so under the gun from Amiri. Should be getting out of there.
There's 1 too many there. Should be 400.
What a gentleman.
It's new blinds, you know.
Yeah, it's 2-4.
That should be 200.
Oh, Zacharov, you tanked too long. Cost yourself 50k. And a couple of time banks, Jay. Kalinine out of the way. Now then, Michel Molar finds a real hand. But you've been talking about it, Jay. If he opens this, I mean, he's going to open, but if the big stack's 3-bet, what do we do?
It's grim.
Now, a potential one. Kirichenko.
I think as second in chips, yeah, exactly that as Kirichenko. If that was Kenjic there, potential to get after it. And Muratov has found a pair.
Oh, it's so gross.
It is gross.
Like, Michel just shouldn't open, right? Like, he really shouldn't open many hands.
Exactly.
And, like, Amiri's about to be in the big blind.
That's a good point as well.
We have pocket 4s. We don't close the action, but he is going to commit. Decides, I got to give myself a chance to win this tournament. Now then, Stoyan. Likely gets to complete, Jay. I mean, it's 1 BB, right?
Yeah, clear as day complete.
Yeah.
And the thing is as well, Molenaar should just be playing honestly post-flop with us, and we have potential more likely to bust a player in a multi-way situation than a heads-up. So I'd be surprised if didn't flick in the extra big blind here as Stoyan.
Yeah, always a slight concern that we're going to be dominated, Jay, but you said it. Dry side pot, you know, we're going to get to make an informed decision. Price too good. Stoyan agrees. So here we go. Muratov at risk and needs a lot of help. Oh, my goodness me. Flops a boat.
What a window card to see.
How is your luck? A 10K final. Of course, not out of the woods just yet. Michel with the decision whether to sort of clean out some big blind holdings. Like, this is one that we probably do bet, Jay, right?
I think so, yeah. I think we can go small.
Yeah, just hope that Muratov has, you know, 7s through 9s type holdings. Can get Stoyan to fold, something like this, a king-jack, a queen-jack, hands like this that have a lot of equity.
And Stoyan will know here, Molenaar not going to bet like a queen-10 here or something along those lines. Has to have 2 pair plus. And although getting this 7-to-1 price, can't see a world in which king-jack continues here on ace-ace-4.
Yeah, I'm with you. And Michel going to get the very bad news that somehow his opponent has flopped a boat. Muratov. From out the door on a couple of occasions, Jay, to being firmly in the mix if he can hold here across turn and river. Michel, looking for a 10 or an ace.
I folded 110.
Call?
Yes, fours, yes, tens.
Fascinating spots. I'm not even. I have no idea if the 4s is a call pre-flop or not with the distributions. As it stands, 88% to double. Jack on the turn. No help to the Dutchman. Muratov, can he fade it? Yes, he can. 5 of hearts completes the board. And new life once more, Jay.
I'll take that.
Up to 2.85 million.
Well done.
Nice job, man. Nice job.
Хорошо. Видишь, у меня фиолетовый уже появился.
The two of you couldn't be the full house?
Yes.
All the short stacks absolutely hating life there, Jay, right?
They're loving it when they see the all-in and 2 calls. They're like, here we go, finally going to get a bust out, finally going to get a little ladder.
Yeah.
And then Moratov flops the boat.
So if you are just joining us, guys, welcome along. 10K High Roller at the Mediterranean Poker Party. What a week we have had. More still to come. Main event final table coverage tomorrow. Myself and Jay will be taking you all the way through to crowning a champion. For the moment, we focus on this one. 9 players still in contention for the title. Wow. All right then, Kenjic, King Queen, opens for a raise, and Kirichenko finds a big hand.
Yeah, this is interesting here for Kirichenko, with Queen specifically facing the chip leader, sitting second in chips.
I'm going to put my neck on the line and say that he might call here. I think I would call, and he does. I just think if you 3-bet and get shoved on here, you're going to have to fold queens, which is pretty insane. You keep your opponent with a wide range, which he's going to have, right? You know what the bad cards are for your hand for the most part. Play in position, Jay. Shorty's behind who can't do anything. You like it? Like the call?
Yeah, I like it. I like what you're saying. Makes a lot of sense.
Everyone's too good at poker now, you see.
That is the problem.
Back in the day, all right, 3-bet. If you got it, you got it. No. I'm going to call.
Yeah, an intriguing one for Mandanziev here. King 10 suited with a lot of money in the middle already, sitting here with just 6 BBs. Could we ever call here?
No.
As Mandanziev?
I mean, I don't think so, Jay. Not versus 2 ranges.
Because Amiri's forced in as well, though, in the big. He's going to be forced in. He's only got, what is that, like 600K back? Would he fold and leave himself with a big and a half? Oh. It seems really intriguing here for Mandanziev when Amiri sat there as short as he is.
He's thinking about it. Wow, and you have called it. I reckon we're the best in the world, Jay. I called the Queen's call. You called the King 10 call. Oh, Amiri.
See, this is the thing. This is why I think call could be a thing here for Mandanziev, because Amiri now with just 1.5 BBs back, you just expect him to put it in, and then we get to go 4-way, and surely he's going to bust 4-way.
Wow.
Can we fold here as Amiri leaving ourselves with 1.5 BBs? Like,
I mean, yeah. I don't know. I think so. Against 3 ranges, like, we're going to need a pretty good flop.
Of course we are. That is the thing.
Well, now, you know, Amiri can fold. Stoyan gets himself in a pickle and busts. Okay, he's going to call and potentially fold some flops. What a wild situation that we don't see too often. 4-way post. Oh my goodness me. Well.
Oh.
All right, Jay, take us through it.
Well, this should be getting in 3-way because Mandanziev's flopped the second nut flush draw. Amiri's got the 9 for 2 pair, and then we got Kirichenko with the overpair. So potential to see a 3-way all in. I don't even think it's potential. It just seems like it's always going to be 3-way all in here. And there's the shove from Mandanziev. But now, like,
oh my goodness me. So I guess working for Mandanziev here is if he busts, he will bust in 8th, Jay, right? If he outlasts Amiri. Well, assuming Amiri doesn't hit a 9.
Okay, we need a 9.
Well, what a fascinating hand. 3 ways all in post-flop. Stoyan looking for a king or a club. Amiri with 2 outs, drawing to a 9. And Kirichenko, smile on face, looking for a huge hold with the red queens.
And to be fair, Mandanziev's going to love what he sees. Clubs are live, kings live. Got a backdoor, or no backdoor straight draw with the queens out there, but going to like what we see here as Stoyan.
Oh, the turn is a jack. No change. We can see the case queen would be no good to either Mandanziev or Amiri. Kings, clubs, and nines to fade for Kirichenko. And he does it, Jay. River is the 3 of diamonds. And we have a double elimination on this high roller FT. Commiserations to Ehsan Amiri, out in 9th for 35,400. And Stoyan couldn't get it going, was in that fascinating pot with Jack's post-flop. Unfortunately for him, that was the critical moment for him on this final. $45,000, Jay, for his 8th place run.
Yeah, so that means everyone with a little $13,000 ladder, 58K locked up now for the remaining 7.
Yeah, and Muratov and Zacharov doing cartwheels in their head.
Yes, of course they are.
What a fascinating hand.
Fold. 58 now?
So now we are even maybe.
Нормально там сразу.
Mistakes.
20 тысяч где-то, да?
13 тысяч.
It's only big.
С 9 до 7.
Only big.
No, no skipping big blind, sir.
58 now. So we are like 56. 56?
56? 35, yeah.
Что, карта сразу пойдет?
Yeah, you got 58 now. I think.
10.
Yeah.
Okay. 12.
Raise.
Yeah, I think we are the same.
Cool.
Well then, a little pause for breath there for us in the booth. Back into the action. Molenaar under the gun, King, Jack of diamonds. Gonna bump it up to 800K. Gets this one through pre. Intrigued to see if we light the blue touch paper, so to speak, Jay, after losing a couple.
Folded jacks on take a board.
Yeah.
Yeah. He shoved a stand for value. He folded jacks over pair.
When? Here, this one.
Yes, it was 3 apart.
It's one all in 10 on the flop. It's first or second hand.
10, 5, 4, turn 7.
Just talking about the Jack's hand that Stoyan folded. Probably the talking point of the final table so far. And Kirichenko wipes the sweat off his forehead after hearing that. And the pocket 3s here. And now with some chips, like one of the players that will get to open this hand, now having everyone covered, get to ask the questions, opens to 800K.
Yeah, that was a truly fascinating one.
Ladies 7, next hand lines up, small blind 300, big blind ante 600.
Round 2, Kalinine, likely to be getting out of the way. I say likely, he definitely will. Right?
Yeah.
Round to Michel. Well then, ace 6 of diamonds. Decision point on him.
Yeah, I don't think any decision here. Seems like one that just always defends. Never 3-betting, never folding here. This is when he just goes and makes it like 2 million or something, yeah.
Nothing would surprise me in this game. This level of player does flick and call. And sees 3 middling cards, 9-7-5. Does flop a gut shot, no diamond on board. Kirichenko, as is pretty standard for this holding, facing 3 overcards. And a texture that will hit the big blind a decent amount, Jay. Perhaps a little less than normal.
You're spot on with that, because like now we probably eradicate the 9-7 off, the 9-5 off, this stuff. It's more the suited hands that continue from the big here, just because Molenaar not really incentivized to tangle with Kirichenko.
Right, not going to have a hand like 6-8 off, Jay, for example.
Yep, spot on.
But it's still going to connect with, you know, some top pairs, some turned top pairs for sure. See how he perceives that check back from Kirichenko. It's going to check again. One of these spots that large parts of his range are going to need to tread with caution. You're going to have a good amount of hands, Jay, right, that just want to seek showdown. You know, paired hands, right? Not just these ace highs. River pairs 10. Very unlikely, in my eyes, that Michel will turn this one into a bluff.
Yeah, too high up, Andrew. Still
Probably knows that, like, we're not good very often, right?
Still beat some stuff from time to
Queen.
time. Yeah, exactly. Like King, Queen, King, Jack, the suited King X as well that would open.
Yeah. This one knuckles down. Kirichenko delighted to rake in 2.2 million. Michel loses a small one. So then on we go, seven-handed. All players now, $58,000 in the bag.
Live a little.
Ladder's starting to increase. When we get to fourth place, that's when we reach the six-figure club, excuse me. 122K for fourth, right the way up to that 365K up top. And Kirichenko, Jay, the real big mover on this final. That is 10 hand.
That was the key point of this final table.
Critical moment. Got his opponent to fold the best of it in a massive pot when he probably thought he was value jamming. Very fun one.
Kalinine here with Queen 8 on the button. He gets out of the way and looks like it's going to be walk.
Yeah.
Or Kenjic.
Yeah, tight is right for those mid stacks at the moment. Looking to get rid of Muratov and Zacharov. We should, in general, Jay, you know, if things go that way and the shorties bust, when we get five-handed, you should see the sort of shackles cast off from the mid stacks and see them start to go on the attack. Try and, you know, have that freedom just to play their game, try and get that big stack and go for the win.
Yeah, exactly that. Like a lot of players revolve around these short stacks right now. The chip leaders get to do their thing and just put some pressure on. And you got Molenaar and Nikita Kalinine, who need to be pretty tight.
Credit to Muratov. Just somehow has had 3 big blinds, 1 big blind. He's in there with 7. He's not out of it, Jay. 2 double ups. All that is required to be right in the hunt. As we see, King, Queen of Spades of Zubella. Nice one to use. He's going to be tight, but not going to decline the opportunity to open this one.
I'm loving Zacharov still. He's just so animated at the table.
I want to go on a night out with the lad.
I do too. Nothing Molenaar can do with King 10 off.
Yeah, round to Kirichenko, the man of the moment. Has a hand that probably remains in his hand only for a moment.
Yeah. And will be aware, like Zubella needs to be fairly tight himself. Raise and take for him.
For next round, please. The same.
Yeah, there's that kind of understanding, Jay, right? The big stacks know they get to get out of line with opens. The medium stacks know they need to be tight. The big stacks know the medium stacks know that they need to be tight. I don't know where I'm going with this, but you follow me.
Yeah, you're spot on.
Muratov ducking and diving in the big blind once more.
Jam, king, queen. Do you call? With queens. When you get queens, will you call if I just jam?
Jam? Yeah. Yes. Slap.
Almost all. Almost all.
And a really awkward one here for Zacharov because it's a situation when we go through the blinds, we're basically going to be forced all in anyway. So going to do exactly this. And I kind of like this from Zacharov. 1.1 milli. We've got just shy of 3 bigs. We're going to be forced all in the blinds anyway. And the great thing about it, we are shoving into Muratov's big as well. So if it does get round to him,
And here we go. Molenaar wakes up with the goods, Jay. Pocket queens in the cutoff.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Zacharov. Ends up running into it. He's played one hand before this in the feature with the king-queen and ended up running into kings. And once again, top end of somebody's range. Molenaar making it 2.3. And we hate to see that as Zacharov. We now know we're going to need to get lucky.
Yeah, and here we go.
And what about this for Moratov as well, Andrew? Coming with 3 big blinds, outright short stack, was 9 of 9, had 1 big blind at one point, and he could potentially be laddering to 6th here.
Incredible stuff. Unless Zacharov can find a king, very likely to be the case. Our man, Rocky, he's out of his seat. He's on the ropes. Can he get up off the canvas? Can I give any more puns? 9, 6, 3, all spades. Not what Zacharov was hunting for. Kills one of his outs, Jay, or one of his immediate ones at least. Red king needed, and that is GG. 5 of spades turn.
Goodbye. Good luck.
What a brilliant character. GG Zacharov did ladder up, Jay, to 7th. Pretty nice payday. Came in short and leaves with $58,000.
Yeah, well played, Dmitry Zacharov. He's entertained us. Great character to have on the table. And I'm sure he'll be happy with that. Yesterday was down to 3 big blinds just before we closed out the day. Got a double up and probably coming today with sub 10. So probably would have taken that at the start of today. And now down to the final 6. $75,000 locked up for everybody.
8.3. 8.3.
Okay, raise the blinds. The one turbo please. One now. The 1.5 thousand. Blinds up.
Kalinine ace queen from Gun. Should open this one. We do need to be tight, as mentioned as middle in stat, but we've just lost another one of these shorties and still want to open these types of hands. Can't just fold everything. Opens to 800.
Yeah, action round to Kirichenko. Nothing of note for him. Muratov, tell you, this man has staying power out of the way. Now, Zubella, I actually advocate for just laying this down.
I think I like fold as well here, Andrew. Like Kalinine still needs to be tight, likely to be in a dominated spot.
Yeah, just like so many reverse implied. Very nice. Kalinine has done a great job of keeping himself in the mix here. Saw him defend that Queen 7 of Hearts and pick up another nice couple of pots. It's like a balancing act, Jay, right? Between sort of playing too tight and, you know, accepting your fate in 6th or whatever and saying no, you know, making a stand. I want to be the one who's in this final 3 or whatever. Credit to him.
It's just all about knowing when this is the good spot where we can potentially just pick up a small pot, just keep afloat. Blind's going to be coming around faster now, 6-handed, and Moratov 7-5 suited on the button with just 4 big blinds here.
I like this. Just a little too weak of a holding. Does, of course, come a stage where you're going to have to draw a line in the sand, and it's coming very soon. Maybe decide potential for these two guys to clash. Maybe ladder up another spot.
And Zubella there, just as covering stack, taking initiative, gets one through with the light open from the small.
Yeah, very nice. And we can see Muratov would have got that one through. Of course, he can't know that. And we are 6-handed, guys. 10K high roller. $75,000 locked for all of these intrepid warriors on the felt. Michel Molenaar there in the big blind. Action back on Kenjic. Hasn't had it all his own way, Jay. We thought he might, you know, run away with this FT, but Kirichenko on his left being the big mover and has an openable hand given the distribution of the stacks. I'd expect him to take this.
Yeah, it seems okay. I think I like it, Andrew.
I think he should take it. You know, we can call Muratov. I'm somewhat surprised to see him lay that one down. And I'm a little surprised that Muratov didn't jam that one. But they're both better than me. Ace King of Hearts. Zubella finds it behind. Makes it 800K from the button. Action on Michel. And again, just awareness of the situation. We can make $20,000 by folding for the next few hands, quite likely to do so. Interesting to see Muratov. You think, Jade, like Jack 10 cut off 4.5 blind? I would have put it in, I think.
I think we want to, Andrew. I could be wrong.
Like we're really cut adrift, right?
Yeah, that's the main point now.
We literally have, what, 3 hands now?
Yep.
I think it has to go in.
I think that's the key point now. There's no other short stacks around. We're just outright short stack. We need to try and make our move sooner than later.
Yeah, like we concede a ran into Ace King, of course. But he would have been in pretty good shape. I might be nitpicking a little, but it may be one of these spots, Jay, where you've been in fold mode for so long, it can be hard to flip the switch in your brain, if you get me.
Yeah, potentially.
And turn it back to the aggressive route. You know, it can't be too critical.
Oh, there we go. He knew what was coming next hand, Andrew. Yeah. Maybe that's it.
He didn't want a jack and a 10. He wanted 2 10s. Well, Muratov has put on a short stack clinic, in fairness to him. Has gone from being likely 9th place finisher up to 6th. And now has a chance, Jay, to get back in the hunt.
Yeah, essentially laddered 40K. Was coming in with 3 big blinds to this final table. Some great short stack play to get those ladders, and now gonna need to win a flip.
Good news for him. Kenjic folding one of the remaining kings, you would imagine. Guess just checking if he has any latitude to enter this pot.
Yeah, we just can't. Especially with Kirichenko still being able to open the action behind us, reopen it, so have to get out of the way with the King 3, and Kirichenko knows he's got to call this off, and here we are.
Yeah, slightly unfortunate for Muratov to actually be flipping here.
Yeah, especially when like Kirichenko will open like most ace-x suited kings that we dominate, all the...
Oh my goodness, Jay. Muratov improves to a set.
What a turn card.
Gives Kirichenko Broadway, needs to pair the board or he is out in 6th. Can't get there on this 7 of clubs.
Thank you.
GG, we do lose Anvar Muratov in 6th place. Great effort, ground that short stack like a true professional. Can't hold on. And Kirichenko, the man of the moment, Jay, sends another one home, and we are down to 5.
Yeah, Alexandra Kirichenko, $920,000 in live earnings. Best live cash just north of 6 figures. Plays most of his poker over in Russia, and here in Cyprus seems like a regular here at Merit. Plenty of flags on the database for him. Seems like been coming here year in, year out for a fair amount of time. Which is the fixture, as we see, Andrew. Most people that have been here once, they always tend to come back.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you at this amazing complex and unbelievable guarantees? Tournaments are ran fantastically by all the staff. You won't find much better service anywhere you go as well. And over to Molenaar. 20 BBs, Queen Jack suited here on the button, raising into these 2 bigger stacks.
Yeah.
And
Michel might jam this. Yeah.
Now Muratov out the question. Happy to just send it for 20.
I think just one of these where if you raise and get shoved on, it's just an awful kind of waste of a hand, quote unquote. Michel just deciding against two hands in the blinds who are going to want to lean on me. You know, like an ace-9, you stop it from reshoving, all this type of stuff. Pocket pairs, you don't allow them to shove.
Yeah, a lot of good reasons to just play jam.
He's crunched the numbers, Jay. Decided this one's going in.
And I think the computers do like using these type of holdings. The sort of Jack 10 suited, maybe even Queen 10 suited, Jack 9 suited, this type of stuff.
Kalinine, 21 blinds. We are in that fascinating spot now that I referenced. We did lose the two short stacks back to back. So all of a sudden, Kalinine, Molar, time to loosen the shackles, try and get in the mix. Wow. Kenjic wakes up with kings. Kalinine with one of those spicy little candidates, Jay. We are at this sort of awkward, shallow depth. We'll see what Kenjic decides on.
Yeah, has the 3-bet here. Don't think we're ever playing any flats as Kenjic. We're just happy to put more chips in the middle. I'm a big fan of the sizing as hell, like 2.4x, just accounting for stack size of 21 bigs in question. And as well at final tables do tend to scale down them sizes.
Now then, not out of the question, Jay, for Kalinine to continue with this one.
It's not, but I think the only option is to 4-bet. I don't think we ever want to play cool here. So maybe just fold.
Really comes
most of the time, maybe 4-bet some of the time if we really think Kenjic is getting after it that much.
Really comes to the perception of how he thinks Kenjic constructs this button range and makes the right decision. Well done. You know, Kenjic probably does take, Jay, like an ace-8, ace-9 type hand as a 3-bet bluff. There's going to be some, right?
Yeah.
King 10, Queen Jack.
We like to use the ace-8 off, the ace-9 off in these sort of situations. But then it's still, it's sort of that as well when you're on the final table, everyone's watching and you send it in and you run into kings and you're out the door and you're like, oh, what have I done? Everyone's watching. But I think it was a viable
people give
route
you a
to
pat
take.
on the back and go, yes,
Yeah,
that's
love it.
Heart shown.
Love it.
Yeah, nice laydown, Kalinine. I'm sure he considered the option to rip it in there. Kenjic now, pretty much neck and neck with Kirichenko. Gets out of the way, and they are neck and neck. Wow, really is the man of the moment, Jay. Pocket queens on the button with the chip lead.
No one's going to give him credit from a hand when probably going to be opening like 70% range here.
Here we go. 800K. Unfortunately for him, met with two quick folds. Oh, it's the classic. Look, boys, I've got it.
You are. These queens are with you all the time.
Kirichenko loving life, and why not? Are approaching, Jay, the next set of big blind increases.
I believe it's a break after this level as well, Andrew, so I think we'll have a quick 10-15 minute rendezvous and then we will be back with the conclusion of the final table here for the 10K high roll-up. £365,000 up top in this one. Everyone locked 75K. 20K ladder if we can outlast one more opponent. And looks like we're going to get a walk here as Molenaar with the ace-4 offsuit.
Still good enough.
All right, then. On we go. Five-handed.
does have chip lead, but this one, be surprised if he done anything with, as Kirichenko from guns specifically.
Yeah, round 2, the small blind. Michel, 7-6 off. Very tricky. Big stack on his left, but does decide to complete.
It's 9-3, I believe.
Kenjic.
It's 2, 8, 8, 5, 8, 7. I have 8, 9 behind.
Just getting
So,
some.
yeah, 9-3.
Just getting some inventory of Molenar's stack. Jack 7 off, Jay. Not one we typically ISO. Does decide to check back. Through to the king 9 deuce. Michel wrapping around that 9. Not too much else working for his 7 high.
Maybe could be one. Yeah, he's going to go for the stab. Just 1 BB.
Well, likely to work, but a little suspicious. Kenjic, a little suspicious of this stab, of course. He's like nobody gives you an easy one anymore, Jay. Of these,
of course,
these elite guys. But Jack 7, no real backdoor potential, just not quite strong enough. Jay does relinquish. Just an indication, though, right? They're always looking, right? Just always thinking, can I take this one away? Yeah. This is a very tough FT.
Small blind 300, big blind ante 700. Dealers shuffle up the deal. Good luck.
So last couple of hands, guys, before the break. In fact, this is the last hand pre-break. I'm hearing from our magnificent production team, going to be a series of interviews with our final table bust-outs. So stick around, guys, through the break for interviews with Ehsan Amiri and with Stoyan Madanziev. Those interviews will be coming up during the break. Myself and Jay will go away for a little 15 minutes, recalibrate. So we see Michel opening from the button with Jack 10. On to Kirichenko. Oh, Jack 6 off, Jay. Well, we saw what can happen with this hand earlier in the week.
I don't think Kirichenko's thinking along the same lines as the Brazilian Aquino, though.
Maybe he knows about the hand.
Do you know what?
Imagine he just 3-bets this.
If everyone's seen the Jack 6 off hand, he is just going to play defend here.
A little surprised at this, I must say. Feels a bit too wide for me.
It does, but does have Molenaar covered.
Saw the hand, I'm telling you.
It must be.
It's the new Robbie, or whatever it was. He checks it over to Michel.
1 BB. I think this one clear as day, the King Deuce with the Jack 10.
400.
Yeah, here he comes. Agrees with you.
And we'll just take a small one for the last hand of the session, but not sending the Jack 6 off into the muck yet. If he continues here, Andrew, he has to have seen the hand.
10, 15, 15, that's 10.
Surely
There's nothing going for us as Kirichenko. Maybe actually what he's doing here, he's tanking to make sure gets the full break, could be running down the clock, just so we don't play another hand and we head out and get the full 15-minute break. But he's used the time bank, though.
Maybe wants the big blind to go. Oh, my goodness.
Getting after it. The Jack 6 off, some special powers this week.
Wow. He's seen the hand for sure.
Small check raise.
My goodness.
And that will be that.
Wow.
And the Jack 6 off.
Well.
Yeah, again, a big final table.
There we go, Jay. It's Kirichenko's world at the moment. Guys, that takes us to the break. So stick around for those bust-out interviews, which are about to be on display as we take you through these chip counts. Kirichenko, 52 bigs, followed by Kenjic, Zubella in there in third, and then Molenaar and Kalinine bringing up the rear. Guys, we're going to take that break. We will be back in 15 minutes.
How was the whole tournament for you?
The series wasn't great, but this tournament was good. Obviously, I went deep in this 10K. It was good fun. Unfortunately, didn't get any hands on the final table, so it was a little bit boring for me. I like to play. But you know, a win is a win, so you know, I'll take ninth. It's a second ninth in 1 month, so a bit disappointing, but it's okay. Second final table of a high roller.
What is your favorite part of playing MPP series?
The environment is really good, very well serviced. You know, they take care of the poker players very well. It's more like a poker retreat. That's why I came all the way from Australia to play this. So 34 hours, door to door. So it's a long way, but definitely worth it, I would say. I wish I ran a bit better in the main, obviously in this event, but it's always tough. Tournaments are not easy, so but it was good fun. I enjoyed it.
How was the whole tournament for you?
It was good. I was running good. It hasn't happened recently, so I enjoyed it. It was going okay. Just before the final table, I lost some big pot, and I went on the final table a little bit short. There were more shorter stacks than me, but yeah.
Any lucky or memorable moments?
Yeah, for sure. Like, you cannot make the final table if you don't get lucky. For sure, there are many lucky spots I had, but I also played good, so I'm happy.
How was the whole tournament for you?
I think it's the middle. It's not so good, not so bad. I lose the main, 2 flips, ace king, and double line, and then the high roller. I stay in final table. I think for me it's very, very good.
Any lucky spots worth mentioning?
Yes, it's triple all in. I have the king, queen, aces, and double jack, and I have a full house.
What is your favorite part of playing MPP series?
I like this casino. I like a restaurant. I like to travel. I like all these places. It's very nice sea. I like to swim. It's all cool. Come on, all players, come here.
Who do you think will win?
Kirichenko Sasha. I would like to good luck for him. Yeah.
I think that's my first shot on target. I preferred it when Jay wasn't here, if I'm being honest. Can we cut that? Please, can we edit that bit out?
Do not edit that out. 6-1, that's it. GG. We're off the mark.
Oh, is that it?
We're off the mark.
Oh. I was just
going to
ready
be
to make
a lot
comeback.
more where that come from.
Can't even cheat. Whew, I feel like Andrew Hedley after a game of chess.
I thought it was game over.
We can keep that victory and just edit this in.
I found my calling. Found it. Found it.
Well played, Jay.
Well played, sir.
Well played.
Thanks for the point. Thanks for the 3 point.
He's a much tougher opponent than Andrew is, and he is now off the mark. 2-2-1 the scores. But, Jay, perhaps it's time to get to what we're here to do, maybe call the action in some poker.
I like your idea, James. I think we should get in the booth and start with some poker.
Oh, pardon me. I got excited.
So did I.
I saw a player on their feet.
It's the man from Belarus again.
Yeah, that was nervy, Jay. I was scared for them, but nothing happened. Okay, so the deuces do find the muck from under the gun.
Yeah, it's a good fold. Very easy to get attached to a pair, but these small pocket pairs, ones that do want to be folded at this stage, better to open hands with good removal.
Better check here with ace-queen in the cutoff. Obviously, kind of a nice scenario. Obviously, plenty of hands to be raised, kind of getting it in with, but you're never that wild on FT bubbles, but deciding chip accumulation is worth a lot here. I was wondering where the line is in stack size that he might just elect to open jam that hand from cutoff rather than...
Yeah, probably at this stage like 13, 14. I don't think we want any jams off of 18 here with 2 tables of 5. Like, so much better to just open here, give the big blind a chance to shove like an ace-jack, an ace-10, get them to defend a hand that we dominate.
Ooh.
And even here, king-jack suited, these suited broadways are very nice candidates to choose here, and it wouldn't actually surprise me if Puts went for this here. Just because he'll recognise that Patrick has to call very tight here.
Right.
And even when called, these suited broadways do very well in terms of equity pre-flop. Like, even if we're up against an ace-king, still going to have that 1 in 3 shot to get there.
Let's see, he's certainly mulling it over. And he does! Well done, Jay. Well called. Puts, putting Patrick to the test. And... Oh.
What happened if 2 players lost in one hand in different tables? Yeah, okay.
Well, we aren't currently playing hand for hand. We can be 99% sure he's going nowhere with his hand. Right, Jay, but he just wanted to know if it's worth burning time banks, was checking the other table. They're not playing a hand currently. I guess cards are being shuffled there. So he does make the call. No need to burn those time chips. And here we go. A monstrous pop. Patrick just doubled up a moment ago and a chance to basically tie the table chip lead if his ace-queen can hold on here. But as you mentioned, these suited broadways, they do all right when called.
Yes, they do.
36%. Not the hand he wanted to see, like you mentioned. No, he wants to see an ace-jack, an ace-10, an ace-5 suited kind of holding. 9-4 deuce. Clean for Patrick. But needs lightning. No real backdoor equity. Well, the outs change. Loses the jacks, but picks up the 10s, all of which are live.
Finally. Yeah, improved.
I take it.
Give me 10.
There it is. Clean run out. Patrick continues his ascendancy.
Yeah, and a great example there as well as why we just want to open these hands there.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Lasowski is going to have nightmares tonight about this man. Hard to believe he only has 2 recorded caches on his Henemob database, Aquino. The first of which, coming back in March, was 3rd place in a high roller in his native Brazil in Sao Paulo for $41,000. And then he found his way onto that WPT Voyage, the cruise that, you know, a lot of people seem to have a good time on. He final tabled a turbo there, and then, hey, his next appearance on the live felt here as one of the 8 qualifiers to make this final table. So newish, it would appear, to the live arena, but certainly not new to poker the way we've seen him play. This is a man who's done some stuff. He's got some scarring.
Honestly, he has just been getting after it and finding pots that others wouldn't find. And very interesting one here for Strobel, James. Like, in theory, I think the computers like to do some jamming with these sort of suited broadways facing the button open. Like the Queen Jack suited, the Queen 10 suited, the Jack 10 suited, this type of stuff. Whether he'll taking it, he's gone for it, Strobel.
Oh, here we go. And well, with the folded cards, we see this one's actually a lot closer than the players will realize. The 2 compatriots all in. I know the chat, or a corner of the chat, will root for both these men. Unfortunately, they are all in against each other.
Yeah, I know we've run into Ace-King here, James, but it's actually a high-level jam here from Strobel that not many people would find, in my opinion, on a final table. And unfortunately, just ending up running into that top end of range here, but still with a heap of equity.
And a chance now for a ladder once more for the players watching on. 8 deuce deuce makes that ever more likely. Strobel need a lot of help with just 2 cards to come. 43 million chip pot, and here we go. He turns a lot more equity.
And every out bar one in the deck.
Look at them live as you like. It's a cruel one, a trio of ducks. For those who like what they see, get after it. And I believe, as usual, these tours, you know, if you were to be fortuitous at one of these EAPT stops, it would mean that, hey, next year this could be you at the grand final.
And Zacharov opens to 2.4, and wow, puts...
How's your timing?
With the Ace-King here. And these two, just a quick point to note, sitting 2nd and 3rd in chips. Wouldn't be surprised if puts did find a flat here from time to time, James. Like, on first glance, looks like Ace-King, we need to 3-bet, but with these ICM intricacies, maybe we do play some flats facing EP against a stack size that can do a lot of damage to us, but does just go with the general approach.
I was going to ask as well, with Strobel, like, so short behind, if we flat and he decides to jam, does reopen the action. You have another short stack in here as well that would reopen the action where they couldn't to a 3-bet. So yeah, another reason perhaps to throw into the camp you suggest. Yeah, but he takes the more obvious route.
Yeah, and probably just going to proceed with call here as Zacharov. It's close, ace-queen off, but I think as covering stack, we do get to come along. If stacks were reversed, probably lean more towards fold.
On the decision point for Chris in the pre-flop as well, do we ever see perhaps just a 3-bet pile for this many chips as well with the ace-king, or is that too much given there are 9 left?
I think it's too much, just for the time that we do run into. Has he gone for 4-bet?
Ah, clicky 4-bet. Let's have a look. He put in a heap of chips. Looked to be around... I mean, a stack of those greens is, what, 10 million? Yeah, here we go, 4-bet to 15 million. Dreamy scenario for Puets, in that he set up his stall to 3-bet and then have to 5-bet jam. Obviously, right now, worried he could be moving into the nuttiest of ranges, but understandable, Zacharov, with this ace-queen, you advocate flat, but it does lend itself quite nicely, doesn't it, to a 4-bet fold potentially.
Yeah, it's what are we trying to fold out though? Do we think that we get some jacks 10s to fold some of the time? Maybe 10s does go into the muck, but is ace king ever going to let it go?
Right. You feel like it's wasting a strong hand perhaps, but the counter argument is, hey, I don't want to play out of position against this extremely competent opponent. And here we go with 5-bet jam. This final table continues to deliver fast-paced action.
Yeah, a huge pot going to go puts his way here. Breslov just has to fold now, and that's a big pickup for the German, uncontested.
Another 18 million chips to go with the sort of, well, about 18 million chips he won in the last pot. Now up to 61.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, night has descended over the beautiful Merit Royal Diamond Hotel. Across the whole complex, no less, Jay. But we are still here, 5-handed in the 10K High Roller. Still heaps of action going on, as you can see on those outer tables. Yeah, but here are the chip counts, Jay.
Thick and fast first session, losing 4 players, leaving us with 5. Was a lot of short stacks. And now the shorties are gone. Nikita Kalinine, bottom of the pack with 16 BBs, 6.5 million. Michel Molenaar with 22 and just shy of 9 milli. Marcin Zubella, 26 BBs, 10.6 milli. Jovan Kenjic, 41 BBs with 16.6 milli. And the star of the show so far, Kirichenko, did come in second in chips, but now does have the chip lead. 11 big blinds clear of Kenjic, 20.85 million for him. It's been impressive to start the FT.
Yeah, like a mixture of like great play and some run good mixed in. He got that fold from jacks on the 10-5-4 board that, you know, yeah, it's tough to say. Like, I would love to see his thoughts after the tournament. Like, did he think, oh, I just need to put it in and hope for a fold? Or is he confident he had the best hand? We saw him win that 3-way all-in with queens against king 10 of clubs and a 9 on the 9-5-5. But then getting after it, like this jack 6 spicy number before the break, calling the open, getting the check raised through on the flop. So a big mixture of like some great play. And, you know, you need a bit of run good to take down these titles, Jay.
Yeah, exactly that. And maybe the jack 6 off was a feature of what happened the other night on one of our final tables in a huge pot involving that hand.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, guys, the 2K EAPT Grand Final 4-handed. Hand of probably the sickest hand I've ever covered, and I've covered a lot of events from the booth. So check that out. You can see that on DTD Player. Wild, wild hand that was 4-handed, involving the old jack 6 offsuit. But as it stands, Jay, 5 remain. All still in the hunt for that top prize, 365k and the 10k High Roller title.
Yeah, so just about to get underway for the next session. Blinds, 250, 500.
Right. Occasionally we like to do this. Are you ready? When it comes back round to Kenjic, we like to do a little lookalikes at you know, poker final tables.
Okay.
And I just saw it there, and I thought to myself, Michael Schofield from Prison Break. Did you watch Prison Break?
Yes, I did.
Right, wait till you see. Let's see if you can see it. I might be miles off it, but I can see it.
Right? Wentworth Miller, right? The actor?
There we go. Very nice. I'm telling you. Wait, look at his eyes and nose. Anyway, I'm getting carried away. Kalinine. Now, this is tricky. 13 blinds now with them going up, Jay. Decision point between just raise or jam.
I like just opening in these situations from gun. Still can get value from worse, get someone to put in a light 3-bet and then get to send the 4-bet. And I like the main point as well.
There he is, look, there he is.
We want the big blind to defend wide. I missed it, but I'll look next time. But like, we want Zubella in here with hands.
Wow.
That we dominate, but this one we do not. Pocket 7s here for Zubella. And 5-handed.
Yeah.
Do we ever just send this into the middle? No.
I think I would. I think I would have jammed.
I think it's definitely an avenue to take, Andrew, but just going to take the passive approach. And
wow.
It's a well-timed flat because if we did jam, Likely would have been doubling Kalinine up, and lovely looking flop here for Kalinine. Top pair, top kicker, backdoor nut spades to go alongside. And do just expect some chips to enter the pot.
Yeah, this is pretty grim for Zubella now. You know, we got nice backdoors, we could have the best hand, but it's getting so shallow. Kind of why I think I would have just favored saying, all right, you got a better hand than me, good luck. Like, we're gonna flip ace queen, ace king. I mean, it's not to critique, flat seems fine also. Just tough to proceed post J on a lot of textures. Makes a very nice fold anyway. Quickly laid it down. There he is, Wentworth, seat 1. Hang on, hang on. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Oh, I need a different angle, is that it?
Yeah. Look,
I can see it, the eyes,
He's
yeah.
there,
I can
him.
see it. If you shave his head, you might have an absolute doppelganger.
Fresh from breaking his brother out of prison, he escaped over to Cyprus. Right? Didn't he go missing at the end and they didn't find him? There you go. I've solved the mystery here at the MPP. Now, Kirichenko, well, Jack 6 got after it. Wait, no. Okay. Kalinine didn't just fold Queen Jack suited, did he? Interesting spot, Jay. You could go either way, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think both are open. Like jam. We're just going to get so many folds with jam that I like jam here. Like Kirichenko going to be opening so wide as chip lead up. That is opting to call. Maybe one of the benefits, like expect Kirichenko to open all suited queens and jacks that we do dominate.
Yeah, off to the ace-ace deuce. Pretty good flop for 10-4 of hearts as flops go. You can get your opponent to fold a better hand.
I do just expect the 1 BB on this board, Andrew.
And there it is. Now then.
I think Queen Jack of clubs does want to continue for 1 here.
Yeah.
I think as well because we kind of are protected. Maybe we can't have too much ace-x here though, Andrew. That is a thing, I guess. We're going to shove like a lot of the ace-x facing the button open from the chip leader.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still going to have enough. I hear you though. A lot of them have got it in already. We're going to have a bunch of the middling ones, I think, still. There we go. Improves to the Jack of Spades turn. Now, Kirichenko, we saw him earlier, Jay, kind of barreling with a King 10 of Spades in a faintly similar kind of spot.
Yeah.
Where we're trying to dislodge our opponent from, you know, a relatively strong range.
See what he comes with here with the 10-4, and
Wow.
looks like he's going for double barrel just north of quarter pot. And now Kalinine definitely going to have to strap along for one more street here with the Queen Jack. And one thing that's great about this for Kalinine, Andrew, once we call again, like we're not going to have a deuce, it looks a lot like from Kirichenko's perspective that we have an ace, so we're protected on the river. He's less inclined to bluff, which I think is really nice for us here.
Yeah.
Because now, as Kirichenko, you're going to be thinking, right, he's called twice. If he did have a deuce on the flop, he's probably going to fold. And now I don't see how Kirichenko gets to bluff this spot, because we just get snapped off by an ace a lot of the time, unless he is eradicating a lot of these from range, because a fair amount do want to do some shoving pre.
Yeah, and like on the turn, trying to dislodge, like you say, a deuce. King high, right, is going to be one that we're attacking a lot.
Yep. But once
like King high could hero us here, right, on this run out as well.
Once we get called again.
Oh. Okay. Time bank being deployed. If he finds this, it's pretty sick.
He's got some heart if he finds this, I'll tell you that. Because Kalinine, once he calls twice, it does seem like range is going to be pretty condensed. Like deuce X, we expect to fold on the turn. Like can have some jack, but only going to be like Queen Jack and King Jack specifically that we target. Because like the Jack 10 just going to fold flop. So I think I like shutdown here. It probably would work, Andrew, but I think I'm a big fan of shutdown from Kirichenko.
He announced check. Kalinine knows he's good. Tables the Jack. Very nice. pick up for him fresh from that break. And all it takes, Jay, you know, is to wound Kirichenko in a couple of pots. Kalinine now 11 million. Going to be good for third place in chips, I believe. Very nice. Working through that merit playlist in the background. What kind of genre of music is this? What kind of funky?
Do you know, like the old school British fruit machines when you get on the board? That's what it sounds like you're up on the board, you're spinning it around.
Which fruit machines you been playing? I'd be in there every day playing them.
Kirichenko in the cutoff. 10-9 offsuit. Probably going to get out the way. Is the chip leader though, and is raising into 3 shorter stacks if he does want to open. Is actually going to take it. No, he's not. Bluff me then. Went for chips and then folded his hand.
Yeah.
Kalinine, Jack Deuce. Pretty unappetizing from the small. Just a shade over 20 big blinds deep with Molenaar.
There may be one that can use once in a while. Offsuit. High-low, slight blocker, best unblocker, but is just going to give...
Don't mind it.
Michael the walk.
Nice.
And the king 4 off for Molenaar.
Suited.
Double suited.
Double suited, yeah.
So then, everybody, good evening to you all. Watching at home, hope you are enjoying your evening. We are certainly enjoying our week here out in Cyprus. Mediterranean Poker Party, penultimate day of coverage. As we turn down the homeward straight, so to speak, Jay. Main event coverage, guys. Final table is tomorrow. We will be bringing you all of that through to crowning a champion. And of course, that landmark, sensational magic number of 1 million for the win. But that's tomorrow. This is today. 10K High Roller. Zubella, ace-9, gets one through. And all of a sudden, Jay, with it going to 250, 500K, everyone getting a bit shallow now, right? Second place in chips has like 30 blinds. You know, the next level in particular, I think we're really going to see the cat amongst the pigeons, as it were.
Yeah, I agree, Andrew. Just things will start to shallow up, like even now. A lot of these sort of 20 big blind stacks. Like even at the end of this session, 40-minute clock, last level, 800 BB.
Right.
Would put 80 big blinds in play. So something will give eventually. As
certainly will.
Kalinine here with the king-8 suited. And seems like a nice one. 2 open.
Yeah. And the Russian agrees with you. One of our Russians, should I say. Now then, Mr. Schofield. Kenjic, Queen 10 off. Very tricky, Jay, at this depth. Seems to be debating whether we can step out of line. Does let it go. Does have Kirichenko behind him, right, also. Tricky spots at these depths. Kirichenko, 9-7 off, Jay, in the big.
Yeah, I think I like defend with this one. As Kirichenko, we are covering stack, do get to defend wider than anyone else as the chip leader at this stage. They probably fold 9-6 off. Well, looks like he's going to be disciplined here and just give Kalinine credit.
I think Kalinine been pretty snug, right? Maybe some credit given there from, you know, Kirichenko, that Queen Jack of Clubs hand, recognizing that he's not someone that you can easily trifle with. Let's just let it go. I could see either being fine there for sure. And he's creeping his way up the counts, Jay, up to 12 million. I always find these stages of the tournament fascinating. A lot of jockeying for position. Kalinine again here. Jack-10 offsuit, 5-handed, first to go.
Yeah, effective hijack, but don't think we want to get in the mix. Does choose to fold, and over to Molenaar, and one that could potentially think about opening here.
Yeah, he's taking this.
King-10, making it 1 milli. We'll lose Kirichenko in the small.
I've played a lot of poker recently live with Michel. We've been on the same table a few times out in Vegas. Likes to put chips in the middle as often as possible, as most good poker players do. Round to Zubella. 7-8 off. Yeah, he's also going to make a pretty snug fold. Kind of makes sense, right? With like these guys, they all have 20 blinds basically. Like Molar, Zubella, and Kalinine, right? All kind of 20 bigs. Kind of makes sense to defend tight, like not put yourself in these awkward spots post-J.
Yeah, I can see it.
But as you said, something has to give eventually. Going to be confrontations as the stacks continue to shallow. Michel, King-9 into the muck. Round to Kenjic. Does have the inherently uncomfortable situation, Jay, of being directly out of position to the one man that covers him.
Yeah, that's the thing here for Kenjic. 7-8 suited. Kind of awkward, but is going to choose to open here. Makes it 1 million.
Yeah.
Kirichenko on the button with Jack-9 offsuit. Doubt going to see him get involved. Zubella out the way in the small, and over to Kalinine in the big blind. 8-6 offsuit here. Probably just going to continue playing tight, letting this one go. Next hand, another raise and take.
Feels very much to me like the calm before the storm. Speaking of storms, I know it wasn't a thunder and lightning-esque one, but you saw all these pictures being sent over of the northern lights.
Yeah.
What was it? A geoelectrical storm, someone was telling me? Or something?
I'm not sure.
I'm not a very scientific man.
Looked beautiful though, didn't it? All the pictures, it was like they were Photoshop we were getting.
It did look beautiful. I'm not sure where I was going with that reference, but, you know, Northern Lights. Apparently you can see them again tonight, folks, so. But don't do that. Stay with us.
Good
Follow
shot.
the action. Kirichenko with that chip lead. Suited queen in the cutoff. Won't be thrilled to hold the 3 of hearts.
Yeah, I think still fine to open here though, as chip lead up, suited queen from cutoff.
Yeah.
Getting in the mix, making it 1 milli to go. Zubella out the way with the 8-3 off.
Wow.
And Kalinine here in the small blind. Really good spot to move all in here with the pocket 7s. Saw him earlier not take the queen jack of clubs. This one does seem a lot more clear against a man that's going to be opening a decent proportion of range from cut-off. Very nice from Kalinine. Does find the jam and going to get Kirichenko out of there. Picks up 2 milli for his troubles. And just like this, Kalinine winning a few pots is just bringing himself closer to Kirichenko here.
Kind of been a feature of the week that, you know, as we approach the end of these final tables, the structure gets shallow. It really is a case of if you win 1, 2, 3 small pots, all of a sudden you're chip leader. You win 1 big all-in, all of a sudden you're a huge favorite. It's dicey, it's tricky to navigate. It's compelling for us. Kirichenko licks his wounds, looks down at the ace-jack off.
And once again, we'll be opening slightly higher up this time.
Yeah, makes it 1 million. Gonna get round to the blinds. Molenaar out of the way. Kenjic now with the chip lead once more, or basically exactly joint chip lead with Kirichenko.
Yeah, and does seem like one. I think it's nice. Like, prefer like 4 or 5 off than like 6, 7 off for the times that we make the wheel, likely to be up against some ace-X from under the gun. And does flop best in the former middle pair here. Plays check over to Kirichenko. I think one that could be c-betting here on the 8 high board.
Yeah. Think on like an 8-6
Check or big bet.
type. Check or I think at FTs we always kind of downsize a little, so
but like
a third, yeah,
potentially.
Yeah. Certainly a non-FT, certainly a board that you could have some big bets, properly big bets. You tend to downsize in these.
Yeah, scale down.
Yeah, in these FT situations. Now, Kenjic, we've defended 4-5. I'm gonna stick around for at least one more street. I'd imagine gonna land on just call.
Can't really see any other approach other than call.
We'll stare at his opponent. 9 of clubs turn. Kirichenko not gonna like this card.
Yeah, and I think one that probably want to be shutting down on. 9 does have a lot of interaction with some of these straight draws. If they're not making a straight, a lot of them make top pair. And like we're still ahead of this 4-6, 4 deuce suited, 6 deuce suited type stuff. I think means for a nice one to check here. But Kirichenko surprised us already. Got out of line with a jack-6 off earlier.
Yeah, can't see him betting this one. Does decide to check and gets a very interesting 10 of clubs river card.
Yeah, and now when check to, can't really see any other way to proceed here for Kenjic, and Kirichenko may decide to use this one here, Andrew.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of reasonable that we can still represent value. Like if we had a hand like 10 jack, you know, we're supposed to check a lot, right? On this 9 turn, gonna want to realize equity, gonna have some 10x in there for sure, like a queen 10, king 10 that bet flop, you know, just for some denial, trying to just win the pot. Of course, and even like a hand like the nut flush draw, Jay, right? We're just gonna check back for sure.
Some flush draws that we can have that want to check back as well.
Ace 5 of clubs type holdings. King 5 of clubs, right? We're the chip leader. We can have all of these. Really like this. Big situation brewing. Now, the intriguing thing for me is sizing here, Jay.
Yeah,
He's
because
gone very big.
And I think like maybe like half is better here, because once we go big, we're basically saying like we're not value betting a 10 for this size now, Andrew. Like now Kenjic gets to eradicate all this jack 10 through ace 10 from our range, and like our 2 pair plus on the turn is just going to want to keep putting chips in. So basically saying we have something maybe like a 10-8 suited or a flush, like queen jack potentially there as well. But I think this size is really interesting, because if you sat there now as Kenjic, you sort of don't expect Kirichenko ever to have 1 pair for value, even if he's checked back, say, jacks through aces here, because of the size he's elected to choose. And we assume that 2 pair plus is going to bet turn. So basically saying he's got to the river with a check back flush, and we've got the 4 of clubs in hand.
He might call here.
Yeah, I think he can. King 4 of clubs not a thing. Ace 4 of clubs not a thing. Stuff that could potentially check back to realise equity with their flush draw. And it's just down to the size. I think if Kirichenko goes like 2.4, 2.5 here,
just 3 million.
Kenjic is already folded. But once we go over pot, we just can't have these 1 pair hands for value now, in my opinion.
Having said that, Jay, it's so hard to pull the trigger, but he has done it.
What a great call from the Serb. Kenjic, take a bow, sniffs it out, broke it down, and comes to the correct decision. Big moment in this final table. Now puts a lot of leeway between him and second in chips. Great call there, Kenjic. Nice stuff. Just jumping back to the hand, it makes sense. Because especially with that 4 of clubs, and we expect king 4 of clubs, ace 4 of clubs to take the line, that would get there with a flush from the river. And we sort of make the assumption that 1 pair doesn't go that size and 2 pair plus continues bet and turn. It's
yeah, and first real cracks in the armor of Kirichenko. Hopefully for him, it doesn't live to regret that one, Jay. I'm with you. Really like how you broke that one down.
But as you say, Andrew, still so difficult to call with just full pair there. No
really
kicker. It's so hard to still stick the chips in, but...
Well, as we see, Kalinine getting back after it here. Ace-Queen in the cutoff. And Kenjic now feeling it. King-Jack in the small.
12, 9, 13.
I don't expect to see fold. Maybe one that can play cool here. 5-handed King-Jack from the small. Chip leader now.
Yeah, kind of awkward. 24 bigs back for Kalinine. Like, if we had King-Jack suited here, I could see shove.
Yeah.
You know, really makes it like your opponent is just in a horrible spot having to call off. Essentially second in chips now. You know, with Kirichenko shifting down the counts, it really changes that dynamic. I think all options, Jay. I don't think he'll fold this one, but
I don't think
probably deciding call 3-bet fold. Could jam. Like, I wouldn't rule it out here. Like, how can your opponent call a hand like Ace-Queen? Looks like 3-bet fold is the order of business.
Okay, so that's what he's landed on, and lovely little...
I mean, you're loving this in theory.
Of course you are, as Kalinine. It's great for us now, because like Kenjic is incentivized to get after us now that we go to second in chips after Kirichenko losing that big one against him before. So going to be a lot of stuff in here that's just going to be 3-bet folding, and then we just pick up a nice healthy 6 big blinds. Is he? Oh, he's gone for a time bank. Thought he was thinking about call.
I think it's reasonable to think this one through. Big moments. We are second in chips, but as you say, Jay, sometimes if they have it, they have it.
It's just it seems way too high up here, Ace Queen Andrew.
I think so too. In a 5-handed game. Let's see what he lands on.
Oh, that is the...
Hey.
I weren't expecting to see that from Kalinine. Just gave Kenjic credit, but Kenjic is supposed to be putting some pressure on us and getting after it. Like, could take a lot of offsuit ace-X there as well, in theory, and we just pick up 6 big blinds so often, Andrew.
Yeah, I think it just has to be a function of Kirichenko blasting off, you know, 7 million or so of his stack.
Yeah, potentially.
Recognizing we're second, like, doesn't want to jeopardize his tournament life.
That could be the case.
I think it has to be. Well, Kenjic, what a 5 minutes or so for him. All of a sudden, stranglehold on this tournament. Can he push the momentum forward and take it down?
There's a queen at 3 suited here on the button.
He'll be feeling it now. Everything going his way. Wow, well, not anymore. Zubella finds the goods, Jay.
Can he find a flat, though? That is the question, Andrew. 15 bigs here, like, we're going to defend wide enough, like, keep our range wide. Kenjic on the button, going to probably be opening 70, 80% of range, maybe. And he's just going to go for the 3-bet from the looks of things.
Yeah, it certainly is the one. This and aces. And, you know, got to take some risks, I would say. You know, basically joint second almost here, like absurdly so. You know, the stack's so bunched together. Has decided to 3-bet. And of course, can't blame him for choosing this avenue. Fortunately for him, Kenjic, not with a hand. It's going to continue. And of course, just by 3-betting, Jay, you consolidate 10 million. It's hard to be too critical.
Yeah, of course.
But I'm with you.
I'm just...
You're against, like, 2 unders a lot, right?
Yeah, exactly that. Like, I'm a big fan of just flatting because of how, like, our hand performs in equity versus that opening range of our opponent. And as well as that, like, potentially can barrel off down the streets to us, get our double up that way.
I think important to recognize also Kirichenko there, 18 bigs. Bunch of the ace-X going to open shove from button.
Yes.
So if it comes ace high, we can viably station down, right? Yeah, interesting one. Does decide the more traditional route. As we see Kenjic now, king 3. Wonder if he is deciding to put the foot to the floor, but does get out of the way. Kirichenko now. Head will be spinning a little, Jay. First kind of adversity at this FT. Being hero called in that big one a few moments ago. Round 2, Zubella, 9-7. Offsuit in the small. 20 big blinds effective. Wow, okay. Just gives a walk to Kalinine.
Seems kind of tight, but well timed.
I think it's reasonable, really. It's so dicey. Everyone effectively with the same stack. Something to be said sometimes for just staying out of the way of trouble with these marginal hands. Onward we go. 5-handed, guys. 10K MPP High Roller. On our second to last day of streaming, Jay. Been a fabulous 10 days or so. We're taking you all the way through to crowning a champion here. And of course, the big one tomorrow. MPP main. Round to Kalinine with a similar holding that we just saw Zubella get rid of. 9-6 off.
Hit 3, 25. Total.
And so it's pretty low down in the range and looks like it's going to use it as one of these polar raises. We want our worst and best hands.
Yeah, I like this from Kalinine, really changing gears. Molar, though, wakes up with a hand that's likely to want to continue. Queen 10 offsuit, 16 big blinds behind.
Yeah, it won't be folding here, Andrew. It's just whether we go for flat hit as Molenaar.
Wow.
Or exactly
Michel
that. Goes for the jam with the Queen 10 and does get it through, gets himself back to 10 milli, finds it.
Telling you, this kid is a killer. Does just take the spots, Jay, that others may shy away from.
I think that could potentially be the difference here at this final table, Andrew. Seems like now 5 left, people aware how cagey it's gone with stacks between 5th and 2nd. So tight now. If someone could perhaps just get a little bit more aggressive, take some initiative,
yeah,
would potentially work out for them.
Absolutely. Yeah, Michel just pouncing on that. I think recognizing that small blind's going to go all in with a bunch of hands, right? Sort of 16 big blinds sort of range. So it becomes pretty polar when they decide just to open. Pounces on it. As we see Kirichenko back to work. Ace deuce of diamonds. Gonna fold around to his nemesis, Kenjic. Fairly weak holding of Queen 5 off.
It's the chip leader, though. Does get to defend wider than anyone else, having everyone covered. Under the gun open here. Seems slightly too trashy here, Andrew. Like Queen 8. Probably be in. Queen 7, kind of close. I think Queen 5 maybe one that...
Yeah, I think if anything, would rather 3-bet than peel, and I don't foresee that.
Yeah. In
this lineup, you know, Kirichenko sort of joint shortest. It's not that appealing to go ahead and just go for him here.
Yeah, good to see fold.
I'm with you, like it. And he's in a great spot to just, you know, apply pressure with just opens, it would seem. Probably doesn't need to take too many marginal spots for the time being, at least. Nobody giving an inch, Jay, in this lineup. We've seen that throughout. Zubella in there, King 9 suited. More than enough to open to $1 million.
The offsuit version for Molenaar on the button. He gets out of the way and over to Kenjic here in the small blind, and gonna have a nice, easy all-in here with effective stack. Kirichenko behind.
One thing I will say, Jay, is that something that I've sort of noticed creeping back into the sort of toolbox is that people will widen sort of to still 3-bet call here. Like if Zubella, like he's gonna have hands, right, that for the most part either raise fold or 4-bet jam.
Yep.
And you do give like an ace-jack, sort of ace-10 suited type, king-jack suited type hand, the opportunity to like stick around and potentially 4-bet shove if they think you're up to no good. I think he will shove, to be clear, but it wouldn't shock me if he goes 3-bet non-all-in, and I love this.
Yeah, it's going to go for that.
I think that this is great. Like, nothing too bad can happen, right? Like, if he peels, that's okay. The SPR is going to be shallow. Kind of want to give him the opportunity, right?
Yep.
To look at us and say, this guy's at it here. I really like it.
Basically saying you want more hands than just aces and kings.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
For our value, for our 3-bet, not all
Yeah.
in here. Maybe throwing an ace-queen suited once in a while, something that can happily 3-bet call off to try and induce.
Yeah, and like there, right? He's looking at him thinking, I'm not sure I believe you.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe next time he doesn't believe him and puts king-queen off in, right? I really like it from Kenjic. The real question is, how wide do you go down, right?
That's the thing.
Ace-jack suited, 3-bet call seems kind of reasonable to me, right? You can mix it up a little bit. Very nice play. Kenjic starting to create daylight, Jay.
Kalinine with the quick sprint back to the table. He could have taken a few extra seconds.
Hope you washed your hands, fella.
8-4 off into the muck.
Such a low-hanging fruit joke. I apologize. Wow, look at this. Wow, the man of the moment. Kenjic, another huge hand. This time from the button. Kind of praying for either of the blinds to wake up with any sort of playable holding here.
Yeah, exactly that.
Wow.
Bottom of barrel for Zubella. Raise and take for Kenjic, and around 45% of the chips in play, Andrew. Approaching that half of chips in play mark.
We have been waiting for somebody to announce themselves and take control. And Kenjic, going to be tough to stop him now, Jay.
There it is, Jovan Kenjic from Serbia. $674,000 in live earnings, but over half of that coming from one tournament. Biggest live cash of $364,000 was when he finished 4th in EPT Monte Carlo last month.
Oh,
there you
on
go.
a bit of a heater. Well, there we go. Poker certainly a game of momentum.
10.5.
And Zubella, shade over 15 blinds behind Jay, finds an offsuit ace-3. Typically going to be a jam. Hard to argue for any other course of action here.
Yep, easy jam for Zubella.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we are, running into it. Kalinine.
Count, please.
Stop the clock.
I think just taking his time, Jay. Like, making sure you don't make any mistakes. That seems reasonable to me. Can't be folding this one.
No, we cannot. Blind on blind. 15 effective. Ace-10, going to dominate all this worse ace-X.
He won't fold. He's just making sure. Here we go. In they go. Very unfortunate for Zubella. Runs into it. Is dominated. Ace-10 of Kalinine. Big favorite here to send us four-handed, Jay. Zubella does have live hearts. Some potential wheels in the mixer to go along with that 3, but he's going to have to get there. Here we go. Oh, and it comes 9-5 deuce.
It's coming.
Oh, he thinks it's coming, Jay. Looking for a 3 or a 4 to take the lead. And there it is.
We said it was coming, and he wasn't wrong. Fading 3 outs now. Forward shot, but doesn't want to see a 10. And there's the ace on the river. So Zubella up to 16 milli, and we've got Kalinine now just with 5 big blinds. Unfortunate for him.
Yeah, really unlucky. Has put on a great display so far at this final, but we knew a clash was coming eventually, Jay. Had to happen. Makes a good call. Unfortunately, doesn't get rewarded. And Zubella, just like that, second in chips.
Aaron already smashing his biggest live score out the park. $39,000 biggest live score before this today. Already locked up $95,000, the man from Poland.
Yeah, really tough one for Kalinine. He's played pretty much not perfect on this final. We did see the tight lay down with ace-queen. Really the only hand of note I can remember, Jay, where I didn't like how he was proceeding. Excuse me. Unlucky. Still in there. Has room to spin up. Those ones are pain, though. Max pain. Especially like if you hold Jay right, you're probably a lock for top 3. Start to dream of taking down the title. Kirichenko, well, ace-queen. 16 blinds deep from the cutoff.
Yeah, probably just open here. Give Molenaar a chance, potentially to shove like an ace-jack, an ace-10 off his stack depth.
Yeah, hand's just too good. And Michel, just so aware, especially with that big swing of Kalinine now, being on 5 blinds, recognizing, doesn't want to be defending too wide. There's some real killers on this table. Molenaar, Kenjic, Kirichenko, Zubella, and Kalinine. Everybody been putting on quite the performance, as you would expect for the most part, Jay, in a 10K.
Yeah.
Back on Kirichenko. Offsuit, ace-4. Blinds up next hand. It's going to put even more pressure on these stacks. Round 2, Molenaar. Well, Jay, 8.7 million.
Blinds up next hand. Ace-6 off here for this hand, working with 17.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, and does decide just to send it. Says, if you find it, Kenjic, good luck to you. Gets it through. Just another example of, he knows there's a pay jump coming, but certain hand strengths are just too strong.
Please go.
Ace-6 sends it in. I wondered if he'd ever consider limp shove, like could be an option. But then again, if the big blind just jams, then you have to just fold your hand.
That's the frustrating thing about limp shove in that situation. There are the chip counts. And Nikita Kalinine gonna need a spin with his 3 big blinds, but we've seen plenty of spins today and over the course of the week, so don't write him off just yet. Kirichenko was flying at one point, but down to 15 BB, slightly pipped by Molenaar with 16. Marcin Zubella, the big move up the last 10 minutes, up to 27, and Kenjic top of the pack and in pole position to become the high roller champion here for the 10K.
Now then, Zubella, fresh off that big double up. Ace, king of diamonds. And Michel with Jack 10 of hearts. Very tricky, dicey spot.
16 BB.
Yeah.
Just chooses to let it go.
Oh, hello. Kenjic now. Ace-Jack offsuit.
It's an awkward one for sure here. versus Zubella, but maybe we do just get to make this like 3.8, something around there, because he should be playing fairly honestly back at us.
I would be very surprised if he doesn't take it. And here it comes. Music to the ears of Zubella.
Yes, it does go around that remit. 4 million chips, and Zubella here loves this. And just going to get to send now with the ace-king suited. And Kenjic will be 3-bet folding this one.
All in.
And there it is. And just like that, basically gonna be joint chip leads. Yeah, always intriguing, these spots. Kenjic maybe could have just peeled pre-J. It's one of those, sort of, can go either way and it would be absolutely fine. As it stands, runs into the big hand. And what a spin up for Zubella.
It's amazing how quickly
he was out the door
he
5 minutes ago.
9-5 deuce, needed to find a 3 or a 4, and no waiting around on the turn to set him on his way.
Brilliant stuff. The man in the green cap takes the joint chip lead. And paying it for Kalinine, about to be in the big blind. Now here is a tricky one for Michel.
I think the Jack-10 suited off of 16.
Yeah.
Not going anywhere. Saw him fold, but that was to an open before, this time first in the pot. Makes it 1.2 to go.
Yeah, big blind with some potential to apply pressure. A relatively unattractive king 6 for the pole.
Yeah, slightly too shallow. Like, tend to use the offsuit high-low king exit around 30, 25. Just going to let him raise and take. And seemed pain to fold the Jack-10 suited the hand before Molenaar, and then the dealer's like, there you are, sir. You can have it again.
Now then, Kalinine, half his stack essentially committed in the big. If ever there was a time to find it, Jay, it is now. Michel, out of the way. As you would imagine, will be Kenjic. Now, Kirichenko with a hand that figures to be best, Jay, against a big blind hand. Could raise fold this to a small blind shove, in my eyes.
Yeah, I think that's an option that's in there, off of 13.
We'll see how he decides to proceed. Okay.
I'm gonna say, Zubella, I'll let you do the work. And I guess that's one thing that's good about fold. We're pretty certain that Zubella is going to send basically any 2 into the middle here, into the big blind of Kalinine, and we'll have that opportunity to see him bust and us lad up an extra 27K.
Well, here we go. Kalinine was within a couple of cards of taking the joint chip lead. As it stands, he's on the brink, and he is teetering on the edge of that brink now, Jay. King, Jack 3, 4% equity only for Kalinine. Needs runners. Doesn't find it, and he is dead on the King of Clubs turn. Great performance, Jay. Just unfortunate, one of those things.
Unfortunate with the ace-10 versus ace-3. Key point, maybe that ace-queen hand, if he took a different approach there, could have been a different story, but still hard to send the chips into the middle, but great run. And we lose another, leaving us with 4 players.
Yeah, very nice. We are now into the 6-figure, I keep getting it wrong, into the 6-figure payouts.
How was the whole tournament for you?
Just one bullet, so yeah, it was a lot of interesting hands. So field was interesting too, so a lot of famous players and some VP players too. Yeah, I think I played well yesterday. Yeah, today was a good day for me too. So I got final table with average stack, and but last two hands was unlucky. So I lost ace-10 off against ace-3 off. So and before that I made big fold with ace-queen offsuit. I don't know if I was right or not. I will check on stream. So I just felt something strong from my opponent. I don't know. Yeah, but so it was good.
Who has the biggest chance of winning this one?
The biggest chance, I think Machin is chip leader now. So he's a good online player. So I played him online or on Stars on GG. And yeah, I think he has biggest chance. And also a Dutch guy, Molenaar, he's a good player too, yeah.
What are your plans now that tournament is over for you?
I'm gonna play WSOP in the summer. Yeah, like it's my sixth time World Series of Poker. Gonna start soon. Yeah, and go to my home to visit my parents and friends. So and after go to WSOP. Yeah.
And that was our 5th place finisher. Kalinine, very unfortunate, Jay. What can you do? At times you got to win your all-ins. Back to the action we go. Four-handed, as I was saying, we all, I wish, not we all the players have $122,000 now locked up. All still in the hunt for this 10K High Roller title as we see Kirichenko opening here with King 10. Zubella debating his options with King 9, eventually relinquishes. Round 2, Kenjic, and he continues to find big hands, Jay. Pocket jacks. 13 blinds behind only for Kirichenko.
Aaron, once again, is there room to choose a non-all-in size in here with such a premium holding in a four-handed coup? Or is he just going to elect to send here? It's more difficult, I guess, facing 13 BBs, because probably got to make this like 2.8 if we do choose this not all-in sizing. And then it does become extremely polar. So that's all he's weighing up here, Kenjic. Always going to take the aggressive route. It's just whether to go for the all-in or to go for the free bet not all-in sizing.
Yeah, and I really like this. Yeah. You know, I was asking for it with the ace-king earlier. And, like, for the most part, your opponent won't peel anyway, Jay.
Yep, that's the
And you just allow them to make a mistake and 4-bet jam a hand that you have crushed. I like it. And this does look potentially bluffy, right? I mean, we're basically saying, I have jacks plus, ace-king, ace-queen suited. And the rest are going to be bluffs. Of course, Kirichenko can't continue with just king 10. So you see it there. He just says, good bluff.
Throwback.
Kenjic, formidable. And when you match formidable with big hands, Jay, very often a winning combination. This man might have a little something to say about that.
Yeah.
Zubella.
Been impressed with him, to be fair.
Yeah, played a very solid game. You know, finds himself in the hunt to take this down. Queen 6 suited. Opening up his ranges, like seeing it.
Very nice as well, just recognising the other big stack in the small blind, the position they're less inclined to get involved from facing the other big stack.
Yeah, and like we talked about earlier, Muratov had to be tight for so long and then kind of maybe struggled a little to change gears, right? Whereas Zubella, for bulk of this finals, had to play tight. And now, got that chip lead. All right, let's go. Queen 6 suited. Like to see it.
11 BBs here for Kirichenko. Does want to have a look with the 7-8 offsuit See if he can catch a good enough piece to potentially go with.
Does catch a small piece. Bottom pair on the ace-9-8. Zubella comes up empty. Does have the betting lead.
Going to be awkward, though, when met with continue here, which do expect to see from Zubella.
It's certainly a board that we're going to want to size up a good amount of the time. You do tend to see a good amount of like half pot type on these boards where there's a lot of draws. You know, you want to put pressure on a 9, on an 8 like this, but has gone small.
Yeah, and once again, probably just the factor of Kirichenko's stack size and us being at the final table, just choosing to scale down. And Kirichenko, good instincts, is going to take one off here, does have the best hand.
Yeah, I think against the size, basically obligated to do so. Got that backdoor straight draw working for us. Not thrilled to have to take it off, but does find call. Jack of Hearts turn.
And seems like a real nasty one to think about doing anything here for Zubella. Can be drawing dead against some turn flushes, against some chopping against some queen 10, drawing to a chop, 10-7 in there as well. Just seems like a white flag wave here from him, and does exactly that. And 5 of spades.
Yeah, completes the board. Kirichenko is best. Can't, of course, know it with just 4th pair. Wonder if he ever thinks he needs to bluff here, Jay. Like, it's certainly not impossible. I wouldn't be shocked to see it. We don't beat a lot, right? Just some King X and Queen X that have shut it down.
There's some pairs.
There we go. Beautiful.
He's going to bluff here. Kirichenko, let's go. Was actually bluffing with the best of it.
I thought he might bluff here. It feels like one.
Yeah.
It's just not going to win enough.
And to be fair, if check to there's Zubella, he's probably got one of the worst hands he gets to the river with. And he's got a 6 in there, removal from some 6-7 perhaps, and could have got Kirichenko off it. So credit to him.
Yeah, very nice from Kirichenko. Like to see it. And he finds a playable 1J. Ace-4 in the small, 16 blinds.
I'm all in. Let's see if Kirichenko agrees. We like to use these offsuit, high-low, ace-X holdings. Let's see if Kirichenko can find it, and he does find it. Nice from him, and this is why it's so great as well. Look at this equity. They're going to flush out the pot, the Jack 10 offsuit. This has to go into the muck for Zubella. So Kirichenko got some momentum going back his way after holding the chip lead at one point on this final table.
Not me.
Yeah, it feels like
So I'm hearing, Jay, that tomorrow,
level 25,
of course, we have the main event final table. We'll be getting underway our coverage 1 p.m. Cyprus time.
I think it's like 11 or something.
So what's that, in the UK, 11 a.m. in
11 a.m., yeah.
In various other countries, I'd have to dig into Google. But 1 p.m. local time here, guys, so we hope that you will join us for that one. Just trying to get people up to date so they can be ready for tomorrow. Going to be a fun one, $1 million for the win. Now then, Zubella, 8-9 of clubs. Molar on the short stack in the big. Yeah, here we go. Nice. Takes it.
Nice one to use. Ace-3 off here from Molenaar. Snap folding it. Probably aware that he is likely to have the best hand, but doesn't fare too well in terms of equity versus range. Dominated versus the pairs and the better ace-X. And then even against the hand with 2 in-betweeners like
I need one espresso.
This man had, we're only going to have like 60% best there.
Yeah, I think I like it. We're still neck and neck with Kirichenko. We're still 1 double up away effectively from chip lead. Can find better situations, Jay, to either call off or take the aggressive all-in route ourselves, excuse me.
Well, and now another big hand for Zubella, and one that will be opening on the button. And Molenaar here, Queen Jack offsuit. This could be spelling trouble. 14 bigs versus the chip leader. Seems like a very nice jam.
And he's taken it, Jay. Tough to blame him. Gonna be enough raise folds, but he is gonna get snapped and get the bad news that he is dominated. And all of a sudden, Zubella on the brink, Jay, of taking a big chip lead into three-handed unless Michel Molar can improve. 3 jacks, his immediate outs. Comes up empty so far on the 9-6-4. Does, of course, have backdoor hearts and straight draws available, Jay.
Yeah, but Jack is the requisite at the moment.
That's no fun.
And that is no fun, you are right, sir. So down to just 3 outs.
Can Michel Molar find it? No, he cannot. Deuce of clubs completes the board, and we do lose Michel in 4th place. Takes home $122,000. Great run from a rising star in the poker world. GG, sir. And I believe we're going to hear from our 4th place finisher, Michel, right now.
Should we move now around, probably?
That was better.
Congratulations on the winnings. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, it's nice to finish 4th. I mean, obviously want to win, but, you know, can't really ask for much more.
Any lucky or memorable moments?
Well, I 2-outed someone with 9s. Yeah, I got lucky, like, a couple tables left for a big spot. Other than that, yeah, I mean, to run deep, you have to be lucky, so...
Who has the biggest chance of winning out of this 3 guys?
Probably the chip leader, I guess. Yeah, so the guy that busted me.
What is your favorite part playing MPP events?
I mean, I like the location. It's good. I like the all-inclusive stuff.
What are your plans now the tournament is over for you?
Well, I'll go to Vegas. I'll take 2 weeks off and then do the whole summer in Vegas.
Well then, good run for Molar. Another $122,000 into the bankroll, Jay. And look at this. All in, Kirichenko from the big with pocket 6s.
Very tidy jam. Zubella can't call 4s. Gets him out of there. Starting to get some chips back, Kirichenko. And just a quick note. Marcin Zubella, live earnings of $136,000. He's now cashed for $165,000. So
very nice.
Already more than all his combined earnings.
Always, of course, tricky. Could just be an online wizard that we're unaware of.
Well, I think that is the case.
There we go.
And what I actually believe as well, he may actually look a lot older than what he is, because his first cash on the database actually come in last year in 2023, October time.
Wow.
So that's when his first cash come, was actually here in Cyprus. So maybe only been playing for 7-8 months, Andrew, and already amounted 6 figures worth of scores and got a great shot at taking down a high roller title here.
Very nice. Well, here comes Kirichenko, limping Queen Jack of clubs. Now then, this is a hand.
Yep.
The solver kids.
The King Deuce loves it from the big here covering stack. Very, very nice hand to do this with. And now Kirichenko's just got a really nice one to say the words. I'm all in, suited Broadway, 20 big blinds. A lot of the time we're just going to get it through. Zubella is incentivized to attack here.
I'm going to argue the opposite.
You're going to argue the opposite? I like it.
I'm going to argue call. I think shove is fine, to be clear. But the reason I like call, you know, you get to dominate a bunch of the sort of dusty Queen and Jack X combos that ISO. A hand like 8 deuce off and all this that ISO. You know, a lot of the ace-X have shoved pre already, and now we get a nice little situation like this, where our opponent can have caught a piece, right? If he's ISO just 6 deuce off and 9-4 off type. To be clear, don't hate limp shove, but quite a fan of limp call. Nice to have some pretty strong hands in our limp call range.
It may be the suited is better. I think quite like the offsuit, I feel like I'm always going with. Maybe you're right, Andrew, in the fact that we do keep some dominated holdings in, expecting Zubella to go with some high-low offsuit, Queen X and Jack X.
Sure.
From the big blind.
Well, does improve to 2 pair on Jack of Spades' turn. Decides time to seek value. Looks like around about 3/4 pots. And of course, Zubella, just king high, no spade. Into the muck it goes. I'm with you though. I think honestly both are absolutely fine. Like,
especially three-handed, a lot less ICM now as well, Andrew. It's like one of those.
It's almost like, you know, just limp jam your ace-4 offs and king 10 off might just, you know, stuff like this. It doesn't flop quite as well as like a queen jack suited. I'm sure it's not a big difference between the two. Now Kirichenko rallying ace jack, very strong hand, 3-handed. Close to top of range from button, and he comes. 1.2 million.
And the old whip in the big blind for Kenjic. Out the way.
Oh, the whip.
The worst hand in poker.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe I've never heard that. I've
never heard the whip
in my
for
ears.
the 7 deuce?
No. Seriously?
Oh, wow.
I'm no
I thought it was known, like, globally, the 7 deuce was the old whip.
That's just you with your great grasp of, you know, little euphemisms for poker hands.
Saying, I like the pocket fours, the Barack Obamas.
Ah, that, yeah. Big fan. Hate the hand, like the nickname. I have post-traumatic stress disorder from pocket fours. Anyway, enough about me. What's going on? Premium hands everywhere on the button. Zubella, ace queen, 1.2. Kenjic gives it a little moment of thought before mucking. Round 2, Kirichenko with the 8-6 off. Interesting now, he's starting to reel Kenjic in, Jay. Only 5 million behind second place.
Yeah, I think he's done terrifically well, Kirichenko.
Yeah, nice recovery,
after he took that knock, how he's actually
really good.
Come back from it. Like, he's kept his head, he's still playing very well. And it's good to see when players don't just blast off after losing the big one and
absolutely
start chipping back up nicely, as Kirichenko is doing here. But definitely going to lose a street.
Yeah, could get in a little bit of trouble here. Middle pair, backdoor straight draws available. And Zubella with an extremely strong holding. Top pair with the queen kicker. Big turn card incoming. Can Kirichenko improve? One of the worst cards in the deck for him, I would posit. King of Spades. And a very easy card for the button to continue to barrel.
Yeah, just one that Zubella's going to be wanting to go bet, bet, bet here. No reason to be checking here on the turn. Does go for chips, and like this size up here, Andrew, we want to choose a size to potentially set up a nice comfortable river jam and get the lot here. And this would give us less than pot. However, I think Kirichenko's hand is one that going to struggle to hold on for another street now.
Yeah. The classic uncomfortable spot. Can be getting bluffed. Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10s of the world. But what can you do, Jay? Very tough to strap in and call again here. Does release. And Zubella, really out of nowhere, Jay, on this final, is in, put himself in position to take it down. And on we move, 3-handed. All players now, $165,000 locked.
Yeah, it's all good. Thank you.
And if you got any questions for us, guys, anything you want to know, you can fire away in the chat box on DTE Player. We are monitoring the chat from that channel, and would be great for us if you helped us out, like the stream, subscribe to the stream. We're going to have plenty more coverage coming over the course of 2024 as we see out this 10K high roller final table. So Kirichenko with the queen deuce off.
Gonna take the aggressive route once more, Jay. 2 million to go. Quite like this, you know, just stop yourself from being blown out of the pot. But Zubella suited 4 high.
Yeah, suited connector with position, covering stack, seems good.
Very interesting. Queen 7-5, 1 club. Kirichenko gonna love this flop. 20 big blinds behind.
Yeah, and it's actually really interesting here because Zubella's got one that could potentially go for raise here, Andrew. The 4-3 with the backdoor flush draw, always folding out better hands when we get the fold. They're just gonna play cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if small check raise could ever be a thing there.
Well, he is in position, Jay, in the BB.
I love this from Kirichenko.
Yeah.
Throwing the rope over to Zubella. And didn't raise flop, but now I think we have to bet turn.
I'm with you.
4 high, bottom of range, still with a dummy end gut shot to go alongside it. And can start getting Kirichenko to fold some ace highs, some king highs, some stuff like a suited jack, perhaps.
Yeah, like a random 5 even or something if there's one in there.
Potentially king 5 off as a tough time continuing.
Now then, Kirichenko, like this, won't allow our opponent to bluff. Is a relatively coordinated river, turn. River is the 7 of spades, Kirichenko best, and what to do? Zubella, we've got to the river with the worst possible hand we can have.
It's not the most appetizing river to shove on, but I guess we still have some Queen X that want to go for value here as Zubella. But hard for us to have a 7, right, Andrew?
That's it. That's
difficult.
And here we go, though. He's gone for it.
He's gone after it. Zubella,
wow,
with the move, with the 4 high, he's playing the board and putting Kirichenko in a real tough spot here.
It might get through, Jay. Like, trying to assign pure bluffs is quite difficult here.
The thing is, though, like, what Zubella got here? Like, yes, he can have some better queen hex, perhaps, but difficult for him to have a 7 here, Andrew.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not particularly worried about a 7. In terms of like, but there are like 6-8 suited, 9-7 suited, 9-5 suited, queen 9. Like I'm more thinking the other way of what are the bluffs, and we have like a 4-6, right? It's pretty natural. A hand like 3-4, but he does call it off. We didn't even have time to analyze it fully, Jay.
Nice call from Kirichenko.
Very nice.
Good point, I think, there, though. Once he checks turn with top pair, he's kind of under rep from his opponent's perspective. Like, Zubella probably doesn't give him credit for a queen, probably thinks he's capped at like a 9 or worse, and goes after that part of his range. And
I'm with you.
I think that's why we maybe need to lean towards call once we check turn with our top pair. And that's why we check the turn, let our opponent take off, give him some rope, as you say, Andrew, and gets the full double up. And Kirichenko, just like that, we have a new chip leader.
Very nicely done.
9.
And credit to Zubella. You know, you're going to get some hands to fold river, Jay, for sure. Not that one, though. He still has a healthy stack. Yeah, Kirichenko just, I think it's just close your eyes and call. And going to be beat sometimes.
It's one of those.
There's enough, you know, flop floats that, like a Jack 8 suited type, something like this, Jack 10. It's an interesting one because there's not that many bluffs, I don't think. Like an ace high, ace 4 or whatever is probably not going to bluff. Take it showdown. But then on the flip side, a 9 probably doesn't jam river if it does decide to bet turn. Like you say, a 7's going to check the turn almost always.
Yeah, it's a hard
interesting spot. As it stands, well played, Kirichenko. He's had a swingy ride of it the last sort of 90 minutes or so. back into the chip lead.
And just answering a quick question, someone just asked in the YouTube streets, what time does the main event stream start tomorrow? We will be live on air from 1 p.m. And we will be covering that until we crown a champion. $1 million up top in that. Smash the guarantee out the park for the main event. And Kirichenko now got the chips, so gonna get after it. 6-7 offsuit here on the button as chip lead up, making it 2 BBs. And Kenjic in the big with a suited king. Can't really see him going anywhere in a three-handed situation. Does come with defend.
Yeah, Kirichenko getting back after it. Finds a pretty favorable flop in terms of him having the betting lead here on the ace-9-4.
I think one big blind is in order, Andrew, on this particular texture.
Yeah. A couple more chips added on, but in the realm. 675, I believe. 775. Excuse me. Kenjic may have just enough shade. It's not very appetizing in terms of, you know, some king highs beat us that are c-betting.
Yeah, it seems really close, King Deuce.
It is close.
With the backdoor will and heart draw. Like King 10, King Jack, always calling. King Deuce, kind of close with the backdoors.
Yeah, decides hand not quite strong enough. Gets out of the way. Kirichenko feeling it now, back up over 30 million in chips as we creep towards the 400, 800K blind level.
How much do you have? 14.
Yeah, very interesting now for Kenjic. Also, Jay, you know, in terms of continuing there, we are now out on our own in second, looking to outlast Zubella. You know, you might defend flop a little tighter, right, with that in mind. And I say a little tighter, King Deuce is like stone bottom anyway. As it stands, 10-5 of clubs here in the small.
Yeah,
it's like reaching for calling chips.
Yeah, need to complete. We're aware that we're going to get pounded on a lot from Kirichenko, but suited 10 seems too good to be letting go as Kenjic. And now over to Kirichenko, Jack 8 offsuit. Does seem like a nice check. Kind of connected. Happy to head post flop.
Wow, Jack in the window, followed by a 9 and a deuce. Kirichenko smashing this board. 8 of spades also in hand. Kenjic comes up completely empty. I'm going to check this one over. Interesting one, Kirichenko. Wouldn't hate seeing check back here, Jay, and juice some bluffs. Also small bet, completely fine. Start going for value and protection immediately. Kind of a cool one to check, I think.
Yeah, seems nice. With spade in hand, lower down kick up, induce some stuff from Kenjic on turns.
Yeah, it's got to be hand over. Unless he wants to do something heroic. Not the hand, though, to pursue such an avenue. Well then, that man in the middle of your picture, with shades on, feeling in very good shape to take down this 10K High Roller title, guys. If you are just joining us, we are three-handed, 10K High Roller, 1 million guaranteed. And it's a battle between Kenjic, Kirichenko, and Zubella for that title. So we see Kenjic here, ace-3 offsuit. Intriguing stuff. Decides just to fold, and his timing couldn't have been any better.
Impeccable timing there. I think you'll see most people open there.
Yeah.
Three-handed coup, ace on the button. And must have known Kirichenko with the goods in the small blind.
I think he's just... People don't really adjust that well in these spots, and I think he just knows that Kirichenko is going to be pounding away, and the shorter that Zubella gets, the better for him. Somewhat intrigued by that jam.
I think it's slightly too strong, sevens.
I think it's too good a hand, yeah.
Blind on blind.
Like, we have other hands to use, in my eyes. Kind of want to induce something there.
Yeah, like raise
3.5x.
Fours, this stuff.
Like, you could just raise call this one, I guess. On the flip side, you do just deny equity. You know, you don't flip against, I don't know, a hand like a King 10 or something like that. If it, you know, decides to rejam pre, stuff like this. Obviously is not a mistake. We're nitpicking a little. King Queen now. Very strong holding, three-handed. In he comes, 1.2. All of a sudden, really separated himself, Jay. Half the chips in play? I think so.
Yeah, and credit to him as well. Mentioned it earlier. Did lose a fairly chunky pot. And sometimes when that happens, can lose your head. That's kept his head cool. He's picked his spots nicely after that. He's chipped up again. Played the queen deuce to perfection to get the absolute maximum. And now going to be favourite to take it down as chip leader. Got a tough task still to get through. Zubella and Kenjic are two tough cookies to beat. They're not going to go down without a fight.
That much is for sure. And the pole raising, ace-3 from the button. Kirichenko in the big. Gonna defend with 10-4 of spades. Jack 9 deuce, all diamonds. And that flop, all Zubella. Top pair, sorry, not top pair. The nut flush draw, Jay, excuse me. Getting a little late over here. I'm getting a little woozy. Ace high with that nut flush draw in hand. Should be hand over.
Yeah, 1 BB is very nice here on the mono. Jack 9 deuce. Kirichenko 10-4 spades. Should be folding. Didn't expect him to. But hasn't let it go yet. Saw that Jack 6 offhand earlier when we thought he was folding with no draw, just Jack high, and went after it.
Okay, break, please.
Yeah.
Oh, next break.
Yeah. Will we finish until next break?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Kirichenko referencing. He could do with a break. Well, he's going to have to get through another whole level or finish the tournament off before that opportunity arises. Now, we saw Kenjic fold an ace a moment ago. I'd be surprised to see him fold 2 in a row, Jay. Is reaching. In for the raise, 1.2 million. Well, he may wish that he had.
Yep.
Kirichenko, pocket threes in the small blind.
Seems like a potential spot to send, and there it is.
And this is the problem, right? When you open these kind of dusty ace-X into a chip leader who's super aware that you have to call off very tight. Of course, they have to find, I guess, some kind of a hand, Jay, to put you in that bad spot. Kirichenko feeling it. 35 million now, 55% of the chips in play. Can he drive it home, Jay? That is the big question. As we take a little look at the chip stacks. And there we go, there we have it. Alexander Kirichenko, 43 big blinds, 35 million. And Kenjic and Marcin Zubella basically neck and neck. Currently in a race to get heads up, Jay. Both with a shade over 14 million in chips.
13.9. I mean, roughly. Okay, okay, so 14, yeah.
Now then, Jay, we're reaching the stage. Start considering
14.
open shove now, right?
Yeah, that'll
As Kirichenko.
For sure.
If both his opponents sub 20, this one looks like a very good candidate, and there we go.
Man knows his stuff.
Yeah.
As you expect, free-handed in a field of this magnitude, last 3 players, they're all going to be very good poker
I
players.
thought you were talking about me.
Oh, well, you know your stuff as well, Andrew. I tend to disagree with you time to time, like you do with me. We have differing opinions about certain spots, but...
Sure do.
This is the great thing. No one likes to hear 2 people agreeing all the time. They like a bit of confrontation.
Absolutely.
Now it's
Credit to Kirichenko, though. Sharp, right? Like, he's just immediately on it. Blinds have gone up. Oh, hang on a minute. You know, if you're autopiloting, you just open there, right?
Yep.
I mean, open would be fine, too, but you get where I'm coming from. Recognizing now, time to put the foot to the floor, has both of his opponents sub 20. And all of a sudden, it's all going his way.
Getting walks as well.
Yeah, it feels like 4 or 5 hands in a row.
Jack 6 off as well.
Exactly. Getting dealt powerhouse hands. He's absolutely fuming that he got walked. Everything seems set for Kirichenko to take it down, but we know it's never quite that simple, Jay. This wonderful game of ours. He is in prime take it down territory. Kenjic has chipped down considerably and without doing anything wrong, basically, right? I mean, oh my word.
It's just all going right for Kirichenko. Kings now. And what do you think, Andrew? One to complete and
I would
potentially
raise.
induce something?
I would really like to see raise. I just think that he's pounding away every hand. They know he's pounding away every hand. I really like this. Like, I don't think Zubella is going to be incentivized to ISO, right? When we limp, not really. Like, he's not going to take 15 BBs here. And with the stacks the way they are with him and Kenjic, I don't think he's going to raise with too many trash hands, but he is going to call a raise with hands like this.
Yeah, that's the thing, like the suited holdings that will call in position that are always going to check. We get the value from these, which does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And on first glance, looks like a bad board for Kirichenko, but actually kind of nice. Like, expect the ace to be an essential brick.
Feels like kind of like the nuts.
Yeah, like the ace is the essential brick. All the ace, well, a large proportion of the ace-X, let's say, of Zubella's range should be moving in pre. Therefore, this is still effectively an overpair here. The kings.
The great thing about this for me, Jay, is that also a huge amount of the ace-X of Kirichenko have also jammed pre.
Exactly.
So both players basically recognizing that their opponent shouldn't have an ace, and that might incentivize Zubella to take one off here, but decides it's just not quite strong enough. Maybe a little gun shy from the 3-4 hand. Similar type holding, right? There you go. Kirichenko knew he had the absolute best of it.
I'll need one more time.
Every single one of these pots, Jay, is inching closer and closer towards the title.
It's always coming.
And here he comes again. Now, this is another one, Jay. Won't be shocked if he jams.
Yeah, seems good.
All in.
Yeah, I mean, he is just on it. Absolutely on it.
Playing some magnificent stuff.
This is just so grim.
And Kenjic, Queen Jack off here. Oh, no, that can have the best of it. It's so hard to call it off.
Just can't call.
Yeah, has to fold. Kirichenko now, loving life. So nice when you just got this chip lead and you just get to keep saying those words, I'm all in, applying the pressure. There's 67% of the chips in play, 2/3 in that man's stack.
Yeah, this is very much out of nowhere become a case of Kirichenko just gets to go absolutely crazy. And this is so tricky for Kenjic. You know, it's an $85,000 ladder, Jay.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I mean, of course, this is a jam for chips.
It does seem like maybe a jam, even three-handed here.
I agree. But he looks unhappy, right?
Yeah, you don't love it.
Oh,
no, oh no.
My goodness me. Runs into ace-king of Kirichenko. What a bad beat for Kenjic. So far, at least, felt compelled to take that jam. Huge moment here if he takes this one down.
Just a 9.
Can Kenjic find a way to wriggle out of this 76-24 spot? Oh my word, he does!
Wow. Top 2 for Kenjic. Gets there on the flop. An 85% favorite to double. 10 on the turn. Does slightly change it now. Can find a 10 as well as an ace for the old counterfeit. River card is a 3. So Kenjic with a huge double up puts him back to 23 mil. Kirichenko, that's got to hurt because I think he'll feel like if he wins that all in, if he can hold there, that the title is almost certainly going to be his.
Goodness me, Jay. Had his name up in lights in his mind. Had his men on the ropes. But Kenjic wriggles free. And penny for the thoughts of Zubella was about to ladder up, Jay, $85,000. But Kenjic will not go quietly. Finds the flop top 2. And finally, someone halts the momentum of Kirichenko. Wow.
Wow. So unfortunate. But once again, just going to have to do what he done before, keep that head, continue going about his business.
Yep. And you know, still in great shape. One of these spots, Kenjic is going to have to tread very carefully, right, against Kirichenko still. So we'll still get to apply a lot of pressure. Now then, Kenjic, a6 on the button. Is going to come in for an open. 1.6 million to go. Kirichenko, king 4 off into the muck. And Zubella, king 7.
Just 10 big blinds now. King 7 off in the big. Looks like he's counting out some defending chips. Wants to have a look. Oh dear, oh dear. And now it could be Zubella's time to double up because we got middle pair, nut kicker versus top pair here.
Yep.
And if Kenjic does decide to continue here, Zubella's going to have what I think is a pretty clear jam, and it would be getting called.
Yeah, Mayfield, he just needs to send it. Very tricky though, Jay. This board, of course, figures to connect with the big blind a good amount of the time, but our hand at this SPR needs a lot of protection. We'll see what Kenjic decides to come with. Only 9 blinds behind.
Yeah, so this is, I think, the best approach. Just a small C-bet, just north a quarter pot, and now Zubella should be moving in my opinion here, Andrew. Just plenty in the middle to pick up. Yeah, we will get some folds, but can still get called by worse as well.
All in.
And there is the all-in.
Count, please.
And is asking for a count here, Kenjic. But going to have to call this off, Andrew.
Yeah.
Like, going to have worse. Zubella will have some worse 6x, some 5x, perhaps some 8x, some combo draws we beat, some flush draws. There's a lot in there that we're ahead of. And he's...
Yeah, I did wonder if he would ever decide just to jam this one in himself to avoid this kind of decision. Maybe shut out some equity of hands that could check jam as a semi-bluff, but most of them probably call off anyway. Very tricky, these spots, Jay. But I'm with you.
I don't see how this one can ever fold. If he finds the fold here, it's some top-notch fold, Andrew. But, like, the 6x is going to jam for Zubella as well. We've got the nut 6, some, like, 5-8, some 4-5 suited.
Here we go.
And he says okay, and he's not going to like what he sees. And he's just got these chips, and he's going to be handing them over to Zubella unless he can have some luck go his way again. So, big moment for both.
Here we go then. Can Zubella find the hold? Or will Kenjic run down another opponent? And he does, Jay. Ace of clubs on the turn, just like that. Zubella, 2 outs and 2 outs only, Jay. Or he is gone in third, looking for a 7. Can he find it? No,
he cannot.
He cannot.
So what a couple of hands for Kenjic. Gets it in behind on both occasions, but finds it. And now we're heads up. And the two that come in, 1 and 2 in chips, how fitting, are here, battling it out for the title. $250,000 locked up for both. $115,000 heads-up battle with 365 being first place prize and the trophy. But I'm assuming we're going to have a short break.
That's right, Jay. Indeed, we are. Commiserations and congratulations, or whatever it is they say these days. Yeah, Marcin, we're getting swept away here. GG to Zubella in third place, 165K. We will, guys, be taking a 15-minute break now while we sort out heads up. And there it is, neck and neck. Kenjic versus Kirichenko for the title. Guys, please don't go too far. We'll be back in 15 minutes with the heads up of the 10K High Roller.
10 minutes. 10 minutes is okay. 10, 15. 10, 15 is okay. Whatever you wish. I'm not in a rush. You can go 15 if you want.
Rank number 7.
Yeah. You mean pre-flop?
Oh man, okay.
The hand ranks 7th, so it'll be king.
That's a tricky question. I know.
Kings, queens.
Maybe it's second, another ace, ace.
Around 10s.
Ace, ace. Third, king, king.
Jacks, 10s.
Kings, queens, ace, king.
Ace, queen suited.
Ace, queen suited.
I would say 10s.
9s?
It's same class.
I'm a smart guy.
Ooh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jacks.
You lose.
The ones we've just made up.
I don't think that one's well done.
Wait 1 second, let me just figure out.
The 8s are called snowmans.
Snowman, all right.
Because it looks like a snowman.
Most exotic.
Sure, yeah, no, we have some Serbian bullshit.
It's Queen Tray.
I expected some strategy questions. I'm just kidding.
They call it the gay waiter.
Okay.
Like Queen 3, but Queen Tray.
Pakistani virgin.
My brain stopped working about this.
I don't know why, don't ask me why. It's queen deuce offsuit.
The deuces are like ducks.
Kings are like King Kong.
We have a name of how we call the straight.
I just heard it somewhere.
Kenta Mallorca, but...
Well, in French, 10s are called Zinedine Zidane, Zizou, like the football player.
Straight 10 to the ace, 10 jack, queen, king, ace. But it's like Mallorca because it's major, straight, whatever, so...
Aces in French, you call them like les flèches.
8-4 of hearts. Scottish aces. I think someone just played this hand one day and decided to go a bit crazy with it, and I believe it was just known as Scottish aces afterwards. So whenever we see, if you see a Scottish person, they can always have this hand. They've raised under the gun, they can't have, on board at 8-4-5, they can't have 8-4, they can't.
A.
Nutty hand or something like that, so then the nuts.
Blades.
So it's like bullets.
American Airlines.
Yeah, I heard them.
American Airlines.
Oh, and Austrian Airlines is the same like American Airlines.
The bullets, yeah.
The blades.
Assos.
Barry, like Barry Greenstein.
Number ones.
Because you know Barry Greenstein, the player?
The Rockets.
Pocket Rockets, okay.
The nuts, I guess.
There's a lot of aces crackers.
King 9 of diamonds.
Every small pairs.
By percentage is Jack 10 suited.
8-7 suited, I guess.
I'm not sure, but it gotta be like something like 7-8 or 6-7 or something like that.
10 Jack suited.
Always these suit connectors are very good to crack the aces.
6-5 and you make the lowest strip. That makes sense. Okay, yeah.
But I like, you know, Scottish aces could be aces.
I think ace queen.
Pocket jacks, obviously.
Kings? I mean, like, people are complaining when the ace hits on the flop always, but I think the most well-played hand is jacks, actually.
Well, everyone complains about pocket jacks, right?
I don't know, ace jack of suit. It should be illegal to deal anyone a jack of suit. No one knows how to play it.
Ace king, like Anna Kournikova. It looks good, but it never wins.
Does it never hit the flop?
You have to flip for your tournament life most of the time.
I run pretty good, so I actually don't complain about any hands, but I guess 10s.
But I believe it must be jacks, must be the most complained about.
Well, jacks is like the trouble hand, right? Yeah. But yeah, 10s is like the cursed hand of ours.
I'm actually kind of sad that Andrew's jumping in after the next break. I'm enjoying watching this final table.
Well, we'll just keep it warm for you, and then, you know, by my reckoning, you should be in here for the culmination.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be.
Some positives. Lasowski finding a positive. Ace Jack, ripping it in. Breslov King Jack suited, out behind.
They're not going to be able to call, though. Pretty hand. It has to go into the mark. But this one will have to call.
Umarov, 2 10s. Asks for a count. It is sub 10. And are we going to lose a player on the last hand of the frame?
Yeah, should be getting it in here as Umarov.
You can see as Lavine puts behind. 28 million chips, really not enough to worry about those players. Has he announced call? He has announced call.
For that rare situation,
right?
The two blinds get it in
they
behind.
Both went all in.
Yeah.
If one of them does, he still has to call. Both maybe folds. Lasowski's going to be happy to see that hand because Umarov rated to have Ace Jack in bad shape at a decent frequency here. Can he win a race? Finally, all in this man. And a 9-deuce board looking very bad for Lasowski's future in this tournament.
Likely to lose our first player.
Well, hold up a second, Jay. A heart on the turn brings a whole host of additional outs.
Ace, Jack, or heart is needed.
And there it is. He finds the 5 of hearts on the end. Lasowski with a sigh of relief was on the verge of being the first one to bust this final table. Instead, finds a double up, gets back to 25 million and isn't far off where he started this final table.
Welcome along, everybody.
Yep, if you are joining us here on YouTube, we are streaming across multiple channels, but myself and Andrew do both have the DTD Player YouTube chat open. So if you do want to join in the discussion with us, that's where you need to be. And the discussion in the chat seems to be, that place looks amazing every time we go to the wide shot. And it is. Stunning venue. Obviously, we are somewhat biased, given that we are here on the payroll, but I promise you, this place is legit.
It is legit. As we see, Breshelov finds a legit open. Does have to tread carefully, as we mentioned, sort of second or third in chips. But a suited ace, these are the type of hands that play very nicely as raises on finals.
And especially, I guess, going after Strobel in the big blind, taking chips off that hand. Interesting, we've sometimes seen players go for more than min when the short stack's the one in the big blind, because you do want to dissuade the weakest of hands to call. Of course, King 7 was always going to play, but just maybe a little larger sizing.
Yeah, I think because he's so short. I think
here we
he's
go.
so short, James probably thinking, he's only got 2 blinds back, I can call off on any flop.
Well, here we go. Strobel flopping Jin, sees a bet, rips it in for the remaining 2 million. We'll get cool and get great news.
Absolutely.
That he is on track for a double up.
Yeah, immediate outs for Breshelov. Only the 3 aces. Does have some backdoors. Strobel will be happy that he blocks one of those backdoor, straight door possibilities.
3 of clubs is coming. Maybe not. 9 of spades. Just an ace will send Strobel out. Otherwise, we will continue 9-handed here at the EAPT Grand Final. And it is that ace, Andrew.
Oh my goodness.
Breshelov finds it. And unfortunately for him, it is Adrian Strobel out in 9th place. Well, he's not hanging around. Oof.
Welcome, guys, back here to the Mediterranean Poker Party, where for now, poker is taking a back seat because it is time, pardon me, for round 3 of the Merit Poker Olympics. And some of you may have noticed Andrew Hedley's gone under a slight change because it is now time, finally, to welcome Jay Harwood here to Merit. How are we doing, Jay?
I'm doing great. Hello, everybody. Today's challenge, we are playing table tennis, and Andrew not here at the moment. If you've seen the previous challenges, like myself, you won't be surprised knowing that he's already warming up for this one, looking for his first victory, losing the 2 previously to this man, James.
Well, as he says, Andrew is out there grinding, but it is now time to get bat and ball in play.
Right, guys, we're back. The next challenge, table tennis. I need a win badly. It's not going well so far, Jay. This is going to be mini games of table tennis. I'm going to take on Jay. The loser will take on James. The winner is the first person to get to 5 points. And at the end, the 2 winners will play each other to find out who wins this challenge. By God, I need it. Let's get after it. Good luck.
Good luck, sir.
You're going to fucking need it, buddy.
I've seen you in the basketball. You're good at hitting the net.
Right,
Not.
Oh. Right, ready?
Let's go.
Oh. Oh, he's sharking at the lad. All right. Yeah, you can serve this one. 1-0. Let's go. Oh. All right. Oh, we've got him.
Oh,
he's in trouble. He's in trouble. Oh. Oh, no. Too aggro. Aye, 2-1. Oh,
That's
love
second
it.
serve. Do you get second serve?
No, you don't. No second.
Surely
no second serves in Merit table tennis, motherfucker.
There must be a second serve.
3-1. Second serve. You're finished. Oh, 4-1. We've got him. On you.
This
Don't choke. Don't choke.
Not looking good.
Hey! Ooh. Let's go. Good game, sir.
Good game, sir.
All right. We're back. By God, we're back. You get him on film. You're next.
Good luck,
All right
sir.
then, Mr. Harwood, let's have it. Well, that wasn't at all embarrassing. I'm going for my deep squat. Oh, look, war of attrition.
That's not good.
There we go, one apiece. See, he's the first time here in Merit. He's not used to the table. Oh, rally. Ah.
2-1.
It's coming.
We both want the same thing, and that's Andrew not to win in the final, so we're all good. We're all good.
Brute power. It's the power of youth. But finesse wins in this game.
I've lost the score. 2-1. 2-2. Oh, better than I thought.
Oh, he got too happy about being all square. Oh, all of a sudden, 2-4 match point.
It's not good.
Another date with Mr. Hedley. Oh dear. Well, that is the end.
Terrible debut. Terrible.
Jay, his first day here, his first challenge, and he's done the honourable thing and taken the wooden spoon away from my next opponent, Mr. Andrew Hedley.
The old...
Right, is it?
Yeah.
Is that...
That's a big...
You can't...
That's a huge disadvantage. What is this? This is ridiculous.
You just realised you've now
Nah,
set
call
a
the
huge
floor.
disadvantage.
Call the... excuse me. Call the floor. This is outrageous.
You now realise that's on camera, so they're going to edit that in, and Jay's going to have an out.
Cheating all the time. Every angle he can take. Oh, I'm James Dempsey. I'm the man. You should be ashamed of yourself. I don't have it. Where's the ball? Oh. Are you going to do the hand thing that we do every time, and I get it wrong every time? Film the back of this. I want to know if he's cheating, because I never get it. It's always in the wrong hand miraculously.
Right,
that one.
That one has the ball?
Yeah.
This one?
Right, come on, what's going on? Get it revealed. Fucking unbelievable. Like, every time, whatever, you can have serve. I hate you so much, honestly. Ooga! I admire you, but I hate your very soul.
Imagine losing to a man in this hat. Like, imagine
I don't, it's something I do not want to even countenance as a possibility. Whoa. Oh, he's had a good start, the lads.
Oh, the first point I've ever won off you.
All right. All right.
Oh, no.
We're back.
Oh, no. He's got this secret spin serve thing he does, and I don't think it's legal. If any table tennis people know.
Could have had a career in it, mate.
Nice you've had a career in something.
Alrighty, let's go. Let's go. 2-1.
2-1 to the man
now
who props up the table.
Watch
oh no,
the ball.
he's gonna mug me up.
Watch the ball, be the ball. Okay? You ready?
No.
You're all backhand, I've noticed.
I am.
Something
You're gonna play to my forehand, are you?
Yeah.
This serve is not legal. It's got far too much spin.
Woo.
What even is that?
I don't know, but I'm gleeful. I actually better win
We've
from
literally
here.
been waiting the best part of a week to see a victory dance out of this man. He's gone up in the challenge.
I need to win because I've gone too early with the celebration.
3-1 you.
I've gone too soon.
I think you're there.
All right, let's go. Oh, wait a minute, that's a let.
Oh.
There's no second serve, Jay, but if it hits the top of the net, you get a let. Oh. Oh! Strong point. Very strong.
He's put himself in the game, but no, not this serve again. I'm gonna have nightmares of this bloody thing. No, it can't be legal. What is this wizardry?
It's legal, bro.
What is this championship?
You have to find a way. You have to find a way. Come on, Jay. One time. Come on.
I mean, we've all heard of Andy Murray.
We have to take
somehow
him down,
the Scots
man.
can play these kind of racket games, but Andrew Hedley, this guy, at table tennis, honestly, this is going to be embarrassing.
Come on, let's go. Enough of your incessant chirping. Oh! Woo! Yeah! All right. Come on, buddy, it's going to be okay. Now, come on, I'll be gracious. Good game, James. Come on.
Hold on, Andrew.
Thanks, James. You're a good man.
I want to apologise to my family, to my friends, to everyone who knows me.
Your cat?
And to all the people Andrew's going to gloat to. I've let us all down.
I won't gloat. Good game, Jay, good game. Come on, I'm back. I'm back in the Olympics. Whew. Yes. Someone play the Rocky music. Play the music. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Aquino again gonna be involved. King Queen offsuit is starting to move through the gears, has 94 million of the 313 million chips in play, and really is working with the big M. Momentum in his favor.
Yeah, such a great feeling.
And if you're the sort of stack like Kolev, you don't mind seeing the chip leader kind of pound away now, do you? It's kind of a good thing if he can take chips away from the likes of Umarov, stop these other stacks attacking you. And Lavine, all right, here we go. Ace Queen, little over 20. Now, again, Aquino hasn't been hyperactive.
I think he will just call this one, Debs.
Yeah,
it's also one of these spots busting now, a bit of a disaster.
Right, if Aquino had been opening relentlessly, then this makes much more sense as a 3-bet jam, wouldn't it?
Sure.
Or even maybe arguably some sort of induce, but as it is, an open gets met with just a cool and a great flop for Lavine, having somewhat slow played this ace-queen from the big. Sees a dreamy looking forward, ace-king 10. He knows this is the board the opener is going to attack, and he just gets to have way better than he's supposed to have in this spot. We know he doesn't have kings and aces and ace-king, really, bar some trappy stuff.
Yeah, beautiful developments so far for Lavine.
And well, a little scary with the club rolling off, of course. Checks it once more to Aquino, who kind of rates to still have the best hand decent amount here. Obviously a bit scary, the clubs come. His opponent in the big blind can have clubs at a high frequency, but look at this.
Yeah, this is a strange decision in my eyes.
Is it a case, obviously, you know, a lot of the time he just has the best hand here. Well, not a lot of the time, but at some frequency. But also he can just start to put, like, the Vraggy aces under loads of pressure here. And he still has decent equity against a hand like ace-5, right?
That is absolutely true.
Oh, not ace-5, pardon me. Ace-4, ace-3, ace-2, not ace-5. You've got very bad equity against ace-5, Andrew.
If Lavine has like an ace-4, you know, ace-7, you know, spades type hand, he's going to have to get rid of it. So it's kind of, I kind of like it a little more on reflection. I did expect just a check, though. We can just win, and you did reference the big blind's going to have a lot of flushes here.
Well, look at this. 27 million chips in the pot. Aquino has swelled this one with that second pair. Lavine loving life up to now. And wow, another club on the river. Well, Lavine hates this run out. Now, Andrew, given that Aquino has bet flop, bet turn been called, is this a hand that now we kind of do want to fire 3? We unblock the ace-x. If our opponent did say turn a flush, well, they might not love life anyway.
Happening here?
A block.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about this.
Is this a red rag to a bull?
I think it could be.
Is Aquino going to charge in at this?
I mean, one thing I will say, with the 4 flush on the board and the ace being the diamond, a good amount of the time Lavine, when he check calls turn, will have the ace of clubs, I think. Right? When he has like ace 8 or if he defended at ace-9 with the ace of clubs, he's going to continue with that card. But this is a very curious little min bet.
Does that hand lead for
I don't think people find it. Maybe they should. I don't think they find it in the moment. Could be wrong. Likely you're just going to check, right, and say, okay, chip leader, try and blast me off this.
Andrew, I think he's going to go for this. He just has a look about him.
I mean, he's going to be aware now, of course, his hand is no good.
Yeah.
I think he might jam here. No, he's just going to go for a smaller raise.
Here we go,
I like
tickle raise.
I like it.
What a play here from Aquino, yet again exhibiting his aggression post-flop.
Oh, and he's made it just that little milky size,
so
right?
milky.
As if to say, I have the nuts.
But this is like, not necessarily trying to make him fold a hand like 6-8 of clubs that maybe is cool from the big blind, turn the flush now. Basically, he's trying to make this kind of hand, maybe more the 2-pair combos, right? The ace-4, ace-5, king-5, whatever it could be in there that blocks and now hates life. And credit to Lavine here. He's still thinking about this. Is he thinking, hey, would Aquino bet flop with an ace? Yes. If he had the ace of clubs, would he always bet turn is the question, or would he allow a check back, pot control with the 1 pair and the nut club? Kind of allow me to make an inferior flush, perhaps.
Really?
But with this sizing, does this sizing perhaps even lean towards being like, hey, it doesn't have to be the ace of clubs straight here?
Queen of clubs for sure can be in there with this sizing, definitely.
So incredible stuff from Aquino.
Wow.
Gets Lavine to fold and now has 110 million chips. Andrew, over a third of the chips in play.
I would suggest trouble ahead for the rest of the table. Interesting. Maybe Breshilov just perceives 60% to be more value heavy. Maybe thinks his opponent would go larger with bluffs.
Incredible. Just got away with 2 big bluffs in the same orbit. Really extending himself here. Oh, Pedachuk opening up. Kolev away from the table for this one. Bad time to miss a hand. See him coming back into frame now.
I guess deciding, let's go now before the blinds hit me. I like this from Pedachuk. We're going to have to find some steals. You know, we are starting to get to that very dicey stack depth. King-Queen qualifying as a raise fold.
And Lasowski, Queen 7 of hearts in the big.
Yeah, these are real dicey.
Off the short stack, though, is going to stick around.
I think the problem is Pedachuk is going to be pretty tight and going to have a lot of picture cards.
Oh, hello.
Oh, wow.
This is as cold as this could get with these 2 holdings. Lasowski flopping top 2. Pedachuk with top pair, loving life on the Queen 7 tray.
Oh, my goodness. This is an absolute disaster. I mean, there's no getting away from this, Demps. If Lasowski fast plays flop.
Lasowski.
Oh, and he's trapping.
Hello.
Actually, don't mind
Wow, and such a wet-looking turn card that one assumes Lasowski is just going to let to bet this fairly big and leave not a lot back for the river.
I agree.
He has so many draws that could be bluffing here. May even bet at a size that means Pedachuk just jams over the top.
Yeah.
Reasonable, I think, to just jam here.
I think he will shove here. You know, you're going to get called by a queen. You may even get called by a 9 Demps.
Right.
Very occasionally.
You deny slash, you know, maybe get it in against some combo draws, but you definitely don't want to give him the free pop.
Wow, is he just slow playing this?
What? He's seen enough of Lasowski. Maybe he's thinking Lasowski's way out of line here.
Sure.
Which, if you've been watching, is possible. Oh, king on the river, albeit a club, Andrew. The club is somewhat concerning.
Wow.
2/3 pot back. We have top two versus second and third, or second and fourth.
What an interesting river. Lasowski hates this card. Very comfortable on the turn with his 2-pair, but not anymore.
This just falls into bluff catch, surely.
Yeah, it does.
But it's one that we do press the call button with, right?
I think so. I mean, when we check, you know, Petty Chuck, this is super interesting. Gonna have like tens and jacks in there, Demps? Or is he not just gonna bet one big blind on the flop?
Is there ever a chance? If let's say we do check here.
Okay.
Is there ever a chance better check values?
Yeah, he's gonna jam. He's going for value.
Yeah, does just go for value. Still has a lot of misdraws himself, and like loves this non-snap, right?
He does love the non-snap. I just don't see this getting through, even though it's a scary card.
Yes, but those the 4-5s, the 5-6s, the 8-10s, the spade combos.
Jack-8 of spades, type hands, 10-8 of spades.
Not enjoying it.
10-6 of spades.
And then maybe occasionally you do see the Queen 7, the Queen 9, King 9 even perhaps. Oh, pardon me, King 9. Oh yeah, King 9 with 2 beats, sorry.
King 10, King Jack, would they? I don't think they would jam.
Yeah, it's pretty grim. They've both got such a strong hand, but on a scary board, where ranges allow them both to have far better than the hand they do.
What a fascinating spot. Pretty grim for Petty Chuck in that all the 10 Jack get there that would feasibly bet turn. All the club combos get there. So this is also effectively, in his mind at least, Demps, a bluff catch. Probably don't think your opponent's going to have too many 2-pair combos, seeing as we block most of them. Oh, wow.
No.
Oh.
Oh. Did you...
I mean, I don't think it's impossible that he folds. I don't think he will, but...
There was a flicker across Lasowski's face when that went in. I don't know whether he thought it was a chip.
Do you think he wants a call now, then?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you must think you're good. And he gets the call.
Yeah.
He's going to victory slam, as it were, and get the bad news that he is out.
Oh.
There we go. Eyebrows raised. Lasowski's race is run.
And a very warm welcome back, everybody. We are now all set for heads-up action in the 10K High Roller. Another beautiful look at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel. I'm not going to repeat the same joke again, Jay.
I thought it was coming.
Better than that, buddy.
I thought it was coming.
All right, we're heads up, Jay. I'm going to hand over to you to take us through the heads-up chip stacks, and they're pretty close.
Yeah, Jovan Kenjic with 41 BBs, Alexandra Kirichenko with 37 BBs. Not much separating the two of them. Kenjic, just before we got to heads up, couple of pots, got it in behind, and the deck helped him out. And now here he is with a slight chip lead, playing for £365,000. Will I say playing for £365,000? On the break, the guys have agreed on a deal.
Sure have, my friend. I'll take you through those numbers now. They have dealt, guys, and it's essentially an even chop. A little more going the way of Jovan. Looks like they've just ran the ICM numbers and made a deal on it. So $279,500 for Jovan Kenjic and 274.5K for Alexander Kirichenko. So essentially like a little 5K difference, but they are playing for $61,000, which is the remainder of that 615K heads-up prize pool. So close to an even chop, Jay. You know, what's $5,000 between friends? So yeah, they made a deal. Gonna play for 61K and the trophy. So let's get into it. Well, all right then. Kirichenko checks back, pocket deuces, heads up. Flops a boat, Jay, hand one.
And potential to get a stab here from Kenjic with the 9-6. Not going to.
Yeah, perhaps recognizing his opponent in a limp pot can wrap around this deuce 3-3, have some 3x,
yeah, of course.
2x.
But so can we in heads up as well, Andrew. That's the thing.
Yeah,
like we're going to
absolutely.
be limping close to Or continuing close to entire range in a heads-up situation on the button.
Yeah. Looks like he's going for the delay. No, checks back again. Kind of like this. Probably the most over-bluffed turn card in heads up, in limp pots. Checks back the ace. Going for the delayed river bluff, I would imagine.
The double delay.
And did Kirichenko triple check this? I think it would be really nice to do so. The thing about it that's a bit problematic, Jay, if Kenjic has a hand like King High or Jack High, probably just content to show down.
Yeah, and potential to still get some value from these, the way the hand's played out.
How much?
However, 9, 6.
Yeah, intriguing size and choice. I guess he's going for the very polar bluff size. Sort of, I mean, you could bet an ace for this size, and you're going to have some heads up at like 35 blinds deep. Kind of representing a 3 or an ace for the most part. I don't think a queen falls into overbet. In any case, Kenjic, just with 9 high, gets away fully unscathed. A little bit frustrating, that one, for Kirichenko. Flopping a boat and getting no more money, Jay. Not even one street.
I know.
When will it end?
Yeah, good senses from Kenjic. Not putting a penny in the pot.
I really like that, though. You know, he can't really credibly rep too many ace-X, like a few.
It's so difficult heads up, Andrew, because you've got like so much of this mixing going on. Like sometimes we limp above an ace, sometimes we raise, we get to flops up, we do some checking, we do this, some of that. It just becomes so difficult to know exactly what to do when the ranges are as wide as they are.
Yeah, I'm with
Once
you.
we get here to heads up.
It's going to be an interesting one, sort of 40 big blinds, the biggest stack. So already quite shallow. Let's see how Kirichenko wants to proceed here with the 9-10. Coming in for a raise. 1.7 million. Basically, even Stevens on the chip counts, Jay.
Aaron Jack 3 off here for Kenjic. Not the most appetizing hand to have, but we are heads up, so still expect to see defend.
Could occasionally 3-bet this one. Could fold. Basically an all options open type holding heads up. Looks like going for defend. Of course, Jay, we know heads up. You can't wait around for premiums. Got to get in the streets. Queen 7-8 to spades. Kirichenko arguably flopping best with that open-ended straight draw.
Either or once again. Like we'll dislodge some jack highs, but in heads up do expect some king highs to continue, and all the ace highs will as well. But it's just going to bet his equity with his up and down straight draw.
Yeah.
And we'll get a better hand out of there in the form of jack 3.
Yeah, some potential to continue barreling down the streets. You can go either way with that one. Nice start for Kirichenko here. Takes down the first 2 pots heads up. So title on the line. Deal has been made. Whoever wins going to take down over 300K. Not too shabby in a 10K buy-in. Of course, smashed the guaranteed prize pool of $1 million. 1.6 million or so in the pool. Action back on Kenjic. Jack 4 of diamonds. We are getting to that shallow depth where you do see a lot of limping. Well, Kirichenko very likely to punish that limp. King, Queen of Hearts, huge hand heads up.
Too good to check back. Just going to be bumping it up here, you expect.
Yeah, the realm of 2.8 million or so. Lands on 2.6. Shade over 3 BBs. Kenjic probably got to continue, Jay.
Yeah.
You know, this hand plays pretty well in that we can flop some big hands. We're in position. Suited Jack, good enough. Let's commit the chips. Well, King, King 5, Rainbow, all Kirichenko.
Yeah, and could potentially just go for 1 BB here. Really small size, what you expect to see. Go slightly more, quarter pot is the size of choice. Probably going to be the same result. difficult for Kenjic to continue here. He's going to take one off.
All right.
Battles, what we want to see heads up. You've got to be fighting for the pots, nowhere to hide.
Ace of spades turn. Kirichenko now has Kenjic drawing dead.
Yeah, but actually a really good turn to see because like all the ace highs will call once here.
Yeah.
Once we see bet for that size.
We also just get the green light to keep putting money in, right? Like if we were bluffing pre-flop with a 9-3 off type holding, we're gonna barrel this card a good amount and try and represent having a king or an ace in our hand. Bad news for Kenjic, had plans to take this away. Pretty much nothing you can do, Jay, on the ace of spades turn. And Kirichenko off to a flyer, 3 for 3. Of course, we know things can change quickly. Great little look there at our main event trophy for the Mediterranean Poker Party. One of the beautiful mini versions will be getting presented after this tournament concludes. Please do join us for the big one tomorrow. $1 million up top, starting at 1 p.m. local Cyprus time. Once again, Kirichenko, 1.7 million. And kind of holding over his opponent so far, Jay, in terms of playable holdings.
6-3 off here for Kenjic. Seems kind of close. Like the thing is, we're playing heads up here with big blind ante. Some heads ups, there's no ante. It's just small and big.
Yeah.
Like with that big blind ante in there, like we need to fight for more pots. Andrew needs to be getting amongst it. So much more incentive to get involved. 6-3 off. Does just let this one go as Kenjic. As Kirichenko take another one.
Yeah, feature of our tournaments out here at Merit. Once we get heads up, duration of the levels halves, Jay, which is very important little wrinkle here at the Mediterranean Poker Party. So levels heads up 20 minutes rather than 40.
Okay.
Also going to drive the action. Well, Kenjic has got the nuts.
The nuts, the Merit nuts.
We're never going to forget that hand.
We had a table the other day, I think it was me and Demps, and everyone was telling each other their country's nuts. We had the Brazilian nuts, we had the Italian nuts, and maybe
Cypriot nuts.
This should be the Cypriot nuts, the Jack 6 off.
Well, it's going to come 9-6-6. And we're going to have a champion. Probably not. Kirichenko, of course, going to continue here. Versus open with that Jack 9 does have Kenjic dominated. Both players brick. Generally the case here that the aggressor is going to win the pot uncontested. Kenjic with the betting lead and position. And you would imagine it's going to be hand done, Jay.
Yeah, Jack 9 does seem fairly close, but probably going to do exactly that. Going back on that point, so it wasn't the nuts, it was the Brazilian aces, the Italian aces. So this would be the Cypriot aces.
And what were the Brazilian and Italian aces?
The Brazilian aces was
Any two.
6-7 suited.
Oh.
I can't remember what the Italian aces were.
Okay. It's going to be a few pips tighter than the Brazilian aces.
You'd expect so, yeah.
9-10 suited.
Okay, 25 я myślę.
Wonder if it goes like Sweden went all those years ago, where they were like psychotic, and then everyone knew they were, so they became really nitty. I wonder if the Brazilians will ever de-vamo themselves.
Yeah. In 4 years' time, the Brazilians are just going to be the tightest players out there.
Yeah, it would make some sense. Kirichenko completes Queen 8 off. Kenjic, 10-4 suited, 30 big blinds or so deep.
2.8.
And he is going to go for ISO. One of those, you know, you tend to see suited cards mostly checked in these sort of blind-on-blind battles, but deciding big blind ante in there, Jay going to pounce on any perceived weakness. Kirichenko recognizing Queen 8, too strong to fold to the raise. completes. Does flop best. Ace, 9, 8. 1 heart on there for Kenjic. Does have the stronger perceived range also, and the betting lead.
Yeah, and does seem like a nice one. Wrap around that 9 with the 10 and backdoor hearts to continue here. We'll fold out like some suited Jack X, Queen X, King X, and then got some nice backdoor equity to go alongside what Andrew just mentioned. It is our board as the raise up. Don't ever expect Kirichenko to have any strong ace-X here, whereas we will have all of them.
Yep. As it stands, Kirichenko got to peel one off. Backdoor straight draw of our own. And half of that materializes on the Jack of Spades. And here we go, Jay. Kenjic. Well, we have improved to an open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, and it does seem like one that would like to barrel here. Andrew, with the 10 in hand, removal to Queen 10 and 10-7. And like Kirichenko going to have like some like suited 8x that want to fold, maybe something like 9-6 suited. It's going to have a tough time continuing. And if any like king highs did stick around for one, they're going to have to relinquish their hand on the turn.
Very nice from Kenjic. 6 million to go.
Yeah, I love this a lot from him.
Yeah, decision now back on Kirichenko.
Yeah, it becomes tough, but with this additional gutter ball to go alongside it, maybe some potential to lead bluff some spades.
Wow.
Yeah, I think this is nice.
Finds the turn call.
Big
river coming, Jay.
I want to see a brick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like a queen.
Oh, that is
wow.
A filthy one. Giving Kenjic the straight, and Kirichenko makes 2 pair.
And one thing I will say here, Jay, if Kenjic has a hand like an ace-jack, like an ace-9, like a set even, spots like this, we're not necessarily going to, A, bet, like if we have like an ace-8 or something like that, and B, go for all of it.
Yep.
These spots are super intriguing. And also, arguably, Kirichenko can have more 10x than me, in my eyes. You know, hands like a Queen 10, Jack 10, that limp call the raise, 9-10. And with that in mind, I wonder if Kenjic gets cute here. I love this. You know, we can feasibly block here with a hand like a set, Jay, right? A hand like 2 pair. Really, really nice awareness. Love it.
Yeah, it seems really good, actually, once you break it down like that, because we will get to the river for value with more stuff like sets and 2 pair than 10x. So
yeah,
it's good to have our 10x in here at this size as well, I suppose. And against this size, Kirichenko just can't do anything here but call.
What's really interesting is that we're kind of still hating it a bit, because when our opponent does this, it tends to still be built around value.
Yeah.
And there is some nutted value still in there that's trying to induce. But a lot of the time here when you call, I think you do just see a better 2 pair. But I'm with you, Jay. The price is right. Yeah, what a run out that is for Kenjic, and a big swing. Takes a 2-1 chip lead. I love heads up. I've played a lot in my time and enjoy breaking it down. Fun one.
Yeah, I haven't really played much heads up hold'em. Tens of thousands of heads up PLO, loads and loads of heads up PLO, but not really. You're probably a lot more clued up than me in the heads up streets and the hold'em.
Great hand, and just, sorry to cut you off there, Jay. Really enjoy that Kenjic just very aware on this river, that we don't jam really. It's hard to jam a bluff, is what I'm getting at here on the river, and it's hard to jam a hand that's not got a 10 in it. Like ace-king, we're never going to shove. Like 2 pair, not incentivized to jam. Really fun one. And Kirichenko, I think he kind of knew it, right? Burns a time bank. You're like, I'm gonna be pipped here a lot, but what can you do?
Yeah, ace 3 suited now for Kenjic. Lovely hand to look down at heads up from the button.
You see him eyeballing the stack of Kirichenko. Has now fallen below 30 bigs.
Yeah, I think he's got around 25.
Yeah, gonna start with limp. Don't mind it. can induce some kind of bluff raises and then proceed with either call or shove. As it stands, Kirichenko checks. And all of a sudden, momentum swing, all Kenjic. Flops top pair, unfortunately for him. Kirichenko, the complete whiff, 5 high. Does come with a bet, half pot. Hope to get action from a king of 10, jack high, queen highs, some flop flush draws.
Yeah, plenty out there to get called from. Just a bit of a swing.
Yeah, huge swing. Can go quickly in heads up. Telling you, Wentworth Miller. I can't unsee it now.
It's a good shout, and I reckon if he walked into the barbers tomorrow and went, I'll have a one all over, he would look like the old Wentworth Miller.
Although he would have to get his entire torso tattooed with the escape route from the prison.
Well, to be fair, he's been an escape artist in a couple of all-ins today, hasn't he? He's got himself out of a lot of trouble. He's escaped in a few pots that equity was fairly thin.
Very nice, Jay. Limp and a check. Kirichenko does flop best. Like this check from Kenjic. Gonna want to have some of these medium to strong hands, we'll call them, that don't bloat the pot pre. Kirichenko decides one big blind, and Kenjic with the decision, Jay.
Yeah, Jack 10 seems fairly close. I think we can get involved for sure. 3 to a straight, still can have the best hand with the nut jack high.
Yeah.
Maybe expect Kirichenko to do some raising with some ace-X on the button.
Beautiful looking turn card for Kirichenko.
Yeah, really nice to see. For us, making it less likely. Our opponent does hold one of these Queen X hold-ins, so going to get to go for another street of value here. Still can get some value from some deuce X, some ace highs, and charge some heart draws, 5-3, 5-6, this type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you. Goes with half pot. Can, of course, get called by a worse 4 also. Makes these spots very tough to play for just jack high. Of course, no turn improvement. Wow.
Wow, I'm surprised to see this. I thought it was just going to be over now. I think calling the flop's nice, but calling again here.
Yeah.
The jack 10.
Can have the best hand very occasionally. Perhaps thinks that a king high and ace high likely to slow down on the queen. That would make some sense to me. As it stands, Kirichenko with the best of it now. Will Kenjic ever decide to turn this into a bluff? Would make some sense to me, Jay. Right, like you don't want to check here and just lose to king 6 that barreled twice and gave up. Yeah.
And that was jack high confidently after it went check, check.
Potentially thought you had the winner.
Kirichenko gets some of those chips back.
Yeah, interesting spot.
Я уже скатался с ним all-in, король 9, блядь.
He called me with jack high, honey. Sorry. I just couldn't resist it.
It's not queen high.
Jack high.
No, it was queen high.
No, you're Phil Hellmuth.
No, it was queen high.
Jack high. Side bet.
Because it was queen 10. He called me with queen 10, honey. Remember when he's got pocket 8s and he flops a set and queen 10 backdoors a straight and he turns around and goes, he called me with queen 10, honey.
Damn it, you might be right.
Yeah, there we are.
I hate it when you're right. I was so sure as well.
Yeah.
Right. Talking of queen highs, there's 2 of them. Queen 7 for Kenjic.
What timing?
I know. It's almost like we scripted it. Kirichenko, queen deuce of hearts. Looks like calling chips, making their way into the middle. Both players brick on the 10-8-3. Kenjic, diamond in hand, and a 7. Not the most appetizing backdoor draws available, but does have the best of it here. These are the real battles in heads up, Jay. You got to be in there slugging away for every pot. Here he comes. Wow, huge bet. Interesting one. Looks like full pot.
Looks more than pot.
All right, then. That's one way to get it done.
Basically pot from Kenjic. Big C bet. He'd be thinking that Queen of Diamonds, nice card to use for a large sizing.
Sure. Very nice. If you are just joining, guys, and you're in the YouTube chat streets or on DTD Player, welcome along. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and Jay Harwood. We are heads up 10K MPP High Roller. Taking you through all the way to the conclusion of this one. Any questions for either of us? Who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be Kirichenko? Is it going to be Kenjic? Let us know your thoughts. I believe we had a legend in the chat, didn't we, before we went off to break? Mr. Sam Grafton. Love to see it.
Sam Grafton in the chat on DTD Player.
Nice to see you, Sam. As always, a man who has some commentary experience of his own.
Yeah, one of the legends of UK poker as well.
I've really enjoyed listening to some of Sam's comms the last couple of years. As we see here, Kirichenko. Interesting spot here. Wondered if Kenjic would consider a 3-bet bluff. I would quite like it with this one. It goes with call. Does flop best, J. 9, deuce, 3, rainbow. King, of course, would be the Carnage card. Looks like Kirichenko reaching for chips.
Aaron over to Kenjic always. Going to be continuing here. Expect to just see call, but can we ever think about raising, trying to flush out some equity when our second pair being just a 3 does just call to the 5 of diamonds turn. Not the most appetizing prospect for Kirichenko to continue barreling on all this like 4-5, 4-6, 5-6 type stuff, and the wheel draws as well now improving.
Yeah, it seems a very prudent one to shut it down. Through to the ace of clubs, river. Kenjic, of course, not going to like that card. Very likely to check this one over. I think we have a little too much hand to turn this into a bluff.
Yeah.
In theory, at least.
You think
perhaps he thinks differently.
You do expect to see check, or is that a little block? It is. So 1 BB block here with a 3.
Eyeglasses come off. One thing I will say is that we did just see Kenjic block with the nut straight, well, with the effective nut straight. So it may deter Kirichenko from going after this. Looks like a sigh of a man that's going to give it up. And Kenjic on top here in the early going, heads up. With that hand, Jay, blinds are up. 500,000, 1 million. I did say 20-minute blinds. It's actually 30, guys. As we see the chip counts, Jovan Kenjic closing in, Jay, on the title.
Yeah.
More than a 2-to-1 chip lead now.
Yeah, come back after break. It was almost neck and neck, but put some leeway between him and Kirichenko. Just that one pot that kind of swung things when he rivered the straight against the river 2 pair on the 4 lineup. Still with 18 BBs, 1 double for Kirichenko, and he jumps back into the lead. A deal has been done between these guys. They agreed to chop up some money and play for the rest. 61K and the trophy left to play for. And it's an A6 off on the button.
Yeah, interesting here. certainly be considering just sending this. You will see this heads up a lot. Does recognize.
All in.
Yeah, thought he might. 18 big blinds for Kirichenko.
Pass.
And with every pot you take away from him, Jay, chipping him down.
Yeah, just little body shots here and there, waiting for that final knockout from Kenjic.
Yeah, all of a sudden, 50 million or so, plays 17. Heads up can swing rapidly one way or the other. Either one of these gentlemen, Jay, would be a very deserving champion in my eyes.
Yeah, coming in 1 and 2 to the final table. There was a point that this man, Kirichenko, had the chip lead and ended up losing a biggie, and then managed to come back, regain the chip lead. Now is going to send it in with the ace-3 for just shy of 17.
Yeah, action on Kenjic. Does have a king high. This one not going to make the cut. Facing a 17 big blind jam. Always find those spots interesting with an ace in hand. Can certainly limp shove some of these ones, Jay. Give your opponent the chance to try and steal, but of course, jam. Makes plenty of sense off 17 or so bigs from Kirichenko. Action back on Kenjic. 3-4 of clubs. Does decide to complete. Kirichenko. 7 deuce. Couple of clubs of his own. Checks his option. Both players catching a piece.
They're in decent hand, a pair. Heads up. They should see a bet and a call here. Kenjic with the middle pair. Nice one to just be firing, especially when our middle pair is a 3. Just flushing out some overcards can be a win within itself, and can still get some value from worse, some deuces, some ace highs, some king highs.
Well then, Kirichenko counting out raising chips. Maybe just deciding, you know, if our opponent has 2 random cards as a stab that have a lot of equity against us, we can shut them out. You know, pretty tough to play a deuce out of position. One thing not going for him, no backdoors, you know, working for him. Like a hand like a deuce 4, deuce 5 might work a little better here.
Something like deuce 6 of spades, probably a better candidate choice.
It does go for it, gets called. Critical hand in progress for the landscape of this tournament through to the King of Diamonds on the turn.
It's a flush draw complete in here. Neither player going to like to see that card. And Kirichenko out of position. Probably going to check it over to Kenjic, but what I've seen from him already, wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, these spots are where we earn our corn and heads up. I think deciding, Jay, that he, on balance, has more flushes. You know, his check raise bluffs, right? A bunch of them are going to contain diamonds. Quite like this. You're unlikely to dislodge a hand like a queen, but you are very likely to put, you know, a hand like a 3 in a lot of strife. A hand like 4-5, 5-6 that floated no diamond, an ace-4, ace-5 that didn't jam pre, no diamond.
Well, it's very well timed because Kenjic's going to find it difficult to continue with a 3. Just 1 point on your note, Andy. I just feel like heads up. Like, Kenjic can have just as many flushes as us because he's just going to open very wide on the button anyway, and, like, he'll still bet call his flush draws, and, like, we will raise some as well. I get that.
Yeah, I was thinking more just in terms of some of our credible check raises that aren't a pair. A fair amount of them could be diamonds, but I hear where you're coming from. Very nice, though. Credit to Kirichenko, right? If he shuts down there, Jay, going to be on the ventilator with just around 13 blinds unimproved. Huge pot in the context of this heads up.
And he's still tuned in, the man. Sam Grafton, big Picasso fan.
Thanks, buddy. High praise indeed. So we see Kirichenko here, limp from the button with the 6-3. Two pretty dusty hands. Kenjic, I'm going to check this one over. Well, here we go, Jay. Action flop potential. Jack 6-5. Middle pair for Kirichenko. Open-ended for Kenjic. And what a turn that is. 4 of spades. Both players now improving, both with a pair, both with a different open-ender.
Yeah, action turn here for both. I think either or for both players here. Seem like both have nice candidates to potentially play check with. Maybe the 6 of Kirichenko is one that's more likely to bet with second pair, but it looks like Kenjic is just going to fire with the 4. Can make the assumption as well after flop goes check, check. Kirichenko's not going to have too many paired hands.
Yeah, seems kind of reasonable. You know, you can just fold out 2 overcards that have nice equity. You also stop yourself facing a bigger bet from like a 6 potentially. You might get the right price, right, to get to the river. Well, that river is the king of diamonds. We saw Kirichenko flicking the call.
And been doing a bit of blocking, has Kenjic so far, heads up. If it is checked over to Kirichenko here, I think we have a pretty nice value bet, even with just third pair here.
Here we go. Let's see if he can find it, Jay. I think it's close. The one problem here is that when you bet, you can value town yourself against a better 6.
I guess.
But I hear you. Like, it's good to go for these thin value bets. We'll see if he thinks the 6 makes the cut. And credit to you, Jay, and credit to Kirichenko. He has found it. 2.8 million, shade over half pots. Now what to do for Jovan Kenjic?
Any raising, you think, here for Kenjic? It seems like a very nice candidate to choose.
He's going to be thinking about it for sure.
7-4, no heart. Seems like a tidy one to potentially get after it here as Kenjic.
He could. 1 time bank left, Jay, which is very critical, of course. Hasn't folded yet. Graphics seem to believe he has in the tank. Can he find a check raise bluff?
It would be pretty filthy if he does.
Like holding a 7 in his hand, Jay? Blocking some of the bluffs, right? So you start to weight your opponent more to like a thin value bet. Does get out of the way. Would have loved to see if he could have found it. Fun hand. Do you think like the time bank situation now starts to become quite critical, right? Doesn't have any left now, so every decision gonna have to be made within 30 seconds. Kirichenko there with at least a couple of time banks. You can see to the right of his chip stack. Fun one. Very nice awareness to find value bet there, Jay, with 6 no kicker.
Yeah, I think it's nice once check 2 from Kirichenko.
He's going to bet a jack, right?
Yeah, of course. He's going to bet a jack. He's going to bet a rivered king.
Sure.
Like maybe we'll have some traps, but we can just bet fold our hand anyway.
Call.
Kenjic?
No.
Okay.
Oh, he hasn't acted yet.
2.2.
Bit of confusion. Here he comes.
2.
Raised to 2.2 million. Kirichenko finds a pocket pair. 24 blinds deep, Jay.
All in?
I agree. Very likely to jam this one. See what he lands on.
Seems clear heads up. Clear as day. Just the pairs in the heads up situation. 1 in 17 shot to get dealt a pair. So for us both to get dealt a pair, Andrew, 280 to 9 to 1 shot heads up. It doesn't happen very often. Obviously, that does drop a little bit because we have 2 cards in our hand.
I just can't remember that.
I'm blocking that, but
I'm loving it, mate. It's like I'm sitting here with Rain Man.
Difficult to happen.
Can you count cards?
I can.
Like, you're going to out yourself on stream.
I wouldn't do it. I don't play. This is the funny thing. I don't play blackjack, but I know. Could do a bit of card counting.
It's going to launch into a funny reference about Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise. Wondering which of us was which. I don't think either of us are either.
I used to get reference to, you remember Alan from The Hangover at school?
Oh, I get him a fair bit.
Yeah, I used to get him quite a bit, so.
Do you know who I get?
So to keep it there constantly.
Go on.
Frankie Boyle.
Frankie Boyle.
Yeah.
That's a good shout, actually. Get you some glasses.
Yeah, I've got glasses. I've stopped wearing them. PTSD. Right, enough of our nonsense. Kenjic ISOing here with the Jack-7. Very nicely timed.
4-10.
Why do you think I've started going to the gym a lot?
I think I did it. Yeah, I did.
Gotta get rid of the
Well,
Frankie.
and then they'll just call you a skinny Frankie Boyle.
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Jay.
That's it.
Kirichenko's still looking very relaxed. We need a lookalike for him now. Wentworth Miller versus... Right, on we go. Kenjic, 36 big blinds deep. If we're ever going to fold any hand heads up, he might consider it with this one. But these guys are in there battling. Limps in.
The battle of the napkins.
Sure is.
Go. Yeah, call.
Action on Kirichenko. He's going to take a free flop. Off to the King 6-5 rainbow board. Both players with a complete whiff. Generally a case, Jay, of first to bet wins.
Exactly that. Maybe Kirichenko could have had one as well that could have gone for the 1 BB lead with the 8-3. Gave the green light over to Kenjic. Takes a small one.
Blinds now, 500,000, 1 million. Speaking of 1 million, Jay, tomorrow, main event coverage. 5K, 5 million guaranteed, main event final table. The winner will take home $1 million.
We got a big headliner for that one as well, Andrew.
Come on then, Jay, who we got?
Leon Sturm, second in chips. He will be when we start that final table. I'm sure you all remember him from last year at the WSOP.
Yeah. Young crusher, 23 years old, is it?
Yeah, I believe he's very young.
Goodness me.
Early 20s, I'm sure.
Yeah, will be a force at that final. As we see this limp pot. Again, both players completely missing this board. Kirichenko gonna take a stab with the Jack Deuce. Kenjic not to be denied. No spade in hand, but does feel compelled. Keep his man honest for one street. Off to the 3 of diamonds turn we go. Double flush draw board. No improvement for Kirichenko's hand. He's gonna shut this one down. Check, check to the ace of hearts river.
Yeah, and maybe one that Kirichenko may go after here. Kenjic seems like got a clear check with King High that wants to show down. And then it will be decision point for Kirichenko. Maybe he thinks that Jack High still beats some stuff.
Yeah, always somewhat problematic here to represent this ace. Yeah,
Okay.
I think give up. Makes a lot of sense.
King high, good.
You do get stationed off here a lot, Jay.
It just comes down to, like, in that spot there, we probably bet a queen on the turn. We probably even bet a 9. So when the ace comes on the river, we're basically saying we've rivered an ace. And when we've got, like, such a wide opening range, it's only actually a small percentage, the ace-x of our range, to actually hit on that river. And I think it is one spot that you see over-bluffed.
Yeah.
And everyone aware that people will represent that card. Like, poker's so hard nowadays. You used to get away with everything. Now it's everyone just knows what everyone's up to.
At the game we all know and love continues to evolve. Kenjic going to continue with that limping strategy now. Kirichenko down to 22 bigs. Dealt another very weak holding. And he's gonna elect to ISO this one, Jay. Aware he has to fight back. Got a scrap for all these pots, and here he comes.
Should be working versus 4-3 offsuit. Getting in there with a whip.
It's gone quite large, considering the effective stacks. 3.7. Whether Kenjic can read anything into that, I mean, it doesn't really matter with the 3 and the 4, but you hear where I'm coming from. You know, is that the old, I'll put a little bit more on top because I'm weak and I want to fold?
Potentially, this is the thing.
Yeah, you had 7 deuce.
Well, next time, if he's got it and he goes smaller, then yeah, we figure it out.
Yeah, very nice, Kirichenko. He's not going to go quietly, Jay. We know that.
Jack 10 for Kirichenko. Starts with a complete on the button, and Kenjic here with the pocket 7s. 24 effective.
3.5.
Is going to go for this approach. I actually like this here. Maybe 7s heads up seems way too strong to just send for 24. Try and induce some stuff from Kirichenko. Some hands that we dominate that might want to send it in for 24 over our raise to 3.5x.
Yeah, off to the 6-6 deuce we go, Jay. Kenjic gonna absolutely love this flop. As far as flops go, for a pair of 7s, gonna be very high up the list. What he'd want to see.
2.7.
Does continue for 1/3 pot. Not too much going for Kirichenko. Just jack high.
Does have position, but a bit optimistic, and looks like he's going to use that position, it seems. He counting out chips here.
Yeah.
Wow, this is a
2%. 2-7.
Wow, I'm a little surprised. Does make the call in position.
Yeah, must have some ideas down the streets if check two, but the problem we've got is, like, when just faced with a second barrel here, we just have to fold anyway. Like, we're basically calling to hope that Kenjic checks over to us. Just difficult to have the best hand. Like, we will beat some stuff, obviously, heads up, Andrew, but
I kind of feel like even having like an 8-9 suited, 7-8
yeah,
suited
seems a lot better.
Performs much better here. Of course, Kirichenko, very creative, but here comes that barrel, Jay. Now, we had ideas on the flop. If they extend past this turn, I will tip the cap.
Yeah, if he calls here or elects to raise somehow, it would be some crazy hand. And this is the problem, like, with the call.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I understand. Thinks Kenjic's wide, trying to take it away from him on the later street, but when met with that second turn barrel and we don't catch a jack or a 10, we just have to fold anyway.
Yeah, it feels like a spot that even if Kenjic is bluffing pre, you know, he probably covers this board better than we do, right? Like the 6-6 deuce with the junky ISOs. Ambitious flop call from Kirichenko. But we're heads up, ranges are wide. Certainly can't be critical of his final table performance. As Kenjic tries to close in once more on this championship. Does complete from the button with 4-5. Kirichenko. Big hand, heads up, King Jack.
Yeah, and seems like one that probably just wants to do some jamming.
I think this is too strong, Jay.
Too strong, yeah.
Yeah. I think we got to raise call this one. For 16, you could consider jamming a little less. Just such a big hand, right? It's like, kind of feels like a waste to rip this one in for 16. Wouldn't hate it. Ooh. These guys are in there, Jay.
Yeah, well, I love it now if we're
Yeah.
getting Kenjic to continue as wide as this.
Well then, off to the ace, ace 5. Potential fireworks here. Why we love heads up so much. Like Kirichenko is coming with small J. He's going to perceive Kenjic to have basically no ace-x, right?
Yeah. Just expect that to be in pre-flop.
Yeah. So basically just a pure value bet here with our king high. Kenjic, of course, flops 2 pair. Going nowhere through to the turn. SPR shallow is a deuce. So Kenjic now improves J to a gut shot to go with that 2 pair.
It's an interesting factor here as well that we do expect like the ace deuce off through to probably like ace 8 off. We're just going to send it in pre as well as Kenjic here. So like Kirichenko, like the ace x that he's going to have is probably going to be like ace 10, ace jack, ace queen, ace king, this type of stronger ace x stuff. So
100%.
Probably going to eradicate a lot of ace x holdings from our opponent's range. And
right. I mean, the thing that's really interesting is king jack is almost figures to be good a lot. So Kirichenko declines, you know, the opportunity to start turning it into a bluff, which seems very reasonable. You know, of course, we lose to a 5. And now the decision point on him, whether or not, Jay, to try and dislodge a hand like a 5. He may feel that once Kenjic checks back, that he has showdown very often. Has checked it over.
just happy to take showdown here, Andrew, with a 5 as Kenjic.
I think this is too thin. Heads up. I don't really know what we're targeting. Like
King highs, I guess.
King high, a turn deuce. Like if it was a junky ISO. You do open yourself up, of course, to value town.
6 million.
And he's going for it, though. Knows where he's at, Jay. And here we go.
This is a tidy little value bet here from Kenjic, and Kachenko is going to be like, hold on a minute, you can't have an ace here.
Probably thinks he doesn't
value
bet a 5.
Yeah, exactly, he's not value betting a 5. I guess he'll have some 4-3 suited for the turn will.
Right.
And maybe river 10x, queen 10's probably just going to shove pre, like jack 10, 15.
Quads?
Yeah, quads. I guess quads is there. Yeah, the one combo of aces. That makes sense. But understand the tank here, because it's
absolutely.
It's really strange because we don't, as Andrew said, expect the 5 to value bet or a deuce. Ace X just going to send it in pre. Not even too much 10x that wants to call flop that wouldn't shove pre like the king 10, the queen 10.
Yeah.
So it's.
And here we go. They are now even on time banks. Yeah, big moment, Jay, in this tournament.
Got to flip it, haven't we? Where are we finding bluffs from, Andrew?
Yeah.
Like what's Kenjic got here that wants to bluff? Like, what hand, a 6-7 suited? Something like that, that now gets to the river with 7 high.
Called.
And he pays it off. And what a tidy little value bet there from Kenjic. That is some high level stuff going on.
What a fantastic hand of poker. Credit to Kenjic. Finds the thin value. And credit to Kirichenko. The story didn't make sense, Jay. Maybe like a queen 8 of diamonds or something that floats and then thinks it has to bluff.
Yeah,
Fun hand. Wow, these guys are in there. That's a great river value bet to Kenjic and may well win him this tournament, Jay. Has his man down on the canvas. And the referee is counted to 8. Gonna have to pull himself up. What a great hand. Here we go, Jay.
Is it 4 million? No, 6.
This is gonna be it, I think.
5, 6.
Okay, I call, yeah.
Here we go. title on the line, Jay. Kirichenko gets it in good. Ace-6 versus the Jack-7 of Kenjic. 40% of the time, he will win the MPP High Roller.
Yeah, we'll like what he sees. A couple of live in between us.
I want to play more, it's fun. So. All in.
Well, here we go. 10, 5, 9. Kenjic flops a gut shot straight draw to go with the live Jack and 7J. Kirichenko looking to hold with ace high. And that's a great turn for the Russian. Ace of spades on the turn. Now just has to dodge 4 8s with 1 pull to come. Can he do it? Yes, he can, Jay. King of Hearts completes the board and breathes new life into Kirichenko.
So these two will battle on.
It is fun, it is fun.
Still fairly shallow. But one more double for Kirichenko and right back in this heads up.
Six point.
Kenjic had a chance to win it there. Couldn't find the help on the board. And blinds also going up in a couple of minutes as well. And that will take us to the 1.2 million level. Leaving just 50 big blinds in play.
That was a great hand, the heads up. We didn't have much time to reflect. Really fascinating one. As it stands, Kirichenko finds that double up. Keeps himself alive. More work to do, Jay, to get back in the hunt here. And Kenjic with the 9 deuce off.
All in.
Kirichenko finds King Jack this time for 12, so does just choose to send for 12 BBs.
Yeah, a little shallower this time.
Yeah, great shout before, Andrew, with the not all in with the King Jack for 16.
I've just played loads of shallow heads up, so...
Never really looked at heads up myself. You're going to be a lot more clued up than I am in this situation, so glad to have yourself alongside me.
Far too much time playing spin and goes, my friend.
Is that it?
That's my problem.
Oh, okay. The old spin and go streets. That's great as well, because that's always shallow. That's like 10 to 20, ain't it? So...
All right, then. Kirichenko.
No time bank.
No time bank? No time.
No time banks for either. We love seeing it. Turbo pressure poker. It's basically a live spin and go now. Kirichenko completes. Decision on Kenjic. Interesting decision. Makes it 3.2 with 8-9 suited.
On first glance to me, Andrew, this seems like one that wants to check back. It's just not going to be able to raise, call off. Great playability. Seems like one that could do some checking.
Yeah, interesting one. Let's get the job done. Versus the limp of Kirichenko. Of course, with that big blind ante in play, you referenced it earlier. Don't often... Well, I say don't often. In many heads-up situations, there is no BB ante, but it is live here. So pressure on Kirichenko. Now Kenjic, with a king high, does decide that is enough to put his man to the test.
Pass.
Does get it through. And now, it's the 9 BBs for the Russian. These two did come into this final table first and second in chips. Kenjic was chip leader. Kirichenko was second in chips, and it stayed the same. Here, heads up. So over a 4-1 chip lead now. But as I say, a couple of doubles, even one double, to bring it back to like 18 and 34. Still in with a shout, but not much room for any post-flop play here off 9 BBs. We'll be seeing a lot of open shoves pre. At the final two, Jovan Kenjic and Alexandra Kirichenko.
Here we go then, Kirichenko with the Queen 10.
And a king high, good enough to call for 9, you would think.
Yeah.
And there we go. And this time, Kirichenko is going to need to come from behind.
Well, here we go, Jay. Kenjic gets it in good. Second opportunity to seal this title. Can he get the job done from out in front with the King 9?
Oh, yeah.
Kirichenko. Fighter's chance, Jay, with Queen 10. Here we go. And does
it is.
what best. 10-6, Jack on the flop. Pair of 10s now for Kirichenko. Kenjic looking for a king or a queen, Jay. And there it is!
Does find it, and it's so funny. Before the hand, he said 2 pair versus a straight, and it's ran out like that. They've called the Queen Jack 10. Kirichenko down to 4 outs, going to need to boat up, and does not. 8 of diamonds river, and we have a champion. Alexandra Kirichenko in second, but our winner, Jovan Kenjic from Serbia, going to be taking home that extra $61,000 and the trophy after the deal was done.
Brilliant stuff, Jay. Gets the job done, celebrates with his rail. Fantastic performances from both. Commiserations to Kirichenko. Really put on a sensational performance of his own, Jay. But there you have it. Jovan is the man, takes down the 10K MPP High Roller. Fantastic stuff. That was brilliant, Jay.
Yeah, it was a good watch. Nice little final table. Had a lot of stuff to go throughout it. Kenjic coming in as the chip leader, lost the chip lead, but then regained it. And Kirichenko, second in chips, went as one of the short stacks with 6 or 7 left. Managed to get the spin up himself, battled it out heads up. But the worthy winner is the Serb, Jovan Kenjic.
Yeah, brilliant. It really was a fascinating final table to watch, Jay. Yeah, 2 very worthy opponents. Great action for us on stream. Of course, this has been the penultimate day of our coverage. And Jay, now we're going to turn our attention towards tomorrow. That MPP main event, the main event of the Mediterranean Poker Party, taking place tomorrow. Myself and you will be covering it, Jay, all day, 1 p.m. Cyprus time. So please come along and join us, guys, where we will be awarding $1 million to the winner. Until then, guys, we will see you tomorrow.